his face dark and stormy, as if a tempest was about to break. Dad, Kian called out as she returned, oblivious to her father's mood. Did you go to Su Corporation today? Shen Mao asked sternly. Yes, Kian pouted. I went there to ask them to do something for me, but they refused. She clung to Shen Mao's arm, acting coy. Dad, why don't you just terminate the partnership with Su Corporation? That secretary, John King, had looked down on her. Kian thought that John King must have assumed she had no influence in Shen Corporation and therefore didn't need to take her seriously. Well, she would show them just how much her father listened to her. Once Su Corporation realized they had lost such a major client, they would surely regret it and fire that seductress to regain Shen Corporation's cooperation. So, you threatened Su Corporation with this? Shen Mao asked, his voice low. Yes, Kian bit her lip. They were so arrogant. They didn't take me seriously at all. I told them that if they didn't do as I asked, I would convince you to end the partnership. Shen Mao felt his blood boil. No wonder Su Corporation had sent someone to terminate their collaboration and told him to discipline his daughter. It turned out Kian had gone to Su Corporation using her status as the Shen Corporation heiress to threaten them. Shen now clenched his fists, barely containing his anger. Why did you go to Su Corporation in the first place? Kian replied, because a woman offended me. I went to Su Corporation to have her fired. Shen Mao's eyes turned bloodshot. Over such a trivial matter, you went to Su Corporation? Kian finally sensed her father's rage. This was the first time he had spoken to her in such a tone. Fear crept into her heart. Dad, she said tearfully, didn't you always say that if someone offends me, I should fight back? Didn't you consider who you were dealing with? Shen Mao gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Su Corporation! How could you dare provoke them? He couldn't believe he had raised such a foolish daughter. Dad, Kian protested. Su Corporation is only slightly higher than us in Yundu City's rankings. Besides, our company is one of their biggest clients. Why should we be so cautious? They were partners, after all. And wasn't the customer always right? Shouldn't Su Corporation be catering to them? Do you even know how hard I worked to secure that partnership? Shen Mao's veins bulged on his forehead. I had to beg and plead with Su Corporation day after day. Kian was stunned. He had begged? Shouldn't it have been Su Corporation coming to Shen Corporation, begging them to buy their products? Since when did the buyer have to beg the seller? Now you've ruined everything! Shen Mao roared. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused the company? If Su Corporation didn't forgive them, they would have to seek partnerships with other companies. But those companies were technologically far behind Su Corporation, and their products would lack competitiveness. Shen Corporation's position as the industry leader would be at risk. Moreover, if Su Corporation decides to retaliate, do you think we have the ability to withstand it? Shen Mao couldn't help but raise his voice. Dad, why are you yelling at me? Kian's eyes welled up. With tears, you're the one who always said I could do whatever I wanted. How dare you talk back? Unable to control his anger, Shen Mao raised his hand and, with a loud smack, slapped Kian across the face. Kian's eyes widened in shock. Dad, you hit me! This was the first time in her memory that her father had ever struck her. Shen Mao, now slightly calmer, looked at Kian's reddened cheek, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said coldly, from now on, you're grounded. Stay home and reflect on your actions. And tomorrow, you're coming with me to Su Corporation to apologize. Kian sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. She had never imagined that Su Corporation's influence was so strong that Shen Corporation had to rely on them. Now, her plan to use Su Corporation to force that vixen to break up with Lin Xuan was ruined, but she couldn't find any evidence of the fox spirit being unfaithful to Lin Xuan. What else could she do to make Lin Xuan hers? Her outfit Su Corporation. The executives were reporting their work in the CEO's office. Su Hua listened attentively while occasionally glancing at the watch on her left wrist, a gift from Lin Xuan. When the time came, Su Hua closed the file and interrupted the executive. Let's stop here for today. I'll review this document later. You may leave now. Huh? The executive was stunned. Was that it? He still had a lot of things to explain. Is there a problem? Su Hua glanced up at the executive still standing in front of her desk. And no, the executive shook his head. I was just wondering if you have something urgent to attend to, CEO Su. Su Hua had always been the type to finish all her work before letting them leave, even if it meant staying late. Of course, the overtime pay was quite generous. Nothing urgent. It's just almost time to leave, Su Hua said casually. Oh, okay. The executive walked out of the office in a daze. He glanced at the clock online. 4 o'clock. Time to leave? Wasn't there still an hour and a half left? Outside the CEO's office was a row of desks where several assistants were seated. As the executive was explaining the document to the assistants, Soo Hyua and John King walked out of the office. John King asked, CEO Soo, are you heading back to Night Garden later? No, I'm going to freshen up and then pick up Akshuan from school. The executive, exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Now he understood why Soo Hyua was in such a hurry to leave. She wanted to meet her boyfriend. Wow. Since getting a boyfriend, Soo Hyua had become a completely different person. She used to spend day and night at the company, but now, unless absolutely necessary, she was often late or left early. Come to think of it, what kind of charm did Soo Hyua's boyfriend have to make a workaholic like her put work aside? After changing her outfit, Soo Hyua sat in the back seat of the car. She suddenly remembered something and called John King. Have you finished what I asked you to do? Don't worry, CEO Soo. Everything has been prepared as per your instructions, John King replied, covering her mouth. She was curious about what Soo Hyua was planning. Could it be what she was thinking? No way. Soo Hyua hung up and waited in the car for Lin Xuan. The eye-catching Maybach attracted a lot of attention. Isn't that CEO Soo's car? Is she here to pick up Lin Xuan again? What's the big deal? Isn't this a regular thing now? I thought CEO Soo was just playing around with Lin Xuan, but it's been over half a year and they're still inseparable. It must be true love. Many of the male students couldn't help but feel envious. Lin Xuan was one lucky guy. Dating CEO Soo? That was something they could only dream of. What's more, Lin Xuan was incredibly successful. In less than a year, he had founded Tanmu Group, and Hu Yin was thriving. You could say Lin Xuan was the chosen one. Lin Xuan didn't know Soo Hyua was coming, so he walked downstairs with Wang Da, who had his arms slung over Lin Xuan's shoulder. Lin Xuan, listen to me. Stay far away from other women, Wang Da said as they walked. As long as you hold on to CEO Soo tightly, you'll be set for life. Lin Xuan had a headache. All day, Wang Da had been singing praises about Soo Hyua. Did he really seem like the type of guy who would cheat? Lin Xuan listened expressionlessly, his ears practically calloused from Wang Da's nagging. Lin Xuan, I'm saying all this for your own good, Wang Da continued earnestly. Whoa, she's stunning! Everyone suddenly gasped, their eyes glued to Soo Hyua. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Da also froze when he saw Soo Hyua. Wow, CEO Soo looked incredible today. Soo Hyua's long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her makeup was flawless, and her lips were painted a bold red, making her look radiant. Her outfit, however, seemed a bit plain, a long coat that seemed to be hiding something. Wang Da suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Then he noticed Soo Hyua's gaze fixed on him, more specifically, on his arm draped over Lin Xuan's shoulder. Wang Da's heart pounded with fear. Under Soo Hyua's icy stare, he was completely baffled. What was going on? Why was CEO Soo looking at him like that? He hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Lin Xuan knew exactly why. He removed Wang Da's arm from his shoulder. The coldness in Soo Hyua's eyes lessened, and Wang Da finally had a chance to breathe. He walked up to Soo Hyua respectfully and greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Well, Soo Hyua's demeanor softened noticeably. She walked up to Lin Xuan, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear, Come, Akshuan. I'm taking you somewhere. She took Lin Xuan's hand and led him to the car. Wang Da stood there, still confused. Was her mood as unpredictable as the weather? The male students watching felt even more envious. Though, they wished they had a girlfriend like CEO Soo. In the car, Lin Xuan asked curiously, Hyua Bao, where are we going? Somewhere just for us, Soo Hyua replied, her red lips curving into a smile as her fingers traced Lin Xuan's chest. Lin Xuan, why did he have a bad feeling about this? The car slowly came to a stop in front of a villa. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by the sweet fragrance of flowers. Hand in hand, they walked through the villa's gates. The moon tonight was exceptionally round and bright. Akshuan, Soo Hyua called out from behind him. But as Lin Xuan turned around, Soo Hyua wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her crimson lips to his. Akshuan, kiss me. Her voice was sultry and enticing. Lin Xuan couldn't resist. He kissed her passionately. Their eyes closed as they lost themselves in the kiss under the moonlight. Soo Hyua's coat slipped off, and Lin Xuan was stunned by what he saw. Soo Hyua was wearing a black, strapless, ultra-short, figure-hugging dress. The dress barely covered her chest, teasingly revealing just enough to be tantalizing. The hem stopped at her upper thighs, and her long legs were clad in sheer black stockings. Do you like this outfit, Akshuan? Soo Hyua asked, her lips curving into a smile. I love it. Lin Xuan was a man, after all. How could he not appreciate his girlfriend dressed like this? Su Hua had even arranged for a soft woolen carpet to be laid on the ground. She sank into the carpet, her soft arms wrapping around Ling Xuan's neck. Xuan, there are too many people at Night Garden. It's inconvenient. So, I had this place cleaned up. Now, no one will disturb us. Earlier, Shen Kainqian had tried to steal Xuan away from her. Only by losing herself completely with Xuan could she suppress the urge to lock him away, to keep him all to herself. The last day of survival. Xuan, listen to me. Su Hua's eyes were seductive, like silk. Tonight, Xuan, be good and do as I say. The stunning woman lured Ling Xuan deeper and deeper, drawing him into the tenderness she had woven exclusively for him. She intended to use her body to ensure Lin Xu, and would have no energy left to think of other women. Earlier that day, after Shen Kainqian had visited Su Corporation, Su Hua had eagerly instructed her to prepare the villa. Jiang King, who had been by Su Hua's side for many years, knew her well. After some thought, Jiang King realized that Su Hua was about to let loose. Jiang King chuckled and shook her head. It seemed young Master Lin was in for a rough night. The next day, Lin Xu and didn't show up for his 8 a.m. class. It wasn't until 10 a.m. that he finally appeared in the classroom. Xuanzi, what were you up to last night? You look like you've been drained of all your energy, Wang Da asked, noticing the dark circles under Lin Xuan's eyes. I have a girlfriend. What do you think I was doing staying up all night? Lin Xuan replied with a faint smile. It wasn't like he could resist the temptation of a certain enchantress who had kept him in bed all night. Wang Da, well, he shouldn't have asked. Xuanzi, by the way, Wang Da brought up a question that had been bothering him all night. Why did Director Su look at me like that last night? And why did she seem less cold after I called her sister-in-law? Lin Xuan glanced at him. If you hadn't called her sister-in-law, your arm would probably be missing by now. Wang Da touched his arm, feeling a chill run down his spine. Xuanzi, tell me, what did I do to upset Director Su? Wang Da asked anxiously. He still wanted to keep his life intact. Lin Xuan, she saw you putting your arm around my neck. Wang Da was stunned. Was that a problem? Lin Xuan added. She got jealous. Wang Da, I'm a guy. Lin Xuan gave him a calm look. If you were a girl, you'd already be in pieces. Wang Da, was this some kind of female CEO from a novel come to life? Not only did she guard against women, but men too. Down. For the sake of his life, he'd better stop touching Lin Xu, and from now on, Wang Da silently scooted over to the next seat. Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly. The counselor approached Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, come with me for a moment. Sure. Lin Xuan stood up and followed the counselor out. The counselor spoke gently. Lin Xuan, if you can win first place in a national university computer team competition, you can make a request to the school. Your request to skip classes without needing permission has already been approved. With your abilities, you don't need to attend classes anymore. You can use this time to do other things. The counselor was impressed by Lin Xuan's talent. He felt the school had nothing left to teach him. No, Lin Xuan said seriously. I think I can still learn a lot here, so I'll keep coming to school. If he stayed at the night villa all the time, his kidneys would be ruined. The counselor nodded with a smile. Lin Xuan was truly diligent and eager to learn. After class, as Lin Xu and drove his Bugatti La Voiture Noire back home, he suddenly slammed on the brakes when he saw Zhang Xuken. Lin Xu and stared at Zhang Xuken's protruding belly, his fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel. Was Zhang Xuken pregnant? If she was carrying a boy, things would get interesting. Lin Xuan picked up his phone and made a call. Find out if Zhang Xuken is carrying a boy or a girl. Yes. The person on the other end immediately began checking medical records at hospitals across Yundu City. He had been assigned to Lin Xuan by Su Hua. His job was to gather information for Lin Xuan, and he didn't need to report anything to Su Hua unless instructed. In less than 3 minutes, the person called back. Young Master Lin, she's carrying a boy. She's 4 months along. It. Lin Xuan hung up, a smirk playing on his lips. It seemed a dog-eat-dog drama was about to unfold. Someone like Lin Lai would never allow a threat to his inheritance of the Lin family fortune. So, this child would undoubtedly be eliminated. Lin Xu and wondered what expression Zhang Xuken would have when she realized it was her beloved Lin Lai who had gotten rid of her child. How interesting, Lin Xu and mused, raising an eyebrow. Truly fascinating. The wealthy woman beside Zhang Xuken widened her eyes. A Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Zhang Xuken stared blankly at Lin Xu and in the driver's seat. Hearing the woman's words, she frowned in confusion. What's so special about this car? Jian Xuken knew nothing about cars. Xuken, don't you know? The woman said. This Bugatti La Voiture Noire is worth 120 million, and it's practically impossible to buy unless you're extremely wealthy and influential. Jiang Shukin's mouth fell open. That expensive? Yes, the woman nodded. Whoever is driving that car must come from an incredibly wealthy family. I wonder who it is. His profile looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Jiang Shukin clenched her fists. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Chuan was living so well. She had thought he would be struggling. Lin Chuan stepped on the gas and drove off. The woman frowned. Shukin, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Jiang Shukin shook her head. I'll go home and rest. Let me take you back. When Jiang Shukin returned to the Lin residence, Lin Lai was brewing some herbal medicine for her. Seeing her return, he poured the medicine into a bowl. Mom, you haven't had your medicine today. Drink some now. The woman sighed enviously. Shukin, your son is so obedient and considerate. Unlike my brat, who was born to annoy me. Lear is indeed very thoughtful. Jiang Shukin smiled tenderly. I've hardly had to raise him at all since he was young. Her voice was filled with pride. Ah, the woman sighed. Compared to you, my life feels even more miserable. No matter how much I teach my child, he just doesn't learn. Jiang Shukin nodded in agreement. Some people were simply beyond teaching, like Lin Xuan. Well, I'll head back now. Shukin, take care and rest well. The woman stood up from the sofa, her smile vanishing the moment she turned her back. She had only been flattering Jiang Shukin, but the woman had already let it go to her head. Mom, drink it quickly. If it gets cold, the effect won't be as strong, Lin Lai urged. All right, Jiang Shukin smiled. How could I let my precious son's hard work go to waste? Jiang Shukin picked up the bowl and drank the medicine in one go. A cold glint flashed in Lin Lai's eyes. This would be the last time she drank the medicine. Tomorrow, it would be time to send this child on its way. The so-called master Jiang Shukin touched her belly and smiled, saying, this little one just kicked me. So Amadi. At that moment, Lin Lai received a phone call. Seeing the caller's name, the corners of his lips curled up. Mom, I have something to take care of. I'll head back to my room now. Go ahead, Jiang Shukin nodded. Lin Lai returned to his room, closed the door, and locked it. Then he answered the call. Sir, I'm calling to confirm if we should proceed with the original plan tomorrow to get rid of her child. Proceed as planned, Lin Lai said before hanging up. He sat on the bed, staring at his phone. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter. A child? Jiang Shukin, you actually think a child can replace me? The Lin family can only be inherited by me. No one else dares to take it. Lin Lai's eyes were bloodshot. He would gradually take control of the Lin family from the shadows. That way, he wouldn't have to please anyone anymore, nor would he have to live behind this fake mask. Lin Lai returned downstairs. Lear, have you finished handling your matters? Jiang Shukin asked with a smile. Just a small thing, Lin Lai replied. Mom, how about we go to Lanshan Temple tomorrow to pray for blessings, to ensure my little brother is born safely? Jiang Shukin thought about what had happened 20 years ago and nodded. All right, let's go. There's a monk there named Master Jingli who is quite spiritually powerful. Lin Lai thoughtfully accompanied Jiang Shukin for a while, chatting with her, before returning to his room. He sent a message to Wang Yajin. The plan is proceeding as scheduled. Mom, the temple is your responsibility now. If he were to directly poison Jiang Shukin, the police might get involved, and it could lead back to him. He couldn't take that risk. To ensure everything went smoothly, he had been giving Jiang Shukin medicine these past few days, medicine that weakened the fetus and would make it impossible for her to conceive again in the future. All he needed now was the right moment, the moment to cause a miscarriage. Jiang Shukin was scheduled for a prenatal checkup in 2 days, so the child had to be eliminated tomorrow. A cold glint flashed in Lin Lai's eyes. Originally, he had planned to have someone bump into Jiang Shukin and make her fall. But now, he changed his mind. He wanted her to suffer, to make her understand the price of trying to replace him with her child. In the study of the night garden, Lin Xuan listened to Lin Lai's phone conversation and saved the recording with satisfaction. Then he manipulated his computer to retrieve the identity records of the man on the phone. Lin Xuan was so engrossed in his task that he didn't notice Su Hu had entered and was standing right behind him. When Lin Xuan finished securing the records, the beautiful woman suddenly bent down and wrapped her arms around his neck. Xuan, are you planning to give this evidence to Jiang Shukin so she can guard against Lin Lai and create a rift between them? No, I won't interfere, Lin Xuan replied. Then are you waiting for Jiang Shukin to lose her child before exposing that Lin Lai was behind it? Su Hua's tone sounded casual, but in truth, she cared deeply about Lin Xuan's answer. Just as she had hoped, Lin Xuan replied, I don't plan to tell the Lin family either. If I did, they might kick Lin Lai out. What I want is for Lin Lai to throw the Lin family into chaos. Hearing this, Su Hua's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Xuan's actions clearly showed he had no feelings left for the Lin family. How wonderful! Apart from Wang Da, the only person Xuan cared about was her. Thinking of Wang Da, especially the image of him wrapping his arm around Lin Xuan's neck, Su Hua's eyes turned cold again. She really wanted to drive him away from Xuan's side, but they had grown up together, and if Wang Da were to treat Xuan poorly, it would break his heart. Wang Da, who was in the middle of playing a game, frowned. Why did his arm feel so cold all of a sudden? I really like the side of you, Xuan, Su Hua said, her red lips curving into a smile. The darker Xuan became, the happier she felt. This way, they were truly on the same path. Should she corrupt Xuan even further? If Lin Xuan knew what Su Hua was thinking, he would say there was no need, he was already corrupted. Lin Xuan looked at Su Hua curiously. Hua, what are you thinking about? Nothing, Su Hua replied, resting her chin on Lin Xuan's shoulder. I'm just thinking about how I'm going to devour you later. Lin Xuan. This time, Lin Xuan was determined to reclaim his masculine dignity. He wrapped his arms around Su Hua's slender waist and pressed her down onto the bed. No, Hua, it's me who's going to devour you. Hearing this, Su Hua's eyes brimmed with excitement. She wrapped her soft arms around Lin Xuan's neck and said, "All right, let's see how you're going to devour me." The next day, Lin Lai personally drove Jiang Shuken to the temple. Jiang Shuken listened intently as the monk interpreted her fortune stick. Her brows furrowed tightly. Out of luck. Yes, the monk nodded. To put it simply, there is someone with ill intentions around you. This could pose a threat to the child in your womb. The monk glanced thoughtfully at Lin Lai. He shook his head. He could only say this much. The rest was up to her to figure out. If she didn't drive him away soon, it could lead to the downfall of her family. Speaking of which, this family was quite foolish. Instead of cherishing the phoenix, they doted on someone with a wicked heart. Hearing the monk's words, especially seeing the monk's penetrating gaze, Lin Lai's heart skipped a beat. Thank you, master, Lin Lai said with a nod. After expressing his gratitude, he quickly added, Mom, let's go. But I haven't finished asking my questions. Jiang Shuken frowned. Mom, it's getting late. Didn't you want to meet someone? Ah, that's right. Jiang Shuken nodded. Mom, while you were praying earlier, I took the liberty of finding out where Master Jingli resides, Lin Lai said, supporting Jiang Shuken as they walked. Good. Thank you for being so thoughtful. Jiang Shuken smiled. Lin Lai was truly considerate. They arrived at Master Jingli's room. Lin Lai gave him a nod, and a faint glint passed through Master Jingli's eyes. Master Jingli, Jiang Shuken spoke politely. Earlier, I drew a fortune stick, and the monk said there is someone with ill intentions around me, which could affect my unborn child. Do you know who this person might be? Master Jingli closed his eyes, rotating his prayer beads and murmuring softly. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, his brows deeply furrowed. Jiang Shuken asked anxiously, Master Jingli, what is it? I just divined that after you sent him away from your home, the Lin family's fortunes improved significantly. Did you later bring him back? Master Jingli asked. Dragged out by thugs, Jiang Shuken pursed her lips and nodded. Yes, he was found and brought back when he was in his teens. Lin Xuan was the child she had personally abandoned. She had given birth to 3 daughters before finally having this son, who could carry on the Lin family's lineage. She had been overjoyed at first and had doted on Lin Xuan during the first year of his life. When Lin Xuan was 1 year old, he fell seriously ill, and she cared for him day and night. But his constant crying throughout the night grated on her nerves. To make matters worse, she caught her husband in bed with another woman, and she herself was also feeling unwell. No matter where she went for medical checkups, the doctors all told her that she was perfectly healthy and had no illness. At that time, Master Jingli came to the Lin family seeking alms, and with just one glance, he saw through everything. He told her that all the recent misfortunes in the family were brought about by Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was a curse. Only by sending Lin Xuan away would her husband stop having affairs, and her health would improve. At first, she was skeptical, but over time, Master Jingli's words kept echoing in her mind. She grew increasingly resentful of Lin Xuan, the son she had carried and birthed after 10 long months of pregnancy. And so, she secretly sent Lin Xuan away, leaving him at the doorstep of an orphanage. The very next day after Lin Xuan was sent away, her health miraculously improved. From then on, she became a firm believer in Master Jingli's words. But she never could have imagined that Lin Xuan would one day return to the Lin family, causing chaos and unrest. If she had known, she should have strangled Lin Xuan back then. If he's back, then it makes sense. Master Jingli nodded. Master Jingli, you once said that a child would bring this fortune to me. Were you referring to Lin Chuan? Jiang Shuken asked anxiously. Yes, it's him, Master Jingli confirmed with a nod. Jiang Shuken furrowed her brows. It's been almost a year since we cut ties with him. Can he still have an impact? Yes, Master Jingli nodded again. When he returned to the Lin family before, it was because of your adopted son. He is a lucky star, and that's why the Lin family wasn't affected. Now that he's left the Lin family, the woman he's with carries a heavy aura of misfortune. Together, they directly affect your family. The fetus, being the most fragile, is the most susceptible to their influence. Is there any way to break this curse? Jiang Shuken asked nervously. The child in her womb absolutely could not be harmed. Lin Chuan was a lost cause. She needed to give birth to another son to carry on her husband's lineage. Otherwise, she was afraid her husband would turn to another woman to bear him a child. There's nothing I can do, Master Jingli shook his head. But remember this, you must never allow that son of yours to return. Understood. I won't let him come back. Jiang Shuken nodded firmly. For the sake of her child and the Lin family, she would never allow Lin Chuan to return. Master Jingli closed his eyes again, his fingers moving over the beads of his prayer bracelet. That's all I can say. You may leave now. Lin Lai took out a cloth bundle containing over 1,000 yuan in cash, with a bank card tucked underneath. He handed it to Master Jingli, saying, "This is our offering for the temple." Master Jingli continued chanting sutras without pause. Lin Lai placed the offering to the side and, together with Jiang Shuken, exited the room. The moment the door closed, Master Jingli could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He hurriedly opened the cloth bundle and took out the bank card. There was 500,000 yuan inside. Master Jingli's face lit up with joy. Last time, it was 100,000 yuan. This time, it was 500,000 yuan. All for just a few words. Jiang Shuken and Lin Lai lingered in the temple for a while longer. Mom, the sun is setting. It's time for us to head back. All right. Lin Lai drove Jiang Shuken home, this time taking a small, secluded road. The area was sparsely populated, and they encountered very few vehicles along the way. Lai, I remember we took a different route on our way here, Jiang Shuken said, her brows furrowed. Mom, you need to take your prenatal medicine on time. I took this shortcut to get home sooner, Lin Lai explained. Just be careful driving, Jiang Shuken said, trusting Lin Lai completely. Lin Lai's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Why? What's wrong with the car? Jiang Shuken clutched her chest, startled. She was sitting in the back seat without a seatbelt, and the sudden stop had shaken her. I'm not sure. Let me check, Lin Lai said, inspecting the car. His brows knitted together. The car won't start. Jiang Shuken worriedly said, this place is so remote. There are no auto repair shops around. What do we do if the car breaks down? Mom, there's a repair shop about 800 meters away. I'll go and ask them to take a look, Lin Lai suggested. I'll come with you, Jiang Shuken said. The area was too desolate, and she felt uneasy. Mom, just wait here. It's too far, and you're pregnant. You should rest, Lin Lai persuaded her. Jiang Shuken thought about it and agreed. Besides, society was so safe nowadays. Surely nothing would happen. All right, I'll wait here. Why? Come back quickly. Okay. Lin Lai nodded and soon disappeared from Jiang Shuken's sight. Jiang Shuken stayed in the car, not daring to step out. Just then, 5 thugs with dyed hair and cigarettes dangling from their mouths appeared. Hey, boss, check out this car. It looks super fancy. Must be worth a fortune, one of the thugs said, running his hand over the vehicle. Jiang Shuken frowned and stepped out of the car, scolding them. What are you doing? This car is worth 10 million. Don't touch it. The thug glanced inside the car. He smirked and said, Boss, there's only one person in there and there are no cameras around. Hearing this, Jiang Shuken felt a wave of fear. She had forgotten that they weren't in the city. If these men tried anything, it would be hard to escape. Jiang Shuken's face turned pale, and she instinctively reached for the car door to get back inside. But one of the thugs slammed the door shut. Trying to leave, the thug sneered. Jiang Shuken tightened her grip on her clothes. I'm a married woman. You can't do anything to me. Her mind was in chaos. Her phone was still in the car, and she couldn't call for help. What could she do? PFFT, the thug leader spat. An old hag like you. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not interested in you. I want your money. Hand it over. Jiang Shuken stammered. I'll give you the money, but my bag is still in the car. Then go get it. And don't try anything funny, the thug leader warned. Okay. Jiang Shuken quickly grabbed her phone. She glanced back and saw the thugs chatting among themselves. Summoning her courage, she opened her phone and tried to call the police. She had just pressed the numbers 1 and 1 when her hair was yanked violently, and she was dragged out of the car. "Child, my child," the gang leader snatched her phone. "Aladdin, trying to call the police?" The gang leader sneered. "You dare to call the police right in front of me? Do you think I don't exist?" Jiang Shuken pleaded fearfully. "I know I was wrong. I won't call the police again. Please, have mercy and let me go. Since you dared to call the police, you'll have to pay the price." The gang leader sneered, and with those words, he kicked her in the stomach. Jiang Shuken clutched her abdomen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She felt waves of intense pain radiating from her stomach. "I'm pregnant. Do whatever you want to me, but please, don't hurt my child," Jiang Shuken groaned in agony. "Pregnant? Ha ha ha." The gang leader burst into laughter. "Pregnant? Ha, perfect. I've never beaten up a pregnant woman before. This should be interesting." He pointed at his lackeys and said with a grin, "Come on, let's give this old woman a proper welcome, especially the kid in her belly." "No, please don't." Jiang Shuken tried to escape, covering her stomach. This was a boy she was carrying. She couldn't let anything happen to her child. Trying to run? The gang leader grabbed her by the hair and yanked her back, throwing her to the ground. The thugs surrounded her, their faces twisted with malicious grins. Jiang Shuken felt overwhelming terror as she looked at them. "I beg you," Jiang Shuken pleaded again. "I'll give you money. You can have as much as you want. Just let me go," the gang leader sneered. "Money? Let me tell you something, no amount of money will save you now. Brothers, let's do it. While no one's around, let's take care of the kid in her belly. Aim for her stomach. Kick her. Lead her. Yes, boss." The thugs began punching and kicking Jiang Shuken's stomach. She curled up, her hands covering her abdomen, trying to shield herself from their blows. But it was no use. Her stomach bore the brunt of their vicious attacks. Soon, bright red blood began to trickle down her thighs. Jiang Shuken wiped her hand and saw the blood. Her eyes widened in horror. "What? It's blood!" The thugs kicked her stomach a few more times before finally stopping. They had come under the pretense of robbing her, but to avoid suspicion, they still took her money. It was an extra bonus for them. They ransacked her car, stuffing anything valuable into their pockets. The gang leader received a message on his phone. He crouched down and sneered, still thinking about calling the police. "Still want to try? My baby, my baby." Jiang Shuken clutched her stomach, moaning in pain. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The gang leader stood up, laughing coldly, and delivered one last kick to her stomach. "What are you doing?" Lin Lai rushed over from a distance. He stood in front of Jiang Shuken, gritting his teeth. "Do you even realize this is a crime?" "Oh, look, another fool who's not afraid to die," the gang leader sneered. "Lear," Jiang Shuken cried out anxiously, "go. Don't worry about me." "Mom, I could never leave you," Lin Lai said firmly. "I'll protect you." The gang leader spat out the blade of grass he'd been chewing. He clapped his hands mockingly. How touching. A mother and son's love. Truly moving. The acting was convincing enough. The gang leader despised Lin Lai's scheming, but the money, tens of thousands, was too good to pass up, and there was no risk of being caught by the police. It was a foolproof plan. Only an idiot would turn it down. "Since you're so devoted to your mother, why don't you take the beating for her?" the gang leader said coldly. "Lear, run!" Jiang Shuken gritted her teeth, using all her strength to push Lin Lai away, but Lin Lai remained standing in front of her. Jiang Shuken was deeply moved. They say that in times of crisis, a person's true character is revealed. Lear truly was a filial son. The gang leader gestured to his men. "Brothers, teach him a lesson. Let him know that if you don't have the skills, don't try to be a hero." The thugs quickly surrounded Lin Lai and Jiang Shuken. Afraid that Jiang Shuken might get hurt, Lin Lai said, "I'm worried about my mother. Can we move somewhere else?" "Sure," the gang leader agreed. So, Lin Lai moved to a spot farther away from Jiang Shuken. He was no match for the thugs. Soon he was on the ground, enduring their punches and kicks. "Lear, my Lear!" Jiang Shuken wept uncontrollably. She crawled over and grabbed the gang leader's pant leg, begging tearfully, "Please, let my son go. I'm begging you." The gang leader, hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "He's the one who wanted to play the hero. He asked for this. Don't blame me." Soon, Lin Lai's face was bruised and swollen. The gang leader, seeing that they'd done enough, said, "All right, that's enough. Let's go. Don't kill anyone." After they left, Lin Lai stumbled over to Jiang Shuken. "Mom, are you okay?" His eyes fell on the blood between her legs, and he gasped, "Why is there so much blood?" "Lear, they kept hitting my stomach. I think the baby's gone," Jiang Shuken sobbed. This was the child she had been longing for. "Mom, the baby will be fine," Lin Lai said urgently. "I'll take you to the hospital right now." Lin Lai lifted Jiang Shukin into the backseat of the car and sped toward the hospital. On the way, Jiang Shukin passed out from the pain. Lin Lai couldn't help but smile. Everything that had happened today was part of his plan, including taking the beating. This way, not only would the Lin family feel pity and affection for him, seeing him as a dutiful son, but Jiang Shukin would never suspect him. He wasn't at fault. He had only tried to save his mother and unborn brother from the gang. It seemed that Jiang Shukin's child had been successfully aborted, and she would never be able to get pregnant again. Without a biological son, Jiang Shukin would have no one to compete with him for the Lin family fortune. From now on, all of the Lin family's wealth would belong to him. Lin Lai found a large hospital nearby. Jiang Shukin was rushed into the emergency room, and Lin Chang and Lin Qingwen, along with her sisters, hurried over. "Sir, do you want to have your wounds treated?" a passing nurse asked. "No, thank you," Lin Lai shook his head. "I'd rather stay here and wait for my mother. These are just minor injuries. They're nothing serious." His current appearance would evoke sympathy from the Lin family. Why would he want to treat his wounds now? The nurse was impressed. This man was truly filial. "All right, if you need anything, just let us know." After the nurse left, Lin Lai slumped into a chair, looking utterly distressed. When Lin Chang and Lin Qingwen arrived and saw Lin Lai covered in injuries, they were shocked. "Lair, why haven't you treated your wounds?" Lin Qingwen asked with concern. "It's my fault. I didn't protect Mom and the baby. If I hadn't taken her to the temple, if I hadn't left to get the car fixed, maybe Mom wouldn't have been beaten and lost the baby," Lin Lai muttered in anguish. Seeing him like this, Lin Qingwen's heart ached. She comforted him. "Lair, this isn't your fault. No one wanted this to happen." The surgery ended. A doctor emerged from the operating room. "How is she?" Lin Chang asked anxiously. "Is the baby still alive?" Lin Lai clenched his fists slightly. As expected, everyone was most concerned about the male fetus in Jiang Shukin's womb. Even though Lin Chang knew Lin Lai was his biological son, it didn't matter. Thankfully, he had gotten rid of the child, and Jiang Shukin would never be able to conceive again. "Doctor, please tell us," Lin Chang urged. "The mother is stable, but the baby," the doctor shook his head. Lin Chang staggered back. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes faded completely. He had thought he might have another son, but it was just wishful thinking. Lin Qingwen and her sisters also looked deeply worried. Mom was so looking forward to the birth of this child. If she were to find out that the baby was gone, how heartbroken she would be. And then there's Lin Lai. He, too, was eagerly anticipating having a little brother. Lin Qingwen placed her hand on Lin Lai's shoulder, wanting to comfort him. "Big sister," Lin Lai looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "It's my fault, it's my fault." He kept repeating those words, "It's my fault." Lin Qingwen sighed. Jiang Shukin had been unconscious for an entire day, and Lin Lai had stayed by her side the whole time. This was something Lin Chang and Lin Qingwen, along with their sisters, had all witnessed. "I will be Ok Xuan's backbone child. My child!" Jiang Shukin woke up from her sleep, startled. She looked around, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that what she had experienced wasn't just a dream? Could it be that her child had been harmed by those thugs? "Husband," Jiang Shukin grabbed Lin Chang's wrist. "Our child has been saved, right? He's still safe in my belly, isn't he?" Lin Chang sighed and remained silent. Seeing the expression on Lin Chang's face, the hope in Jiang Shukin's eyes slowly faded. Her child! Could it be that he couldn't be saved? "Mom," Lin Qingwen crouched in front of Jiang Shukin. "Little brother wasn't meant to be with us. Although he has left this world, he will surely be happy in heaven." "Mom, please don't be too sad." Lin Qingwen's words completely shattered Jiang Shukin's heart. Her child was truly gone. Jiang Shukin touched her abdomen, which had once cradled a baby. At over 5 months, the child had grown quite large, and she had even felt him kicking. Now, it was flat and silent. She had waited for years to finally have this child, but she hadn't protected him. Thud! With a heavy sound, Lin Lai knelt on the ground. Lin Qingwen tried to help Lin Lai up. "What are you doing?" "Get up! Elder sister, don't stop me." Lin Lai pushed Lin Qingwen's hand away. "Mom, I'm sorry." Lin Lai lowered his head. "It's my fault. If I hadn't suggested taking you to the temple, if I had checked the car properly before we left, if I hadn't taken that small road, little brother wouldn't have been lost. It's all my fault." Lin Lai's voice choked with emotion. "I caused all of this." "Lai, come here," Jiang Shukin said hoarsely. Lin Lai sat by the bed. "Child, what are you saying?" Jiang Shukin's eyes reddened. "You got hurt protecting me. How could I blame you?" Lin Lai pursed his lips. "Mom, I didn't know the master's warning about the fetus being affected would come true so quickly. If I had known, I would have stayed by your side, never leaving even for a moment." Lin Lai's words were filled with regret. His words also reminded Jiang Shukin of something. Yes, it must be Lin Xuan. Jiang Shuken's voice suddenly became agitated. Mom, what does this have to do with Xuan? Lin Qingwen asked, puzzled. Jiang Shuken gritted her teeth. Today, when we went to the temple, the master said that Lin Xuan would affect the fetus. Also, Lin Xuan saw me yesterday, so he knew I was pregnant. After he went back, someone as cruel and vicious as him must have cursed my child. It must be him. Jiang Shuken's face was filled with anger. What bad luck! Even after leaving the Lin family, he still came back to bring misfortune. Mom, how can you believe such things? Lin Qingwen disagreed. We live in a society that values science. No, this is believable. Jiang Shuken was certain. She had experienced it firsthand. The master's words had proven true. Ever since she sent Lin Xuan away, her luck had improved significantly. Lin Qingwen sighed. Her mother was beyond reason now. No matter what she said, her mother wouldn't listen. Lin Qingwen had no idea how to mend the relationship between Lin Xuan and Jiang Shuken. It seemed like, in this family, aside from her, no one welcomed Lin Xuan back. Lin Qingwen felt her heart heavy and decided to go out for a walk alone. Mom, Lin Qingwen said, pursing her lips, there are matters at the company that need my attention. I should go. Please rest well. Lin Qingwen made up an excuse and left the hospital. She wandered aimlessly on the streets. Suddenly, she saw a woman of breathtaking beauty walking arm in arm with Lin Xuan into a high-end hotel. It was the same woman she had seen at the school gate that day. Lin Xuan looked at the woman with tenderness, his entire being radiating happiness. Back when Lin Xuan was in the Lin family, he had always been tense, never showing such a relaxed and joyful smile. Could it be that Lin Xuan was truly better off outside the Lin family? No, that couldn't be. At this thought, Lin Qingwen shook her head. Having a family and a warmth of kinship was true happiness. Love was just the icing on the cake. What she needed to do was clear up the misunderstandings her parents and sisters had about Lin Xuan. Unable to resist, Lin Qingwen followed them into the hotel. Lin Xuan had been avoiding her, and now that she had finally run into him, she wanted to try persuading him again to return home. Lin Qingwen didn't know that Su Hua was the head of Su Corporation. She had missed meeting Su Hua at Lin Lai's birthday party because she had to leave for the company midway. Inside the private room, a table was set with exquisite dishes and a few candles were lit in the center. Su Hua was sitting on Lin Xuan's lap, entwined with him, kissing him passionately. Suddenly, the sound of a phone notification broke the intimate atmosphere. Lin Xuan checked his phone. Seeing the message, he frowned. Hua Bao, I need to step out for a moment. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, okay? Su Hua nodded, sliding off Lin Xuan's lap. Her eyes were seductive as she elegantly took a seat on the chair. Seeing Lin Xuan leave, Lin Qingwen tried to enter the private room but was stopped by Su Hua's bodyguards. Lin Qingwen said, I'm Lin Xuan's sister. I need to go in. Sister. The bodyguard frowned. Does Mr. Lin have a sister? You looked at her with suspicion, as if she were impersonating someone. From what I know, Mr. Lin has no parents or any relatives. Lin Qingwen felt awkward. She knew they were referring to Lin Xuan's estrangement from the Lin family. Please, could you let her know I'm here? Lin Qingwen asked. The bodyguard frowned but still didn't intend to let Lin Qingwen in, not wanting to disturb his boss and Lin Xuan's good mood. Another bodyguard approached. I think it's better to ask the boss first. Perhaps the boss would want to see her. All right. The bodyguard nodded, knocked on the door, and after receiving Su Hua's permission, entered the private room. Mas. As soon as the bodyguard entered, he saw Su Hua. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with allure. At this moment, she was particularly captivating. The bodyguard's heart skipped a beat and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look further. A woman like Su Hua was not someone he could ever aspire to, and besides Lin Xuan, no other man could get close to her. What is it? Su Hua asked indifferently. Boss, there's a woman outside claiming to be Mr. Wen's sister. She wants to see you, the bodyguard said respectfully. Let her in. Su Hua tapped the table lightly with her slender fingers. Her beautiful eyes carried a piercing coldness. The Lin family had treated Xuan poorly in the past. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to keep them around for Xuan's amusement, they would already be suffering unbearably by now. Lin Qingwen walked in. So, you're Xuan's girlfriend? Lin Qingwen's tone was haughty. As Xuan's sister, she held a higher position than this woman in front of her. Su Hua glanced at her lightly. She said nothing. Her delicate fingers picked up a wine glass, and she elegantly sipped the crimson liquid. Seeing Su Hua disregard her like this, Lin Qingwen couldn't help but feel annoyed. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. If you truly care for Xuan, then you should know what's best for him. And what would that be? Su Hua's beautiful brows slightly raised. You should persuade Xuan to return to the Lin family. He needs to talk things out with our parents. Family bonds cannot be severed. Lin Qingwen continued. If he returns, the Lin family can become his support and his future path will be smoother. Lin Qingwen believed that to repair Xuan's relationship with their parents, Xuan needed to earn their favor. In the past, Xuan's behavior in the Lin family had been lacking, so it was natural that they didn't like him much. Deep down, parents always love their children. If Xuan could show a little more filial piety and not argue with their parents at every turn, they would surely welcome him back. Also, their father was already targeting Tamu Group. If Xuan were willing to return, their father wouldn't harm Tamu Group and Xuan wouldn't be hurt. No need, Su Hua said indifferently. Lin Qingwen frowned. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, Su Hua set her glass down heavily. I am Xuan's support. He doesn't need to rely on anyone else but me. So, Xuan doesn't need to return to the Lin family. She also believed that her Xuan would grow into someone who didn't need to depend on her in the future. Lin Qingwen's expression darkened. Yes, you can give him money, but can you give him family affection? Defeating Lin Qingwen family affection? Su Hua stood up from the couch, her tone dripping with sarcasm. When the time comes, I can give Xuan a child to play with. How could Xuan not enjoy family affection then? Even if they were to have a child, it would only be one, no more than that. As for you, have you forgotten how the Lin family treated Xuan? He went hungry, wore tattered clothes, and had to earn his own tuition. You never showed him a single ounce of kindness. And now, you dare talk about family affection? Su Hua's voice was icy to the core. After returning from the island, she had begun investigating his background. At that time, she hadn't yet taken control of the Su family and was constantly in danger, so she hadn't revealed herself. During those 2 years, she had secretly arranged a job for Xuan, afraid he might suspect something, so she kept it modest, just a few thousand yuan a month. When Xuan entered university, she managed to bring him under her wing. Xuan refused to take her money directly, so she found other ways to give him pocket money. Back then, Xuan had used that money to buy gifts for Qin Royale. Hearing this, Lin Qingwen felt a pang of guilt and avoided meeting Su Hua's gaze, but she quickly regained her composure. Yes, our Lin family did wrong by Xuan in the past, which is why I want to make it up to him now. My Xuan doesn't need your compensation. Whatever he wants, I can provide. Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. Since the Lin family has already severed ties with Xuan, everything about him is none of your concern. If you know what's good for you, stay away from him. Otherwise, she might not be able to resist crushing the Lin family. She had even considered leaving the Lin family as a plaything for Xuan. Lin Qingwen was furious. What our Lin family does is none of your business, you outsider. Tell me, are you the one brainwashing Xuan behind the scenes, making him refuse to return to the Lin family? It had to be this woman's doing. In the past, no matter how Xuan's parents or his sisters treated him, he always tried his best to please them. But after this woman appeared, Xuan changed. He stopped caring about them altogether. So, the change in Xuan's attitude toward them must be this woman's doing. And what if I am? Su Hua's crimson lips curled into a faint smile. Miss Lin, the more Xuan despises you, the happier I am. That way, she could have Xuan all to herself. Lin Qingwen's expression darkened. You're so selfish. For your own happiness, you're making Xuan abandon his parents and sisters. You don't care about Xuan's feelings at all. This isn't love, you're treating Xuan like your possession. Su Hua chuckled softly. And what about you? In your Lin family, Xuan was treated worse than a dog. Miss Lin, you think you're being kind to Xuan, but in reality, you're only thinking of yourself. You want Xuan to return to the Lin family just to ease your own conscience. Otherwise, when Xuan was living with your family, you wouldn't have turned a blind eye to everything he went through. Lin Qingwen was seething with anger. Today, I'll teach you a lesson about respecting your elders. She raised her hand, intending to slap Su Hua across the face. Su Hua's eyes turned cold. She caught Lin Qingwen's wrist midair. Lin Qingwen tried to pull her hand free, but it was impossible. When her eyes met Su Hua's murderous gaze, her heart skipped a beat. What are you looking at? Su Hua suddenly smiled and, with a loud smack, delivered a harsh slap to Lin Qingwen's face. Lin Qingwen's eyes widened in shock. She clutched her cheek. You did it? Ha! Su Hua chuckled softly. Yes, I did. Smack! Smack! Su Hua slapped Lin Qingwen twice more, once on each side of her face. Lin Qingwen's cheeks were visibly swollen. I'm Xuan's eldest sister. How dare you treat me like this? Lin Qingwen hissed through gritted teeth. Eldest sister? Su Hua pushed Lin Qingwen away and sat back down on the couch. She picked up a napkin and began wiping her hands meticulously. A mocking smile played on her lips. Don't forget, Xu and has already cut ties with the Lin family. You're no longer his eldest sister. That's only temporary. Xuan will return to the Lin family eventually. Lin Qingwen's face flushed with anger. A woman like you doesn't deserve to be my brother's girlfriend. I won't allow the two of you to be together. Su Hua paused her hand-wiping motion. A flicker of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She remained silent. Only after tossing the napkin into the trash did she speak. You have no say in Xuan's marriage. Even if you did, do you think you live long enough to see that day? Lin Qingwen shivered under Su Hua's cold gaze. Just then, Xuan walked in. Seeing Lin Qingwen, he frowned deeply. Lin Qingwen, what are you doing here? Shuat! Lin Qingwen's eyes lit up. She hurried over to him. She's just using you as her plaything. She doesn't love you. She's giving you some benefits now, but once she gets bored, she'll abandon you. She grabbed Xuan's arm. Listen to your eldest sister. Break up with her and come back to the Lin family. Xuan's brows furrowed. He roughly shook off Lin Qingwen's hand. He strode over to Su Hua and took her hand, examining it carefully. Su Hua's hand was soft and fair, but now it was red from hitting Lin Qingwen. Su Hua lowered her gaze. She had hit Lin Qingwen. Would Xuan blame her? Xuan might not care for his parents, but what about his sisters? If he still cared for Lin Qingwen, would he resent her for this? Xuan brought Su Hua's hand to his lips and gently blew on it. Your hand is all red. Hua bow. It must hurt. Su Hua's eyes widened, a strange light flickering in them. Xuan wasn't blaming her. Lin Qingwen stared in disbelief. Her face was clearly swollen from Su Hua's slaps, yet Xuan didn't show any concern for her. Instead, he was fussing over Su Hua, who had hit her. Xuan turned and slapped Lin Qingwen hard across the face. Xuan, you. Lin Qingwen covered her cheek, staring at him in shock. Xuan then looked back at Su Hua and said, Hua bow, from now on, if you need to deal with anyone, let me or the bodyguards handle it. You shouldn't have to dirty your hands. Xuan, Lin Qingwen pleaded tearfully, I'm only doing this for your own good. You don't know this woman's true nature. Xuan's voice was cold. I'm sorry, miss, but I have no parents, no siblings, and certainly no eldest sister. Who I choose to be with is none of your business. And don't let me catch you bad-mouthing Hua bow again. Xuan, do you have to be so cruel? Lin Qingwen's face was filled with hurt. Xuan snapped, bodyguards, escort Miss Lin out. Yes, sir. The bodyguards entered, dragged Lin Qingwen out, and threw her onto the hotel's front steps. Who is that? Why was she thrown out? She probably tried to seduce someone and got caught. That's why she's being tossed out like trash. A crowd gathered, pointing and whispering about Lin Qingwen. Her face turned pale, then red with humiliation. She quickly stood up, shielding her face with her bag, and hurried away, trying to avoid the judging stares. Lin Xuan, you cheated in the private room. Su Hua sat on Lin Xuan's lap, her soft arms wrapped around his neck. Xuan, this private room is my exclusive one. Very clean, Su Hua said. Lin Xuan understood Su Hua's intentions but played dumb. As long as it's clean, that's fine. Baby Hua, you must be hungry. Let's eat, Lin Xuan said. Is Xuan hungry too? Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lin Xuan nodded. I'm quite hungry. It's already 8 o'clock. Time to eat. Then I'll serve Xuan some food, Su Hua said, her red lips slowly parting near Lin Xuan's mouth. First, a pre-meal dessert. She kissed Lin Xuan's lips. The sweet scent of the woman lingered around Lin Xuan's nose, and Su Hua easily aroused his interest. Lin Xuan couldn't help but wrap his arms around the woman's slender waist, kissing her back. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the private room. The next course is the main dish, Su Hua said with a smile. Lin Xuan thought he must be crazy. Although such things felt good and made him reluctant to leave, he had never been particularly enthusiastic about them before. Now, it seemed Su Hua had led him into becoming addicted. Su Hua was too seductive, effortlessly drawing him into her tender embrace. Jiang King hurried over with some documents. She wanted to knock and enter but then thought of something and asked, Is young Master Lin here too? Yes, young Master Lin has been accompanying Miss Su, the bodyguard replied. How long have they been in there? Jiang King asked again. 2 hours. That long? Jiang King frowned. A meal wouldn't take that much time. Could it be that they? Jiang King covered her mouth and coughed lightly. It seemed they were really enjoying their sweet, private time together. Secretary Jiang, are you feeling unwell? The bodyguard asked with concern. I'm fine, Jiang King shook her head. By the way, if there's nothing urgent, don't disturb Miss Su and young Master Lin, John King instructed. If they interrupted Miss Su's fun, they'd be in big trouble. Secretary John, don't worry, we understand, the bodyguard nodded. John King nodded as well. Good. Let me know when they leave the hotel. I'll go to Night Garden to find Miss Su later. In the private room, after finishing the meal, Su Hue clung to Lin Shu and again, claiming that some post-meal exercise would be good for their health. She eventually grew tired and fell asleep. Lin Chuan carried her out. The bodyguards couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. Young Master Lin is really something. Even Miss Su, who has extraordinary combat skills and an incredibly strong physique, was subdued, no conquered. Lin Shu and walked ahead, carrying Su Hue in his arms. Qin Royale, arm in arm with a pot-bellied middle-aged man, also entered the hotel. President Liu, Qin Royale cooed, have you arranged that supporting role for me? Liu Yuan pinched Qin Royale's cheek and smiled. Don't worry, it's already been arranged. As long as you serve me well, that role is yours. Thank you, President Liu. Qin Royale smiled brightly. She really didn't want to be an ordinary person with a monthly salary of just a few thousand yuan. She dreamed of entering the entertainment industry. To get good resources in the entertainment industry, she had to sleep her way to the top. As long as she achieved her goals, what did it matter if she was kept by a man? Qin Royale spotted Lin Chuan from a distance. Her pupils suddenly contracted. It was Lin Chuan. This was the first time she had seen him since leaving school that day. Qin Royale instinctively let go of Li Yuan's arm. She didn't want Lin Chuan to know that she was being kept by a man for money and resources in the entertainment industry. If Lin Chuan found out, he would probably feel smug. Li Yuan, whose eyes were already small, narrowed them further. Qin Royale, why did you let go of my arm so quickly? Did you see someone you like? No, he's not. Qin Royale bit her lip and replied, he's just an old classmate of mine. In that case, why are you so afraid of him knowing about our relationship? Liu Yuan sneered. Qin Royale, think carefully. There are plenty of actresses who want to climb into my bed. That role isn't necessarily yours. Qin Royale panicked. The role she wanted was for the third female lead, a character with a great personality. The male and female leads were big names, and the show was expected to have high viewership. She could rise to fame through this drama. If she missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one like it. President Liu, Qin Royale quickly reattached herself to Li Yuan's arm. What are you talking about? I just wanted to get something out of my bag earlier. Qin Royale, still holding Li Yuan's arm, braced herself and walked toward Lin Chuan. The first thing she noticed was the woman in Lin Chuan's arms. Su Hue was wearing a white silk dress, different from her usual attire, making her look especially youthful. She seemed like a college student. Su Hue's face was buried in Lin Chuan's chest. Qin Royale didn't recognize her as Su Hue. She thought Lin Chuan was holding another woman. A glint of light flashed in Qin Royale's eyes. It seemed Lin Chuan had already been abandoned by Su Hue. She knew this day would come eventually. After all, a woman of Su Hue's status and position wouldn't have true love. So, Su Hue would inevitably abandon Lin Chuan someday. She just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Qin Royale smiled and blocked Lin Chuan's path. Well, if it isn't Lin Chuan, Qin Royale said, her confidence bolstered by seeing Lin Chuan with another woman. Have you found a new girlfriend? What about Miss Su? Did you two break up? Move aside, Lin Chuan frowned. He didn't want Qin Royale disturbing Su Hue's rest. Or are you secretly seeing another woman behind Miss Su's back? Qin Royale asked with a slight smile. Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Qin Royale thought she had hit the nail on the head and became even more certain that the woman in Lin Chuan's arms was someone else. Her tone grew increasingly smug. If Miss Su finds out you're with another woman, Lin Chuan, do you think she'll let you off easy? Actually, if you agree to my conditions, I might consider not telling Miss Su. Lin Chuan asked in a low voice. What conditions? Qin Royale lifted her chin slightly. First, kneel and apologize to me. Second, publicly announce online that it was you and Lin Lai, who conspired against me, forcing me to sleep with Lin Lai. And third, I'll contact you later. She had to clear her name regarding the incident with Lin Lai. Otherwise, her reputation would be ruined, affecting her career in the entertainment industry and her chances of marrying into a wealthy family. As for the third condition, she couldn't say it in front of President Liu. The third condition was that she wanted Lin Chuan to be her lover. Lin Chuan, you have no choice, Qin Royale sneered. You have to listen to me. Otherwise, if Miss Su finds out you've betrayed her, she'll make your life a living hell. Qin Royale smirked. Lin Chuan would definitely agree to her demands. He had no other choice. Sorry about that, Miss Kin. Su Hua's slightly hoarse voice rang out. President Su Hua of the Su Group Liu Yuan was staring with lust at the woman in Lin Chuan's arms. Her figure was truly captivating. Though he couldn't see her face clearly, he imagined it must be just as alluring. If only she could be his mistress. Liu Yuan's thoughts began to wander. Qin Royale furrowed her brows. Why did this woman's voice feel so strongly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before? Akshua, let me down, Su Hua said softly. All right. As soon as Su Hua's feet touched the ground, her legs gave way, and Lin Chuan quickly wrapped an arm around her waist. Su Hua leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear and whispered, Xuan, you were amazing back in the hotel suite. Lin Chuan's expression turned slightly awkward. Could he really admit that he had been tirelessly training his physique in his private space and consuming some otherworldly supplements to achieve such stamina? I really like this side of you, Xuan, Su Hua said, her beautiful eyes brimming with amusement. I want to see just how much endurance you have. Let's continue when we get back, okay? Lin Chuan, exclamation again. Exclamation. Su Hua stood with her back to Qin Royale. Qin Royale frowned, her curiosity piqued. Who exactly was this woman? Miss Qin, it's been a while. Finally, Su Hua turned around, revealing her stunning face to Qin Royale. Qin Royale's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't some random woman, it was Su Hua. How could it be her? Su Hua usually dressed in a mature, professional manner, exuding an air of authority. Why was she now dressed like a young college student? And what about the things she had just said to Lin Chuan? A chill ran down Qin Royale's spine. Su Hua smirked, taking slow, deliberate steps toward Qin Royale. You wanted Xuan to be your lover, huh? Qin Royale, do you even deserve him? Qin Royale paled, shaking her head. No, I didn't mean it that way. I misunderstood. I thought Lin Chuan was cheating, so I said those things. Miss Su, I didn't mean to offend you. Qin Royale pleaded for mercy. She had nothing left now. Someone like Su Hua could easily destroy all the efforts she had made with just a snap of her fingers. Liu Yuan's eyes were glued to Su Hua, his heart racing. Beautiful! She was absolutely stunning. He had never seen such a perfect woman before. Liu Yuan approached Su Hua, handing her a business card. Miss, I'm Liu Yuan, the chairman of Zufeng Technology. I also invest in a film company that produces movies and TV dramas. If you're interested, I can help you break into the entertainment industry. There are countless roles waiting for someone like you. If you play your cards right with your looks, you'll become a huge star. Su Hua's face turned cold. Step aside. Miss, you should really think about what I'm offering. Being a star is incredibly lucrative, and you'll have fans adoring you, Liu Yuan said with a smile. Step aside, Su Hua repeated, her tone icy. Liu Yuan lost his patience. You bitch, don't push your luck. The hotel manager rushed over, witnessing the scene. He immediately ordered, escort everyone else out. Yes, sir. Soon, only Su Hua, Liu Yuan, and their respective entourages remained in the hotel lobby. Liu Yuan reached out to grab Su Hua. Su Hua's eyes turned cold. Just as her bodyguards were about to intervene, Lin Chuan suddenly appeared and kicked Liu Yuan to the ground. Hua Bao, don't dirty your hands. Su Hua's aura of hostility vanished instantly, and her crimson lips curved into a smile. Being protected by Xuan felt wonderful. All right, I'll listen to you, Xuan, Su Hua said obediently, nodding. Liu Yuan lay on the floor, clutching his stomach. What the hell are you doing? Do you even know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? He glared at his bodyguards. What are you idiots standing around for? Beat him up! The bodyguards charged forward. Within seconds, they were all knocked to the ground by Lin Chuan and Su Hua's bodyguards, writhing in pain and unable to get up. Lin Chuan picked up a knife and walked over to Liu Yuan. Was it this hand you were planning to touch Hua Bao with? Ah, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the lobby. Lin Chuan drove the knife straight into Liu Yuan's palm. Qin Royale's eyes widened in horror. Since when had Lin Chuan become so terrifying? She glanced at Su Hua, who was smiling faintly as if she found Lin Chuan's actions endearing and indulgent. Qin Royale shuddered. These two were monsters. Su Hua's gaze shifted back to Qin Royale, staring at her intently. Qin Royale's body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't until Lin Chuan returned to Su Hua's side that Su Hua finally looked away. Su Hua gave a faint smile. Xuan, I'm tired. Carry me out of here, okay? Su Hua's voice carried a hint of coquetry. Of course. Lin Chuan scooped Su Hua up in a princess carry. The hotel manager was baffled. Were they really just going to let them go like that? This was completely unlike Su Hua's usual demeanor. Even Su Hua's bodyguards were puzzled. Since when had their boss become so merciful? These two had crossed her, yet she hadn't done anything to them. You'll regret this. I won't let you get away with it. Liu Yuan spat through gritted teeth. No one had ever dared to treat him like this before, and now his hand was ruined because of them. Su Hua raised an eyebrow. Su Hua of Su Corporation, feel free to come after me. Su Corporation. Su Hua, the CEO of Su Corporation. Liu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. How could it be her? He turned to the hotel manager, his voice trembling. She's Su Hua? Is that true? Wasn't the CEO of Su Corporation known for her aloofness and indifference to men? How could this woman, who was now nestled so tenderly in a man's arms, be her? The hotel manager nodded. Yes, it's her. Liu Yuan's face went pale. Lin Xuan and Su Hua left the scene. Qin Royale finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Su Hua hadn't done anything to her. Liu Yuan stumbled over to Qin Royale. Why didn't you tell me she was Su Hua? Mister Liu, I didn't know you were interested in Su Hua, Qin Royale said defensively. You bitch! If you hadn't gone over to talk to that Lin Xu, and I wouldn't have offended her. Liu Yuan hissed through clenched teeth. Mister Liu, it's not that big of a deal, is it? Your company doesn't rely on Su Corporation, does it? What do you know? Liu Yuan glared at her. If she holds a grudge and decides to go after my company, how long do you think it'll last? And we were planning to collaborate with Su Corporation. Now that I've offended them, that deal is completely ruined. They had been counting on that partnership to boost their stock prices and expand their market. It's that serious? Qin Royale was stunned. Mister Liu, I didn't mean to. Qin Royale quickly grabbed Liu Yuan's hand. Mister Liu, didn't you want to try those things in bed? I'll agree to it. Have you lost your mind? Get away from me. Liu Yuan shoved Qin Royale aside. To him, Qin Royale was nothing more than a plaything he could discard at any moment. Between a woman and his company, he naturally chose the company. Liu Yuan grabbed Qin Royale by her hair. The role you wanted, I won't give it to you. And don't even think about appearing in any of the dramas I or my friends invest in. With that, he threw her aside. Qin Royale sat on the floor, her face pale. She had worked so hard, sacrificed so much, and now it was all gone. Why? Why was fate so cruel to her, taking everything away and reducing her to a despised outcast? Even her last hope for a comeback was being ripped away. No, I can't just give up like this. Qin Royale forced herself to stand up, her body trembling. I will rise again, radiant and admired by all. I will. In a daze, Qin Royale returned to her apartment. Sitting in her rented room, she was consumed by an overwhelming hatred for Lin Xuan, Su Hua, and Lin Lai. Lin Xuan and Su Hua returned to Night Garden. While Lin Xuan was in the shower, Su Hua picked up her phone and gave an order. After Lin Xuan leaves for school tomorrow, bring Qin Royale to me. The bodyguard was taken aback. He had thought Su Hua had let Qin Royale off the hook, but it seemed she was just biding her time for revenge. Perhaps Su Hua didn't want Lin Xuan to see her handling Qin Royale, fearing he might find her methods too ruthless. The bodyguard felt he had figured it out. Yes, ma'am, he replied respectfully. Su Hua set her phone down. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a cold light. Thinking of making Lin Xuan her lover? Ha, anyone who dared to covet Lin Xuan wouldn't live to see another day. She placed her phone aside as the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. A shadow flickered in her eyes. Barefoot, she stepped onto the soft carpet and pushed open the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, Lin Xuan was still showering, water cascading down from the shower head. Su Hua, you're awake? Why aren't you resting? On the way back, she had fallen asleep, so he had carried her to bed to let her rest. Su Hua didn't respond. Her star-like eyes simply gazed at him as she stepped closer. Lin Xuan reached to turn off the shower, but Su Hua suddenly stopped his hand, letting the water soak her. Her white silk dress clung to her body, revealing her graceful curves. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered into his ear, her breath warm. Lin Xuan, help me wash up, won't you? Under the shower, their figures intertwined, blurred by the fallen water. The next day, Lin Xuan left for King University. Su Hua, dressed in a red cheongsam, sat on the living room sofa, flipping through a business magazine. Meanwhile, her bodyguards arrived at Qin Royale's apartment. Qin Royale was sitting on the floor, drinking, surrounded by empty bottles. Two bodyguards broke in. Qin Royale, half drunk, glared at them. What are you doing here? This is my home. Get out. Miss Qin, our boss has invited you to Night Garden, one of the bodyguards said before knocking her out. When Qin Royale woke up, she found herself in the trunk of a car, her hands tied and her mouth taped shut. She struggled desperately, her eyes filled with terror. The car entered Night Garden. Come with us. Qin Royale was dragged inside and thrown to the ground. When she looked up, she saw Su Hua sitting on the sofa. The woman wore a rose-colored silk chingsam embroidered with golden threads that formed intricate patterns. The slit of her dress revealed her pale, glowing thigh. The tight chingsam accentuated her curvaceous figure. A red coral hairpin adorned her hair. Every gesture, every smile exuded classical elegance and a unique charm. Qin Royale was stunned. Su Hua was dazzling, making her feel like insignificant dust in comparison. Qin Royale, Su Hua stood up and walked toward her, step by step. Qin Royale regained some composure. Why had Su Hua summoned her? Was it because of yesterday's incident? The thought made her knees buckle. Thud, she fell to her knees trembling. Miss Su, please spare me. I beg you. I'll never do it again. Su Hua's slender fingers lifted Qin Royale's chin, her grip turning it red. Qin Royale's delicate body shook. Your fragile appearance is quite pitiful. Is this how you seduced Lin Xuan before? Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Lin Xuan's previous affection for Qin Royale had been unbearable to watch. She had long wanted to deal with Qin Royale, but fearing it would irreparably damage her relationship with Lin Xuan, she had held back. After Qin Royale was disgraced and expelled from school by Lin Xu, and Su Hua had let her be, I had almost forgotten about you, but then you had to reappear and catch my attention again. Last time, it was Lin Xuan who dealt with you. This time, it's my turn, Su Hua said with a low, chilling laugh. Her radiant smile seemed like a demon's grin to Qin Royale. Qin Royale trembled even more, her lips quivering. Qin Royale, do you know my usual methods? Su Hua's lips curved into a smirk. She paused, then continued, I prefer making people wish they were dead. Su Hua gestured, and Butler Wang handed her a knife. Su Hua, are you going to kill me? Qin Royale asked, her voice shaking. No, death is too kind. I said I prefer making people suffer. Su Hua signaled, and bodyguards pinned Qin Royale down, rendering her immobile. The tip of Su Hua's knife pierced Qin Royale's skin, cutting into her flesh. Ah! Qin Royale screamed in agony. Su Hua, expressionless, carved two characters into Qin Royale's face, one on each cheek. Blood dripped down. Only then did Su Hua release her. Qin Royale's trembling hands hovered over her face, afraid to touch it. My face is ruined, Qin Royale cried, her tears stinging the fresh wounds. Her entire body shook with pain. Qin Royale, toying with someone's feelings comes with a price, understand? Look at you. So delusional you thought you could make Lin Chu and your lover. Su Hua stood up. With a clang, she dropped the knife to the floor. Since you've lost your mind, I'll have you sent to a mental institution for treatment. Qin Royale, I'll make sure you're well taken care of there. Psychiatric hospital, the psychiatric hospital. Qin Royale's eyes widened in terror. President Su, please spare me, I beg you. I really won't dare anymore. Please give me another chance. Qin Royale, ignoring the pain on her face, knelt on the ground and frantically kowtowed to Su Hua. She couldn't go to the psychiatric hospital, she wasn't insane. A normal person sent to a psychiatric hospital would only suffer a fate worse than death. She didn't want to become a shadow of herself, neither human nor ghost. Qin Royale's forehead was bleeding profusely from the force of her kowtowing. Su Hua's lips curled into a faint smile, but her eyes were icy cold. Qin Royale, do you know how jealous I used to be of you? You monopolized all of Xuan's love. I was driven mad with envy. I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. But you were Xuan's most cherished. If anything happened to you, he would have hated me forever. So I held back, watching helplessly as he chased after you, time and time again. Thankfully, Xuan no longer has feelings for you. Qin Royale, any woman who covets Xuan must live a life worse than death. Su Hua's voice, like a demon's, echoed in Qin Royale's ears. Qin Royale shook her head, tears streaming down her face. She regretted it. She truly regretted it. She shouldn't have provoked Lin Xuan, nor should she have dared to oppose Su Hua. At this moment, she realized deeply how insignificant she was in front of Su Hua, like an ant that could be crushed effortlessly. Take her away, Su Hua ordered coldly. Yes, the bodyguard responded. Su Hua! Qin Royale, restrained by the bodyguards, glared at Su Hua with bloodshot eyes. I curse you to die a miserable death. I curse you to never find happiness in this lifetime and to suffer in the 18th level of hell after death, enduring torment day and night. Butler Wang frowned and stuffed a damp rag, fresh from wiping the table, into Qin Royale's mouth. Su Hua leaned back on the sofa, her expression calm. Countless people had died or been tortured at her hands. She had heard curses like this many times before. One more from Qin Royale made no difference. Just as the bodyguards were about to drag Qin Royale away, one of them rushed in. Madam, young Master Lin has returned. Ever since Lin Chu and had caught her tormenting Su Hai last time, Su Hua had stationed bodyguards outside whenever she dealt with someone. They were to report to her immediately if Lin Xiu and returned to prevent him from witnessing anything he shouldn't. Su Hua glanced at Butler Wang, who understood immediately. He quickly placed a sack over Qin Royale's head, completely concealing her face. The bodyguards swiftly cleaned up the bloodstains on the floor. In an instant, the living room was spotless, with no trace of Qin Royale's torment remaining. Hua, what's this? Lin Xuan frowned as he surveyed the scene in the living room. Young Master Lin, this is a spy sent by Madame's cousin to infiltrate the night garden, Butler Wang replied without batting an eye. I see, Lin Xuan said thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on Qin Royale's bracelet. He remembered Qin Royale wearing that bracelet yesterday. Judging by her figure, it was undoubtedly her. It seemed that Hua wasn't planning to let Qin Royale off the hook after yesterday's incident. He probably wouldn't be seeing Qin Royale again. What? Lin Xuan stopped the bodyguards, dragging Qin Royale away, and strode over to her. Su Hua's hands tightened. Lin Xuan had encountered similar situations before, but he had always just asked a few questions. This was the first time he had approached someone like this. Had he realized it was Qin Royale? Was he feeling pity? Reluctant to let her suffer? Come to think of it, Lin Xuan had only ruined Qin Royale's reputation before. He hadn't taken any further action. Could it be that he still had feelings for her? If that were the case, a dark glint flashed in Su Hua's eyes. Xuan, you are mine body and soul. I won't allow you to have any connection with another woman. Don't disappoint me, otherwise you'll lose your freedom. Su Hua's slender fingers traced the ring Lin Xuan had placed on her finger. Only this could suppress the impulse rising in her heart. Under the sack, Qin Royale's heart was pounding. It was Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was here. If he removed the sack, he would recognize her. Lin Xuan might be her only lifeline. If he still held even a shred of affection for her, he wouldn't send her to the psychiatric hospital. Even if he no longer had feelings for her, seeing her in this state and realizing Su Hua's cruelty would surely sow discord between them. Before being sent to the psychiatric hospital, witnessing their conflict would be worth it. Lin Xuan reached out toward Qin Royale. Her heart raced. Young Master Lin, Butler Wang's heart leapt into his throat. He was about to stop Lin Xuan, but then Lin Xuan punched Qin Royale square in the face. The sound alone was enough to make one wince. Butler Wang, what was going on? Wasn't young Master Lin going to remove the sack? Instead, he had punched Qin Royale without hesitation. Su Hua couldn't help but smile at the sight. Thud, thud. Lin Xuan's fists landed on Qin Royale's face, each blow striking with full force. The idea of not hitting women didn't exist for Lin Xuan. The reason he hadn't taken further action against Qin Royale after ruining her reputation was that he wanted to toy with her. He wanted to crush her hopes every time she tried to rise again. Now that Hua had taken action, he had to make the most of this opportunity to vent his anger. Otherwise, he might not get another chance to deal with her. This despicable, shameless woman deserved a thorough lesson. Qin Royale's tears streamed down her face from the pain. Held firmly by the bodyguards, she couldn't fight back. Butler Wang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Young Master Lin had always acted harmless in front of Madame. Was he dropping the act now? Butler Wang glanced at Lin Xuan, then at Su Hua. Truly, Madame and young Master Lin were a perfect match. They competed secretly in bed, making him brew tonics for them, and in front of each other, they rarely revealed their darker, more ruthless sides. Butler Wang nodded in satisfaction. Madame and young Master Lin truly were a match made in heaven. Lin Xuan finished venting his anger. Qin Royale's face was swollen and bruised. If not for the bodyguards holding her up, she would have collapsed to the ground. That felt good. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply. You can take Qin now. This spy away now, Lin Xuan ordered. Yes, the bodyguards replied. Qin Royale was dragged away. Xuan, come here, Su Hua said, reclining on the sofa, her head propped up on her hand, her eyes smiling as she looked at Lin Xuan. Xuan's old flame Lin Xuan had just walked over. Su Hua immediately draped herself across Lin Xuan, her soft arms encircling his neck. If it weren't for the presence of others and the inconvenience of her kipal, Su Hua would have already straddled Lin Xuan by now. Does Xuan know who the woman in the sack was? Su Hua raised her delicate eyebrows. I do. Lin Xuan nodded. It's Qin Royale, right? Su Hua's brows lifted. Her Xuan had indeed guessed it. So clever. Qin Royale is your old flame, Xuan. How could you bear to be so harsh with her? Su Hua whispered close to Lin Xuan's lips, her breath warm and fragrant, the air between them thick with intimacy. Hua Bao, you said it yourself, she's an old flame. There's no lingering affection left. Why wouldn't I be harsh? Besides, my first love was you, Hua Bao. I was never with Qin Royale. Kin Royale had never looked at him with any regard before. Even though she had agreed to marry him, they had never even held hands. Lin Xuan curled his fingers and gently tapped Su Hua's nose. Besides Hua Bao, all other women are the same to me. Su Hua's eyes curved into a smile. I am very satisfied with Xuan's answer. She pressed her red lips to his, their mouths meeting. This is your reward, Xuan. With that, Su Hua lightly bit Lin Xuan's lips. Are you sure this isn't your own reward, Hua Bao? Lin Xuan thought to himself, but his hand truthfully found its way to her waist. He closed his eyes and kissed her back with abandon. Butler Wang cleared his throat softly. He turned away discreetly. These young people nowadays really have no sense of propriety. Here he was, an old man, still present, and they were being so intimate as if no one else was around. But the more intimate they were, the better. It meant he might soon have the chance to hold a little master or mistress in his arms. Butler Wang's eyes were filled with amusement. He cleared the living room of all people and even had the surveillance cameras turned off to ensure nothing would disturb the couple. While Su Hua and Lin Xuan were lost in their affection, Kin Royale was being taken by John King to a privately run mental institution. On the surface, the institution appeared clean, but it had ties to underground forces. As long as you paid, they would fulfill any request. John King, wearing a mask, handed the director a large sum of money. This is from our young lady. The director's eyes were glued to the suitcase full of cash. What do you need us to do? The director asked politely. Nothing much. Just make sure you take good care of her. John King emphasized the words take good care heavily. Understood. I'll make sure everything is arranged properly, the director replied with a smile. John King walked up to Kin Royale and smiled. Miss Kin, enjoy your time at the mental institution. The conditions here aren't too bad. At least you'll have food, clothes, and a place to stay, right? MMMPH. Kin Royale's eyes were bloodshot. After John King left, the director had Kin Royale taken to a ward filled with deranged women. The gag was removed from Kin Royale's mouth. As soon as she could speak, she screamed, I'm not crazy. I'm a normal person. Locking someone sane in a mental institution is illegal. Hello? You're talking to me about the law? How laughable! The director burst into unrestrained laughter. Kin Royale stumbled toward the director, grabbing his hand and pleading, please, let me out. Do you need a woman? I can serve you with my body. The director shoved her away in disgust. I don't sleep with unclean women. And that face of yours? It's not even worth my time. Her face! Kin Royale's face turned pale. How could she have forgotten? Her face had been ruined by Su Hua, who had carved the word scum into it. You'll stay here and behave yourself from now on. As the director walked out and prepared to close the door, Kin Royale instinctively ran toward the exit, trying to escape the ward. Just as she was about to reach the door, she was tripped by one of the patients. Kin Royale fell to the ground, watching helplessly as the iron door slammed shut. Oh! Exclamation! Kin Royale completely broke down, sobbing on the floor. Especially when she saw the deranged, hollow-eyed patients around her, her entire body trembled. Her life was truly ruined. Once inside, there was no way out. Why was this happening to her? Kin Royale clenched her fists, pounding the ground in agony. In the director's office, the director sat in his swivel chair and calmly gave orders. From now on, whenever a patient has an episode, send them to Kin Royale. Let them keep her company. Yes, director, the subordinate acknowledged. You may leave now. After the subordinate left, the director eagerly opened the suitcase full of cash. His eyes gleamed. With this much money, he would make sure to take very good care of her. Kin Royale's story to be continued. She will reappear later, likely in a confrontation with Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Shen Mao dragged Shen Kainqian to apologize, but they were turned away 2 days in a row. On the third day, Shen Mao tossed aside a tissue. Kainqian, once you're done eating, we're going back to Su Corporation to apologize to President Su. Dad, Shen Kainqian whined, let's not go, okay? The president of Su Corporation keeps saying she's too busy to see us. Why should we humiliate ourselves? Kainqian, this is about showing our sincerity. What if President Su forgives us? Shen Mao said, how could she possibly forgive us? They're all cut from the same cloth. Shen Kainqian's face was filled with resentment. If they weren't so biased, why would they protect that vixen who seduced her way to the top? She wasn't in the wrong. Flat. Shen Mao slammed his chopsticks down. Shen Kainqian, Su Corporation isn't like home. At home, you can act as spoiled as you want, but at Su Corporation, you need to know what's appropriate and what's not. The president of Su Corporation doesn't tolerate even a grain of sand. She's ruthless and decisive. If we completely offend her, our Shen group won't survive in Yundu City. your life of luxury will be over. Do you understand? Shen Kai-kian lowered her head, biting her lip. Dad, I understand. After breakfast, Shen Mao took Shen Kai-kian back to Su Corporation. Is President Su available today? Shen Mao asked politely. The receptionist sighed. Mr. Shen, you're wasting your time. President Su has been extremely busy lately. Unless it's a business matter, she's not seeing anyone. Shen Mao had no choice but to wait in the lobby with Shen Kai-kian. He had met Su Hua before. If Su Hua appeared, he would recognize her. Suddenly, Shen Mao felt a churning in his stomach. He clutched his abdomen. Kai-kian, wait here. I need to use the restroom. After Shen Mao left, Su Hua entered the building. Does Lin Shu and have a girlfriend? Shen Kai-kian wanted to rush forward and curse Su Hua, but then she thought of her father. If she caused trouble at Su Corporation again, her father would not let her off the hook. Shen Kai-kian forcefully suppressed the impulse in her heart. Shen Mao returned and, looking at Su Hua's retreating figure, frowned and asked, Kai-kian, is that person Su Hua? No, just a vixen. There's no way she could be Su Hua, Shen Kai-kian said with a dismissive pout. Shen Mao, observing Shen Kai-kian's expression, frowned and asked, is she the one who offended you? Yes, Shen Kai-kian nodded. Dad, she's too arrogant. I really can't swallow this insult. Shen Mao gently patted Shen Kai-kian's head. Kai-kian, dealing with someone doesn't always have to be done openly. You can teach her a lesson in secret. He also deeply despised the woman Shen Kai-kian had mentioned. Not only had she made his precious daughter suffer, but she had also caused Shen Corporation to lose its collaboration with Su Corporation. Dad, what do you mean? Shen Mao smiled and replied, I'll arrange some people for you. You can secretly send someone to teach her a lesson. Thank you, Dad. Shen Kai-kian's eyes sparkled. Finally, she could give that woman some payback. Shen Mao and Shen Kai-kian waited until almost noon when Lin Shuan walked into Su Corporation carrying a lunchbox. Shen Kai-kian's eyes lit up. It's Lin Shuan! Shen Kai-kian excitedly ran up to Lin Shuan. Lin Shuan, it's so great to see you again. Lin Shuan, I haven't seen you since the computer competition ended. I've missed you so much. Shen Kai-kian shyly lowered her head, her heart pounding wildly. Lin Shuan was just too handsome. Even just a glance from him made her heart race. Lin Shuan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. Why was Shen Kai-kian still so persistent? You're Lin Shuan, right? Shen Mao also approached Lin Shuan and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Shen Mao, Kai-kian's father and the chairman of Shen Corporation. Lin Shuan nodded indifferently, not shaking Shen Mao's hand. Shen Mao's expression darkened slightly. He continued, Young Master Lin, I heard that you led your team to first place in the National College Computer Team competition and even broke a record with your individual score. Truly impressive for someone so young. Thank you for the praise. Lin Shuan's tone remained indifferent. Shen Mao's friendly demeanor began to falter. Lin Shuan had repeatedly brushed him off. Young Master Lin, Shen Mao took a deep breath and continued in a friendly tone, my daughter admires you greatly. Could you perhaps teach her some computer skills in your spare time? Shen Kai-kian blushed. If Lin Shuan agreed, she would have countless opportunities to spend time with him. Proximity breeds affection, and Lin Shuan would surely fall for her. She wondered if Lin Shuan would agree. A hint of anticipation rose on Shen Kai-kian's face. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend. She doesn't want me getting too close to other women. You should find someone else. Lin Shuan refused him. Shen Kai-kian's eyes instantly turned red. Lin Shuan had rejected her advances once again. Why couldn't he just look at her more? Mr. Shen, I'll give you some friendly advice. Keep your daughter in check. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen. Lin Shuan walked past Shen Mao, carrying the lunchbox, and entered the elevator. Shen Mao stood there, stunned. Lin Shuan had a girlfriend? Shen Kai-kian looked at the lunchbox in Lin Shuan's hand with jealousy. He must be delivering lunch to that woman. How could that flirtatious vixen deserve such devotion from Lin Shuan? If she were Lin Shuan's girlfriend, she would cherish him properly, not go around flirting with others. Coming back to his senses, Shen Mao instinctively looked at Shen Kai-kian. Shen Kai-kian avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. After waiting a while longer, Shen Mao realized that continuing to wait would likely yield no results. Let's go, Shen Mao said sternly. When they reached the entrance of Su Corporation, Shen Kai-kian hesitated and asked, Dad, aren't we going to wait for Su Hua? What's the point? Shen Mao's expression was grim. It's clear she doesn't want to deal with us. Even if we meet her, it would be the same outcome. Indeed, Su Hua was as unyielding as the rumors said, with no room for compromise in her eyes. Now, the collaboration between Shen Corporation and Su Corporation was completely off the table. The days ahead would be tough for Shen Corporation. If Shen Qian weren't his only child, and one he had doted on since she was young, he might have lost his temper and struck her by now. Shen Qian breathed a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to apologize. But now that her father knew about Lin Shu and's girlfriend, would he try to stop her from pursuing him? Shen Qian followed Shen Mao back to the Shen residence, her heart filled with worry. Shen Mao turned around, his face dark as he looked at Shen Qian. Lin Shuan has a girlfriend. Did you know? Yes, Shen Qian answered softly, lowering her head. Since you knew, why did you still pursue him? Shen Mao was furious. I'm the chairman of Shen Corporation. Even if Lin Shuan is talented, he's nothing compared to Shen Corporation. Why should my daughter stoop to being a homewrecker? Dad, Lin Shuan is just temporarily blinded by that vixen, Shen Qian said tearfully. Once Lin Shuan fell for her, he would break up with that woman. She wasn't really a homewrecker. Shen Qian. Shen Mao shouted. How dare you talk back? Shen Qian lowered her head. She was only speaking the truth. Shen Mao said coldly, from now on, you are not to have any contact with Lin Shuan. Do you understand? I understand, Shen Qian whispered. All right, go eat, Shen Mao said, his tone softening. Shen Qian clenched her fists. Give up? How could she give up? She couldn't lose to that woman. She had to snatch Lin Shuan away from her. By the way, Dad, Shen Qian asked cautiously while eating, when will you arrange for people to deal with that woman? In a while, Shen Mao explained. I've been busy lately and can't spare too many people. But Shen Qian wanted to say more, but Shen Mao cut her off. Qian, remember that revenge is a dish best served cold. I understand, Shen Qian said, pursing her lips. That woman could enjoy her arrogance for a little longer. Once her father assigned her the people, she would make sure that woman suffered beyond imagination. The book Su Hua is reading at this moment at Su Corporation. Su Hua was in a meeting. Lin Shuan arrived alone at the CEO's office. He wandered around and noticed that Su Hua's desk was left open. He walked over intending to close it. He spotted a book with bold, eye-catching letters on the cover. How to Make a Man Devoted to You. What is this? Lin Shuan's gaze paused. He opened the drawer and took out the book. Beneath it, he found another one, 99 Ways to Capture a Man's Heart. And it didn't stop there. There was more. How to Make the Man You Love Fall for You. Lin Shuan flipped through a few pages and realized that many of the techniques mentioned had been used on him by his beloved Hua Bao. For example, using money to win him over. That day, after a minor argument with Shen Qian, Hua Bao had given him 10 billion yuan as pocket money to appease him. She had also sent him countless red roses. And then, the book even mentioned, women should learn to use their bodies to make men unable to resist them. These books were still relatively normal. Lin Shuan discovered more books hidden in the drawer, and the titles were becoming increasingly unconventional. 58 positions for women to seduce men in bed. Holy crap! Lin Shuan's curiosity was piqued. He wondered if Hua Bao had tried any of these positions. He opened the book. Inside, there were no real people, just illustrations of anime-style characters. Su Hua had taken notes, making annotations here and there. Lin Shuan coughed lightly, covering his mouth. Indeed, Hua Bao had tried quite a few. Lin Shuan decided not to continue reading. He closed the book and picked up a cup of tea to sip. With his other hand, he moved the top book aside and began flipping through the next one. When he saw the title, he nearly spat out his tea. How to Make a Man Willingly Submit to Being Locked in a Dark Room. Hua Bao really had her heart set on locking him in a dark room, no, more accurately, chaining him to the bed. The next book was even more bizarre. Methods for Preserving Human Specimens. Lin Shuan, this was getting more and more disturbing, wasn't it? Lin Shuan didn't dare to look further. He felt the other books might be even more explosive. He put all the books back in their original places, pretending nothing had happened. He knew Hua Bao wouldn't actually lock him up. Of course, if he ever betrayed her, that might change. But he wasn't worried about that. Lin Shuan waited for a long time, but Su Hua still hadn't emerged from the meeting room. He glanced at his watch and frowned. Su Corporation's workday ended at 11:50 a.m. It was already 12:40 p.m. Why hadn't Hua Bao finished her meeting yet? Lin Shuan decided to go find Su Hua. Just then, John King came out of the meeting room. Lin Shuan asked, Secretary John, is Hua Bao still in the meeting? Mr. Lin, John King's face visibly brightened with relief. When did you arrive? The savior was here. I got here at 11:30, Lin Shuan replied. Jiang King quickly approached Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, President Su is still in the meeting. Why don't you go in and check on her? Mr. Lin was like a fire extinguisher. He always worked wonders. She was certain that as soon as Mr. Lin went in to comfort President Su, her anger would dissipate immediately. All right. Just as Lin Xuan was about to enter the office, he suddenly stopped. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Jiang King asked, puzzled. Is there a trap here? Lin Xuan looked at Jiang King suspiciously. How could there be? Jiang King replied with a calm, smiling expression. Lin Xuan didn't say anything, just stared at her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Fine, Jiang King finally gave in. President Su is in a meeting right now, and due to a subordinate's mistake, she's a bit furious. Mr. Lin, you're the only one who can calm her down. Lin Xuan, so you're throwing me into the fire? Huh. Mr. Lin, how could it be a fire? President Su is always gentle around you, Jiang King said with a smile. Lin Xuan remained unmoved. Calming someone down wasn't that easy. One wrong move, and he might end up drained, especially when Hua Bao was in her Tyrannosaurus mode. He couldn't handle that. Jiang King racked her brain for a solution. She had to get Lin Xuan to go in and comfort President Su. What could she do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Jiang King put on a worried expression. President Su has a weak stomach. Given the current situation, the meeting might not end until 2 p.m. I'm worried her stomach issues might flare up. As Jiang King had anticipated, Lin Xuan became uneasy. He nodded. All right, I'll go comfort Hua Bao. Even if the meeting room was packed with people, Lin Xuan wasn't worried about feeling awkward. After all, the executives at Su Corporation already knew him. And honestly, what could be more embarrassing than the first time he came to the company and pinned Su Hua against the wall in front of all the executives? Jiang King raised an eyebrow, feeling secretly triumphant. Got him? Jiang King pushed open the door to the meeting room. President Su, Mr. Lin is here. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. All the executives were on edge. Hearing Jiang King's words, their eyes lit up. Was their savior here? But soon, the light in their eyes dimmed again. President Su was so angry this time that even her boyfriend might not be able to calm her down. Even though she knew Lin Xuan had arrived, Su Hua's brows remained furrowed. She pursed her lips. The oppressive aura around her was suffocating. The executives glanced cautiously at Su Hua's expression. Seeing that she still looked like she wanted to kill someone, their hopes were dashed. As expected, this time, even Mr. Lin might not be able to help. Lin Xuan walked into the office and went straight to Su Hua's side. Hua Bao, it's time to get off work. I brought your favorite dishes. Su Hua replied coldly. I'll finish my work first, then eat. Lin Xuan sighed and decided to use his ultimate move. He suddenly placed his hands on the armrests of Su Hua's chair, leaning in close. The executive's eyes widened. This intimate posture. Was Mr. Lin going to? Then they saw Lin Xuan kiss Su Hua's forehead and whisper softly, Hua Bao, let's go eat. Don't starve yourself, okay? Su Hua remained silent. The executives, it's over. Even the charm offensive isn't working. Seeing that Su Hua was still unmoved, Lin Xuan decided to escalate. He kissed her lips. A glimmer of light appeared in Su Hua's beautiful eyes. Lin Xuan, Hua Bao, let's go eat, okay. All right, Su Hua nodded. The coldness around her completely gone. The executives, so President Su is no longer angry. A kiss on the forehead didn't work, but a kiss on the lips did. Meeting adjourned. With Lin Xuan present, Su Hua's voice softened considerably. She let Lin Xuan take her hand and obediently followed him out of the meeting room. As soon as Lin Xuan and Su Hua disappeared from the office, the executives couldn't help but start discussing. Mr. Lin really has President Su wrapped around his finger. I never thought President Su could be so easily calmed down. Just one kiss from Mr. Lin, and she's fine. Mr. Lin is truly our savior. Back in the office, Lin Xuan laid out the dishes he had brought for Su Hua. Hua Bao, these are all your favorites. You're too thin. You need to gain some weight, put on some meat. Su Hua kept her eyes on Lin Xuan. To be honest, even now, whenever she saw how good her Xuan was to her, she felt like it was all a dream. Just 10 months ago, he had been chasing after Qin Royale and constantly clashing with her. Lin Xuan noticed Su Hua staring at him and asked, What's wrong, Hua Bao? Su Hua suddenly leaned closer to Lin Xuan. Xuan, you want me to eat more and gain some weight. Is it because you want a better feel? She asked with a playful smile. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Why is she suddenly steering the conversation in this direction? This kind of talk is usually more of a guy's thing. It's like the world's turned upside down. Suhyua took Lin Xuan's hand and placed it on her body. Xuan, are you not satisfied with my figure? Of course I'm satisfied, Lin Xuan struggled to control his hands lest he lose control. There was no denying it, his Bao was a perfect specimen with an impeccable face and figure. If you're satisfied, then Xuan should enjoy it properly. In no time, Suhyua's eyes were shimmering with a seductive glow, and a few buttons on her shirt had come undone. She looked utterly captivating. Xuan, feed me, will you? The woman nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, her voice soft and pleading. Of course, Lin Xuan replied, his voice thick with desire. Lin Xuan began feeding Suhyua, one bite at a time. Suhyua's gaze lingered on Lin Xuan, her eyes brimming with happiness. She truly wished that she and Xuan could stay like this forever. A few days later, the private investigator Lin Xuan had sent to monitor the Wang family called him. Sir, there's been some progress, the investigator said. I spotted a strange man in Wang Yajin's villa garden. He looks quite similar to the man in the photo you gave me. It must be Wang Yajin's husband, Du Hui. He's regained consciousness. Lin Xuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He chuckled softly. That was quick. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be long before Wang Yajin and Lin Chang's affair was exposed. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with intense interest. The butler, Wang, asked curiously, Young Master Lin, is there something to celebrate? Not exactly. I'm just looking forward to a good show. He couldn't wait to see Jian Shuken's reaction when she found out about Lin Chang's infidelity. Too explosive a good show? Butler Wang's eyes lit up. Young Master Lin never engages in low-stakes games. If he says it's a good show, it must be explosive. As a lifelong lover of drama from Xia country, how could he miss this? Young Master Lin, are you heading out? I'll accompany you, Butler Wang said with a smile. Butler Wang, didn't you say your foot was hurting? No need to trouble yourself. I can go alone, Lin Xuan replied. Young Master Lin, don't worry. I've taken some medicine, and my foot doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Lin Xuan gave Butler Wang a suspicious glance. He remembered Butler Wang complaining about his foot just an hour ago. How could it have healed so quickly? Young Master Lin, if you don't believe me, watch this. Butler Wang hopped a few times in place, looking completely fine. All right, then come with me, Lin Xuan nodded. As soon as Lin Xuan turned around, Butler Wang bent over, rubbing his knee, his face contorted in pain. Ouch, his old bones were killing him. Lin Xuan packed his things and got into a car driven by a servant from the night garden, a vehicle worth over 300,000 yuan, heading to Wang Yajin's house. He only brought Butler Wang and a bodyguard skilled in picking locks. They couldn't be too conspicuous when visiting Wang Yajin's home, lest her neighbors notice and tip her off, ruining their plans. Lin Xuan had a rough understanding of Wang Yajin's routine. She rarely returned home during the day, only coming back after work. She hired a part-time cleaner who wasn't there in the morning. The bodyguard picked the lock, and Lin Xuan and Butler Wang boldly entered the villa. At that moment, Du Hui was wandering around the house looking at the photos of him and Wang Yajin hanging on the walls. Du Hui picked up a photo of the two of them from the table. All these years, Ye never gave up on him. Du Hui's eyes welled up with emotion. Yajin, I will love you and make it up to you for the rest of my life. Just then, a male voice interrupted. Wang Yajin doesn't deserve your love. Lin Xuan barged into the room. Du Hui frowned. Who are you? Lin Xuan smiled. Mr. Du, I think we should have a good talk about your wife. Du Hui's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Xuan sat down on the sofa. Mr. Du, do you know how your car accident 18 years ago happened? Du Hui frowned. 18 years ago, he had indeed been in a car accident, hit by a truck, and lost consciousness almost immediately. He had been in a coma for 18 years before waking up. He had no idea what had happened during that time. Your accident might not have been an accident. Lin Xuan handed Du Hui a photo. Take a look. Is this the truck driver? Yes, that's him. Du Hui recognized the driver instantly. Then he noticed the woman standing next to the driver and his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't that Yajin? Why was she with him? I believe your accident was likely arranged by Wang Yajin. As soon as Lin Xuan said this, Du Hui vehemently denied it. No, it couldn't have been Yajin. She would never harm me. Lin Xuan handed Du Hui another photo. It was a picture of Wang Yajin and Lin Chang. Though they weren't being intimate, there was an undeniable air of closeness, as if they were a couple. This Du Hui was stunned. Lin Xuan explained, Wang Yajin and Lin Chang grew up together. Coincidentally, less than a week after your accident left you in a vegetative state, Wang Yajin became Lin Chang's secretary at Starlight Group. Lin Xuan walked over to the wardrobe and opened it. There are also men's clothes and personal items here. Du Hui remained unmoved. Those clothes could have been prepared by Yajun for him. Lin Xuan took out one of the shirts and handed it to Du Hui. Check if this is your size. Du Hui looked at the label and frowned. The size was one size larger than what he used to wear, and now that he was much thinner, the shirt wouldn't fit him at all. Du Hui said in a low voice, "How do I know you didn't put these clothes here yourself? Besides, there's no trace of a man living in this house." "Mister Du, that's because Lin Chang's wife, Jiang Shukin, is your wife's best friend. She sometimes visits, so Wang Yajun wouldn't leave any obvious signs of a man living here," Lin Xuan said with a faint smile. Wang Yajun was extremely cautious. Otherwise, private investigators would have caught her and Lin Chang in compromising situations long ago. Jiang Shukin had tolerated Wang Yajun being Lin Chang's secretary because she believed Wang Yajun was deeply loyal to her husband and wouldn't cheat. If Jiang Shukin found out Wang Yajun was meeting another man, she would worry that Wang Yajun might try to seduce her husband. So Wang Yajun couldn't afford to slip up in front of Jiang Shukin. Seeing Lin Xuan's confident expression, Du Hui couldn't help but feel a sliver of doubt. Could what he was saying be true? But how could Yajun betray him? Whether what I'm saying is true or not, Mr. Du, your wife's birthday is in 5 days. Lin Chang will definitely come to your house to celebrate with her. Whether your wife has been unfaithful will become clear then. However, for these 5 days, you'll need to continue pretending to be in a vegetative state. Lin Xuan handed Du Hui a voice recorder and 2 small communication devices. Use this recorder to capture their conversations. And these communication devices are for your safety. My people will be nearby. If you press this button, they'll come to protect you immediately. In his previous life, Du Hui had been killed by Wang Yajun, likely because he had let his guard down around her. No matter what, Lin Xuan wanted to ensure Du Hui's safety. First, it was crucial for his plans. Second, though he wasn't one to be overly compassionate, after experiencing what he had in his past life with Qin Royale, he felt a deep sympathy for Du Hui and didn't want anything bad to happen to him. And this red communication device, if Lin Chang and Wang Yajun get too close, press it. Du Hui held the recorder and communication devices, unable to hold back his question. "Who are you? Why are you helping me? The Lin family is my enemy." With that, Lin Xuan left. Butler Wang was thoroughly satisfied with the drama he just witnessed. Who would have thought the Lin family had such secrets? Wang Yajun, Jiang Shukin's best friend, was having an affair with Lin Chang. Not only that, but Wang Yajun had orchestrated a car accident to leave her husband in a vegetative state. This was explosive. This trip was definitely worth it. Digging a hole for Star Glory Group, Lin Lai had been tirelessly caring for Jiang Shukin in the hospital for several days. After she was discharged, he couldn't resist logging onto the dark web on his computer. He contacted the organization he had hired. "When will you take action against Lin Xuan?" The reply came swiftly, "Soon. There are still a few things I need to handle, but rest assured, sir, when we act, there's nothing we can't accomplish." The other party exuded confidence. Dealing with a defenseless young man like Lin Xuan was nothing difficult. "I will follow your instructions to the letter. Cut off that part of his body, torment him, and take nude photos of him." The person on the other end couldn't help but marvel at the cruelty. Turning a normal man into a eunuch, this was about making him suffer a fate worse than death. "Do it as soon as possible," Lin Lai urged impatiently. He was eager to see Lin Xuan's downfall. As soon as he closed his computer, a sharp pain shot through his lower body. Lin Lai broke into a cold sweat, dropping to one knee, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "Lin Xuan, I swear you'll suffer the same pain as me." Lin Lai gritted his teeth, each word dripping with venom. "Just you wait." Clutching himself, Lin Lai writhed on the floor in agony. Starlight Group. Lin Qingwen stood hesitantly at the door of the chairman's office, her hands clenched, unsure whether to tell Lin Chang about the matter. Wang Yajun emerged from the office. She looked at Lin Qingwen in surprise. "Miss, why are you standing here? Why not go in?" Secretary Wang. Lin Qingwen bit her lip. "There's something I'm not sure if I should tell my father." "What is it?" Wang Yajun asked curiously. Lin Qingwen explained the situation in detail. Wang Yajun tilted her head. "Miss, why wouldn't you tell the chairman about this?" "But father has always been unhappy about Xuan not returning to the Lin family. If I tell him, he might target Xuan's company. I don't want to see them fighting to the death in the business world," Lin Qingwen said, her lips trembling. "Miss, this is just temporary pain. Most of the business operations of young Master Xuan's company overlap with Starlight Group. The two are destined to be competitors. The best outcome would be to merge Sky Vale Group into Starlight Group. If we wait for it to grow, it will truly become a fight to the death. Wang Yajun analyzed the situation with Lin Qingwen. A glint of darkness flickered in her eyes. She couldn't let Lin Xuan grow stronger. Lin Qingwen nodded. Secretary Wang was right. Forcing Xuan to return now was the best choice. That woman was a ticking time bomb. Once Xuan returned home and got engaged to Shen Kainqian, they could drive that woman away from him. If they delayed any longer, under that woman's influence, Xuan might completely sever ties with the Lin family. That was something she couldn't bear to see. Thank you, Secretary Wang, Lin Qingwen said, her impression of Wang Yajun growing even more favorable. Miss, it's my duty, Wang Yajun replied with a smile. I'll get back to work now. Wang Yajun left with a stack of documents in hand. Lin Qingwen took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Waiter. Lin Chang straightened his suit and asked, "What is it?" Lin Qingwen frowned. "Father, why does your lounge smell so sweet?" Lin Chang feigned ignorance. "You must be imagining things." He sat down in his office chair. "Go on, Waiter. What did you want to talk about?" Lin Qingwen frowned. Was it really her imagination? "Father, I found out that Xuan's company is developing a game," Lin Qingwen said. Lin Xuan is getting involved in the gaming industry too. Lin Chang exploded in anger. Just as I thought. Lin Xuan founded Sky Vale Group to destroy our company. Lin Chang clenched his teeth. Does Lin Xuan really think he can take on Starlight Group? How laughable! Father, what should we do now? Lin Qingwen asked. Lin Chang instructed, keep digging. Find out what kind of game they're making, and get as many details as possible. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Lin Qingwen nodded. Sky Vale Group. Boss, what brings you here today? Lei Hui asked. Nothing much. Just dropping by. Lin Xuan coughed lightly. He couldn't very well say he was here to hide from Huabao. He was afraid his kidneys wouldn't hold out, so he used work as an excuse to escape. As for why he didn't use school as an excuse, it was because Huabao could easily call the principal and get him excused. Boss, Lei Hui grinned at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan rubbed his arm. Uncle Lei, what is it? The way Lei Hui was looking at him was a bit unnerving, like a wolf staring at a piece of meat. Boss, since you're here, why not take a look at these documents? Lei Hui cheerfully placed a thick stack of files in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan resigned. Lin Xuan sat down at Lei Hui's desk and began flipping through the documents, a pen in hand, occasionally jotting down notes. Lei Hui stood by, smiling. Finally, he had caught the boss. Did he think he could just be a hands-off manager? Such talent shouldn't go to waste. The secretary knocked and entered the office. Mr. Lei, someone is secretly investigating the game our company is developing. It's probably someone from Starlight Group. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, the secretary immediately added respectfully, Boss. They've come, as expected, Lin Xuan sneered. Lei Hui was surprised. Boss, you anticipated this? Yes, Lin Xuan nodded. Lin Chang won't let me off easy. He'll definitely try to find out about our game to prepare a countermeasure, though the methods he'd use would be dirty. Lei Hui asked, what should we do now? Should we keep everything under wraps? No, since they're so eager to know, let them know, Lin Xuan said with a cold smile. Boss, you mean? Lei Hui's curiosity was piqued. Lin Xuan will play along with their game. Lei Hui's eyes lit up. It seemed the boss was setting a trap for Starlight Group. I've already prepared for this. Lin Xuan pulled out a USB drive. Secretary Wang, print out the contents of this. Yes, boss. The secretary soon returned with the printed documents and placed them on the desk. Uncle Lei, find a way to let them see this, Lin Xuan said, sipping his coffee leisurely. Lei Hui picked up the documents, his face filled with surprise. Isn't this the game we're developing? Boss, are you really giving it to them? Uncle Lei, don't worry. I have a plan. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. I'll make Lin Chang reap what he sows. True. Lei Hui nodded. What did he have to worry about? Their boss wasn't the type to take a loss. The one who should be worried was Lin Chang. A spark of interest appeared in Lei Hui's eyes. The boss was digging a pit for Starlight Group to fall into. He wondered what kind of pit it would be. The action has begun, by the way. Lin Xuan thought of something and asked, is there anyone in our company's game development department who is facing financial difficulties? Lei Hui glanced at the secretary. There is one, the secretary nodded. His name is Chiparan. Recently, his daughter was hospitalized due to leukemia. What kind of person is he? Lin Xuan asked. Lei Hui replied, I have a deep impression of him. He is a very honest person. I trust him. He wouldn't do anything to betray the company. Lin Xuan nodded. Call him over. Yes, boss, the secretary acknowledged. Lin Xuan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Next, there was a 99% chance that Starlight Group would approach Shi Perrin, and he could use this to his advantage. Soon, Shi Perrin entered the office. Boss, Manager Lei, Shi Perrin greeted respectfully, his face marked by dark circles and exhaustion. Lin Xuan nodded. Your daughter is in the hospital, right? Lin Xuan asked with concern. Yes, Shi Perrin replied softly. Lin Xuan wrote out a check. Here's 1 million. Consider it the company's contribution to your daughter's treatment. If you need more funds later, feel free to contact me. Additionally, I'll arrange for someone to help find a matching bone marrow donor for your daughter. Boss, Shi Perrin looked up in shock. Lin Xuan smiled. Of course, this money isn't free. Tsuyoshi, I need you to do something for me. Boss, please tell me, Shi Perrin's eyes reddened. The boss's gesture was like a lifeline in a snowstorm. Whatever it was, he was willing to do it. Lin Xuan said, I need you to be a mole. He began explaining the plan to Shi Perrin. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lai Hui's face showed an expression of understanding. Their boss was cunning and thrifty. While typical internet companies spent a fortune on marketing, their boss saved wherever he could. Only on platforms like Huyin did he spend a little. He essentially used other companies to promote Tamu Group's products. This time, the boss was likely planning the same. By using this method, he could make Starlight Group take a major fall while having them spend money to promote Tamu Group's game. A win-win situation. Lin Xuan said, that's the general plan. Tsuyoshi, can you do it? Yes. Shi Perrin clenched his fists. I will follow your instructions perfectly and ensure they don't suspect a thing. This is what I want you to give them. If they ask, hand it over. Lin Xuan handed Shi Perrin a document. Also, if Starlight Group asks you about the game, you can tell them anything. Understood. Shi Perrin nodded. As Lin Xuan predicted, that afternoon, Lin Qingwen personally met with Shi Perrin. Shi Perrin arrived at the hotel. You said you have a way to treat my daughter, right? Shi Perrin asked eagerly. Lin Qingwen smiled. Master, Shi, please have a seat. Lin Qingwen gestured to the chair opposite her. Shi Perrin sat down. Miss, can you really treat my daughter? Lin Qingwen smiled faintly and placed an envelope in front of Shi Perrin. Inside is 5 million. It should be enough to treat your daughter's illness. Shi Perrin looked up. She must be the person from Starlight Group that the boss mentioned. Shi Perrin said solemnly, I can't accept this without reason. What do you want from me? Nothing much. I just need you to do something for me. Let me introduce myself. Lin Qingwen extended her hand to Shi Perrin. I'm Lin Qingwen, a manager at Starlight Group. Starlight Group? Shi Perrin widened his eyes. What exactly do you want? Lin Qingwen wasn't in a hurry to answer. She smiled and said, besides the 5 million, you can also join Starlight Group. Mister, Shi Tamu Group has only been around for a few months. It can't compare to Starlight Group. At Starlight Group, you'll have a brighter future. Who knows when Tamu Group might go under? As for what I need you to do, Lin Qingwen stirred her coffee gently with a spoon. It's quite simple. I need you to steal your company's game plan for me. Oh, Shi Perrin shook his head. I can't do that. If I'm caught, I'll go to jail. Then, Mr. Shi, are you going to watch your daughter die from leukemia? Lin Qingwen raised an eyebrow. I don't want to, but... Shi Perrin's face turned pale. Lin Qingwen wasn't in a hurry. She leaned back on the sofa, waiting calmly for Shi Perrin's response. Miss Lin, Shi Perrin was about to refuse when a phone call came in. Son, did you borrow the money? Doer's condition can't wait any longer. Hearing a voice on the phone, Shi Perrin's face turned deathly pale. He sat in silence for a long time. Finally, he reached out and took the envelope. Lin Qingwen smiled. Mr. Shi, I look forward to working with you. Looking forward to working with you, Shi Perrin replied in a daze. Miss Lin, what exactly do you want me to do? Lin Qingwen said, I want you to steal the game plan for the project you're currently developing. Soon, Lin Qingwen received the game plan from Shi Perrin and delivered it to Lin Chang. Thus, Lin Chang flipped through the document, his face filled with shock. He never expected Tamu Group to be developing this kind of game. A sense of dread rose in Lin Chang's heart. If this game were to succeed, Tamu Group would likely take over a significant portion of their company's market share. Thinking of this, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Chang's eyes. He called over the head of the game development department. Chairman, you wanted to see me? The department head asked respectfully. Lin Chang handed the game plan to the department head. Stop all current projects and focus on developing this game. The department head glanced at the plan, his eyes lighting up. Chairman, where did you get this? Lin Chang replied, it's from Tamu Group. The department head frowned. They must have been working on it for a while. If we start now, we might not make it in time. All our efforts could go to waste. Lin Chang sneered. What does it matter? Their team is much smaller than ours. If we work fast and release the game before them, it's Tan Group that will suffer the losses. By then, their company's game would rise to new heights, while Tanmu Group would be dealt a heavy blow. This step was necessary. All right, I'll get to it, the department head agreed. The department head left the office. Lin Chang chuckled. Lin Chuan, you think you can go against me? You're overestimating yourself. At the same time, Lin Lai received a message from the underground organization. Sir, the operation has begun. Caught by Su Hua while trying to seduce Lin Chu, and Lin Lai's lips curled into a cold smile. He would soon see Lin Chuan become just like him, a genderless freak. At least no one knew that he was now a complete eunuch. But Lin Chuan's situation would become public knowledge. Ha ha ha! Lin Lai laughed triumphantly. After leaving the company, Lin Chuan started shopping at the mall, intending to buy something for Su Hua. Su Hua was on the top floor of the building, discussing matters with the manager. Yes, President Su, I understand, the manager replied respectfully after listening to Su Hua's instructions. Hello? Su Hua stood up from the couch. President Su, would you like to take a look around the mall? The manager inquired. He genuinely hoped Su Hua would inspect the actual progress of the projects in the building. No, I'm very busy, Su Hua replied indifferently. Akshuan had gone to Tamu Group, and she wasn't sure when he'd be back. She wanted to return home early to wait for him. It had only been a few hours, but she already missed Akshuan. President Su, young Master Lin is shopping in this mall, John King whispered into Su Hua's ear. Su Hua, then let's take a casual stroll. The manager, didn't President Su just say she was busy? Why did she suddenly have time to shop? Su Hua walked straight to Huan Cheng Jewelry. Inside the store, under the stunned gaze of the sales assistant, Lin Chuan pointed at the jewelry on display. This one, map them all up for me. The dazzling array of jewelry seemed perfect for Hua Bao, so he decided to buy them all. Now that he had some money, he couldn't resist spending it on Hua Bao. The feeling of spending money on his girlfriend was quite satisfying. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment while we wrap them up, the sales assistant said, her eyes narrowing into a smile. This was a lot of money. With such a big purchase, her commission would be substantial. After Lin Chuan paid with his card, he wrote down an address and instructed, deliver all these items to this location. The sales assistant glanced at the address and was shocked. This was an area where every inch of land was worth a fortune, home to the wealthiest elites of Yundu. No wonder this man had such an extraordinary aura. Another sales assistant also widened her eyes. He lived there? This man must be someone of high status, with his striking looks and impeccable physique. If only she could seduce him, her mind began to race. She had a great figure, good looks, and came from a wealthy family. The reason she worked here was to find an exceptionally rich man. Many men had pursued her before, but none met her standards, so she rejected them all. None of them could compare to the man standing before her now. This man, she was determined to have him. Sir, please wait, she said, swaying her hips as she approached him. Lin Chuan turned around, frowning. Is there something else? The sales assistant pretended to twist her ankle and stumbled toward Lin Chuan. No man would refuse a beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms. She was sure he would catch her, and everything else would follow naturally. Lin Chuan was speechless. Seriously? Is this the only trick women use to seduce men? Just as he was about to step aside, Su Hua appeared. Her soft arm wrapped around Lin Chuan's waist, pulling him to the side and deftly avoiding the sales assistant. The sales assistant fell face first onto the floor. What just happened? The manager thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Holy crap! He wasn't mistaken. The famously aloof President Su had just wrapped her arm around a man's waist. The manager was utterly baffled. What's going on? Where am I? Lin Chuan. He couldn't help but feel that his Hua Bao had some serious girlfriend energy. Su Hua stood on her tiptoes and whispered into Lin Chuan's ear. Akshuan, you're quite the charmer, aren't you? Women just throw themselves at you left and right. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Hua Bao was jealous again, and when she got jealous, his kidneys were in for a rough time. Lin Chuan carefully chose his words. Hua Bao, they're not my type. I've told you before, to me, they're no different from ordinary cuts of pork. Out of all the women in the world, you're the only one who catches my eye. Su Hua chuckled. Akshuan, you're quite the smooth talker. But she loved it. As the two whispered to each other, the manager pulled Secretary Zhang aside and asked, Secretary Zhang, what's the relationship between this man and President Su? It's exactly what you see, Zhang King replied. The manager, exclamation, President Su has a boyfriend. and he's a strikingly handsome young man, more good-looking than any celebrity in the entertainment industry. Impressive. He actually managed to win over President Sue. The sales assistant scrambled to her feet, flustered. Sir, you saw me fall. Why didn't you catch me? She asked, her voice filled with grievance. She shot a hateful glare at Soo Hyua. It was all this woman's fault. If it weren't for her, the sir would have caught her. With her seductive, fox-like appearance, she was clearly a vixen. Soo Hyua narrowed her eyes dangerously. You wanted my Oxuan to catch you? The sales assistant bit her lip. Isn't it a man's duty to catch a woman who's falling? Unlike you, who has no sympathy at all. She had pulled the sir away, letting her fall and humiliate herself. Are you going to deny that you were trying to seduce my man? Soo Hyua sneered. The sales assistant clenched her teeth. So what if she was? Wasn't it normal for a woman to pursue a high-quality man? Soo Hyua didn't waste any more words on her. She coldly ordered, fire her, and make sure she's blacklisted from all Soo Corporation businesses. The sales assistant's eyes widened in shock. On what grounds are you firing me? The manager, no longer concerned with John King, rushed over and barked. On what grounds? On the grounds that she's here from the headquarters to inspect us. The sales assistant's hands trembled. Headquarters? Panicked, she quickly apologized to Soo Hyua. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. I'll never do it again. She couldn't afford to lose this job. It was her ticket into high society. Soo Hyua remained expressionless. Take her away. If it weren't for Okshuen's presence, she would have done more than just fire her. She didn't want Okshuan to think she was too ruthless. Two employees immediately stepped forward, grabbed the sales assistant, and escorted her out of the building. The sales assistant never imagined that her attempt to seduce a man would cost her her job and get her blacklisted from the entire Soo Corporation. With a fire extinguisher here, it's okay, Xuen. Soo Hyua tiptoed again and whispered into Lin Xuan's ear. If you get too close to any other woman, don't blame me for locking you up. Understand? Don't worry, Hyua Bao. I would never. Lin Xuan assured her. With a Yandere like her by his side, he wouldn't dare even if he had 800 lives to spare. Xuan, be good. Soo Hyua's beautiful eyes curved into his smile. Hyua Bao. Lin Xuan took a necklace out of a box. Do you like this necklace? Yes. Soo Hyua nodded. Then let me put it on for you. Dion King, hearing this, grew anxious. MS, Sue shouldn't wear that necklace. She was about to speak up when Soo Hyua shot her a look, silencing her. All right. Soo Hyua smiled. Then I'll trouble you, Xuen. John King shook her head. Of course. How could MS? Sue possibly refuse something gifted by young Master Lin? She just hoped nothing would go wrong. John King instructed the manager to clear the store of staff and customers, then stood guard outside to ensure no one approached. Lin Xuan carefully fastened the necklace around Soo Hyua's neck. The cool touch of the chain against her skin instantly brought back painful memories. Soo Hyua clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes swirling with dark emotions. Ever since she could remember, she had worn a jade Buddha necklace. When she was 8 years old, someone had yanked it from behind, leaving a deep, invisible wound on her neck. The jade Buddha necklace had shattered. In the end, she had killed that person, but she was also locked in a pitch-black room for 3 whole days. Since then, she had never worn anything around her neck again. After Lin Xuan finished putting the necklace on her, he took a moment to admire it, nodding in approval. As expected, Hyua Bao looks stunning in anything. This necklace suits you perfectly. The necklace accentuated her fair, delicate skin, making her look even more enchanting. But soon, Lin Xuan noticed something was off with Soo Hyua's mood. Hyua Bao, what's wrong? He asked with concern. Oh no! John King's heart sank. The manager looked puzzled. What was so bad? Suddenly, Soo Hyua tiptoed and pressed her lips to Lin Xuan's. Xuan, close your eyes. Soo Hyua's voice seemed to be holding back something. Lin Xuan, unsure of what was happening, decided it was best to comply. He closed his eyes. Only then did Soo Hyua open hers, her eyes tinged with a faint red. She kissed him while gazing at him with longing. After what felt like an eternity, the darkness in Soo Hyua's eyes gradually faded. Once she regained control, she pulled away from Lin Xuan's lips, a soft smile playing on her own. Xuan, you taste sweet. I like it, she whispered into his ear. Lin Xuan, what kind of logic was this? He was a grown man sweet? Shouldn't it be Soo Hyua who was sweet? But Lin Xuan was used to Soo Hyua's domineering ways by now. Hyua Bao, you must be hungry. Let's grab something to eat nearby, Lin Xuan said casually. All right, whatever Xuan wants. Soo Hyua's eyes were filled with warmth. John King finally let out a sigh of relief. Of course, with young Master Lin around, there was nothing to worry about. But still, had MS. Sue really accepted that necklace? Secretary John, what did you mean by oh no earlier? What was bad? The manager asked, still confused. John King chuckled. Things were a bit tense earlier, but with the fire extinguisher around, it's fine now. The manager was utterly baffled. What on earth? Manager Lai, you can head back now, John King said. But isn't MS Sue supposed to be inspecting the store? The manager frowned. Manager Lai, MS Sue is going on a date now. She's hardly in the mood for inspections, John King replied with a smile, then followed behind Sue Hua with the others. The manager suddenly realized that Sue Hua had originally planned to leave today but had suddenly decided to stay for an inspection, and she had come straight to this jewelry store. The manager frowned. So, MS Sue had come here today under the guise of an inspection just to see her boyfriend? What? Who would have thought that the workaholic MS Sue would ditch her responsibilities for her boyfriend? Her boyfriend must be something else to have her so captivated. Sue Hua and Lin Shu entered a restaurant, while John King and the bodyguard sat at a nearby table to avoid being third wheels. Lin Shu began feeding Sue Hua again. If they weren't in public, Sue Hua would have already been sitting in Lin Shu's lap by now. Hua bao, Lin Shu suddenly called out. Sue Hua raised an eyebrow. Nothing, you just have a grain of rice on your lip. Let me get it for you. As Lin Shuan reached out to remove the grain, Sue Hua leaned closer. Shuan, why don't you use your mouth? Sue Hua's eyes sparkled, her voice dripping with allure. Lin Shuan couldn't resist her when she was like this. He glanced around, making sure no one was watching, then quickly licked the grain off her lip. Sue Hua smiled. That grain of rice had been there on purpose. She had read somewhere that it could add a touch of playful intimacy between couples. At the next table, Secretary Jiang, I think I'm full, one of the bodyguards muttered. Me too, Jiang King set down her chopsticks. She felt like she had been force-fed dog food by the couple. Those two were inseparable, always so lovey-dovey. Wasn't a honeymoon phase supposed to last only 3 months? It had been almost a year, and their affection showed no signs of waning. If anything, it had only grown stronger. Didn't they ever get tired of it? Hua bao, I'm going to the restroom. Wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Lin Shuan left the table. Zhang Lai and Shen Kainqian entered the restaurant together. Ladies, this way please. A server led them to a table. Zhang Lai suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed on a figure sitting at one of the tables. Why Lai, what are you looking at? Shen Kainqian asked, noticing her pause. Kainqian, Zhang Lai pointed in Sue Hua's direction. Isn't that the representative from Sue Corporation who presented the award at that computer competition? Shen Kainqian followed her gaze. It was indeed that fox. Shen Kainqian's expression darkened. How annoying. Why did she have to run into her everywhere? What? If that fox was here dining, she must be with someone. Could it be her secret lover? Shen Kainqian's eyes lit up. This time, she would catch her red-handed. Once Lin Shu saw this woman's true colors, he would leave her for sure. Shen Kainqian and Zhang Lai sat at a nearby table. MS Sue, a man in a suit approached Sue Hua. These are the documents you need to sign. Due to work obligations, the man had no choice but to sit next to Sue Hua, though he kept a respectful distance. Plick, plick. Shen Kainqian snapped a few photos of the two. Hua bao. White Lotus skills. Shen Kainqian looked at the photos on her phone, a smug smile curling her lips. With these photos of that vixen being intimate with another man, brother Lin Shu will definitely break up with her. Shen Kainqian was in an exceptionally good mood. But Kainqian, Zhang Lai frowned. They don't seem to be intimate. That man seems to be quite respectful toward her. Could it be a misunderstanding? Maybe they're not the kind of relationship you think they are. Is it possible that the man is her subordinate, or perhaps a relative or friend? No way, Shen Kainqian said with certainty. A man and a woman, alone together at a restaurant, what else could it be but a date? A subordinate? Would they need to order a whole table of food just to discuss work, and just the two of them? What? Zhang Lai frowned. This still doesn't prove anything about their relationship. Not yet, but with these photos, brother Lin Shu will definitely start to suspect. Once he investigates, the truth will come out. Confidently holding her phone, Shen Kainqian walked over to Sue Hua in her high heels. Sue Hua frowned. Wasn't this the girl who liked Hun? Shen Kainqian? I've caught you red-handed. Shen Kainqian raised her phone. Brother Lin Shu loves you so much and treats you so well, yet you dare to betray him. How can you have the nerve? The male staff member from Sue Corporation frowned. What are you talking about? What betrayal? Sue Hua instructed. You can go back now. Yes, President Sue. The staff member nodded and left. President Sue? Shen Kainqian was stunned. The president of Sue Corporation? President Sue. No, you can't be her. How could the president of the largest company in Zia country look so seductive and alluring? Considering another possibility, Shen Kaienqian sneered. I never expected that you and that man would go so far as to call you President Su just to disguise your real relationship. A bodyguard frowned, about to stand up and shoo Shen Kaienqian away from Su Hua, but Jiang King stopped him. Don't interfere. President Su will handle it herself. I think, for a woman like Shen Kaienqian who covets young Master Lin, President Su would prefer to deal with her personally. Shen Kaienqian was done for. I wonder how President Su will deal with her later. John King raised her hand and soon a waiter approached. Miss, how may I assist you? John King, do you have any melon seeds? I'd like to snack on some. You can't watch a good show without melon seeds. Yes, please wait a moment. The waiter left. Su Hua's delicate brows arched. What evidence do you have? Stop playing dumb. That man just now was your lover, wasn't he? I've taken photos, and soon, Brother Lin Shu and will see your true colors. Shen Kaienqian lifted her chin arrogantly. Since you dared to betray Brother Lin Shu, and you must have known this day would come. So, Miss Shen, you're planning to show those photos to Shu, and Su Hua said with a smile, though her eyes were icy cold. Yes, exactly. Shen Kaienqian crossed her arms. If you leave Brother Lin Shu and voluntarily and leave Yundu City, I might be merciful enough not to show these photos to him. That way, you can still leave a good impression in his eyes. And if I don't? Su Hua chuckled lightly. If you don't, then I'll expose your gold-digging, cheating true self to Brother Lin Shu, and I'll make sure you're ruined. Very well. Su Hua's gaze turned cold. Originally, she had only planned to bankrupt Shen Corporation and be done with it. But this Shen Kaienqian was so infatuated with her H1. Shen Kaienqian. How delightful. Shen Kaienqian declared haughtily, I'm the heiress of Shen Corporation. Anyone who dares to compete with me for a man is doomed to a bad end. Su Hua glanced at the location on her phone. Shu and would be back soon. Su Hua suddenly remembered something she had read in a book. In front of the man you love, sometimes you can't be too strong. You have to play the part of the delicate flower when necessary. Especially in front of a rival, you can employ the White Lotus strategy pretending to be the victim. Su Hua's mind flashed back to the novel about a Yandere female CEO that Lin Xian had written. It was the only novel she had ever read. There were plenty of White Lotus tactics in it. White Lotus, huh? Su Hua murmured softly. Hey, are you listening to me? Shen Kaienqian's expression darkened. I was going to let you off, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to ruin you. And she would hire someone to scar that vixen's face. How dare she use that seductive face to lure Brother Lin Xian? Miss Shen, that man just now Chuan knows him and is aware of our relationship. But Chuan has never been angry with me. Do you really think your little scheme can shake our bond? Su Hua smiled faintly. Jiang King, who was munching on melon seeds and enjoying the show, nodded. That was true. Young Master Lin did know him and was aware of their relationship, as he was the assistant in charge of the president's office documents. The reason he had come to the restaurant was because there was an important document that required President Su's immediate signature. Shen Kaienqian's face suddenly turned grim. Indeed, Brother Lin Xian probably knew about this vixen's flirtatious ways. In Su Corporation, there must have been plenty of gossip. Last time, she had seen Brother Lin Xian bringing lunch to this vixen at Su Corporation, which meant he frequently visited the company. That gossip would likely have reached Brother Lin Xian's ears. Yet Brother Lin Xian still treated this vixen so well. Could it be that he truly loved her to such an extent? Even if she was playing the field? Shen Kaienqian's face paled. Su Hua stood up from the sofa and walked unhurriedly to Shen Kaienqian. Shen Kaienqian, Su Hua whispered in her ear, Xuan and I are a couple. We can rightfully make love, and I can listen to his sweet nothings and his seductive breaths. Oh, you can't. Oh, and we gave each other our first times. Ah, Shen Kaienqian broke down. You vixen, I'm not done with you. She grabbed a cup of tea from the table and splashed it toward Su Hua. Jiang King saw her move, but remained calm. With President Su's skills, Shen Kaienqian wouldn't succeed. But then she saw the tea hit Su Hua's face. Jiang King, what? What just happened? How dare you treat President Su like this? Are you tired of living? The bodyguard was about to stand up again to protect Su Hua, but Jiang King stopped him once more. Wait, let's see what happens next, Jiang King said. President Su must have her own plan. But what exactly is she planning? Poor pitiful Hugh, I'm telling you, if you mess with me, you're finished. This tea is just the appetizer. Next, I'll make your life a living hell. Shen Kaienqian sneered. At that moment, Hua Bao, Lin Xuan rushed to Su Hua's side, pulling out a tissue to wipe the tea off her face. Xuan, I'm fine. Su Hua shook her head. Lin Xuan's dark gaze fell on Shen Kainqian. Lin Xuan, don't misunderstand, Shen Kainqian nervously explained. I didn't mean to splash her on purpose. She provoked me. Then, as if realizing something, Shen Kainqian's eyes widened in shock. She felt like she had fallen into this vixen's trap. Su Hua must have seen Lin Xuan coming and deliberately provoked her. How shameless! She had planned to use this trick against Su Hua, but Su Hua had beaten her to it. Lin Xuan, don't be fooled by her fragile act. She's just a white lotus who knows how to play the victim. Lin Xuan's face turned cold. Su Hua playing the victim? Ha, as if it weren't for something serious, she wouldn't act like this. At that moment, Su Hua's eyes reddened and she looked deeply distressed. Xuan, Su Hua stood on her tiptoe and kissed Lin Xuan's lips, her voice filled with suppressed emotion. Shen Kainqian watched this scene with jealousy burning in her eyes. Shameless vixen! How dare she seduce Lin Xu and in public? Hua Bao, tell me, what's really going on? Lin Xuan asked with concern. Su Hua's pain couldn't just be from the tea. It's nothing. Su Hua lowered her head. She just said that you and I are only temporary. She said she'll make you like her eventually. Xuan, I'm so scared that one day you'll leave me. Jian King, what the? Since when did President Su awaken such skills? White Lotus skills. Come to think of it, she had never noticed how good Su Hua's acting was before. If she hadn't been here herself, she might have believed Su Hua too. The bodyguards nearby were also dumbfounded. Was this President Su? Shen Kainqian glared at Su Hua. I never said any of that. Stop making things up. Seeing Lin Xuan's dark expression, her heart sank. This was bad. Lin Xuan was going to misunderstand her. Would this leave a bad impression on him? Lin Xuan, I really didn't say those things. Shen Kainqian was on the verge of tears. Lin Xuan, I saw you splash tea on Hua Bao. Lin Xuan, she deliberately made you see that. Lin Xuan, this was all her plan. I'm innocent. I wouldn't just splash someone for no reason, Shen Kainqian desperately explained. Jian King stepped forward. Young Master Lin, we all heard her say those things. Shen Kainqian was stunned. Secretary Zhang, what are you doing here? Jian King smiled. I'm here in the restaurant to eat, of course. Young Master Lin, you know your girlfriend's personality. She's usually cold and distant. If Shen hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have acted like this. The four bodyguards also stepped forward. Yes, we heard it too. Shen Kainqian bit her lip. No, you're all in cahoots. You're colleagues, so of course you'd side with her. She looked around. The surveillance cameras. There must be cameras here. Call the manager and get the footage. That will reveal the truth. Yes, she needed to get the footage. That would show Lin Xu and the true nature of this woman and expose how far she would go to slander others. Jian King smirked. Surveillance footage? As President Su's right-hand woman, how could she not have taken care of that? Call your manager here. Shen Kainqian grabbed a passing manager. The manager quickly arrived. Miss, you called for me? Go and get the surveillance footage right now. Shen Kainqian pulled out a stack of cash. Here's 10,000 yuan as a tip. I'll give you another 150,000 yuan later. The manager's eyes lingered on the cash, clearly tempted, but he couldn't release the footage. The manager reluctantly looked away, deciding it was better not to see the money. Miss, the manager apologized. I'm really sorry, but the surveillance system broke this morning. It hasn't been fixed yet. What? Shen Kainqian's eyes widened. What a coincidence. Xuan, let's just go back. I'm really fine, Su Hua said softly. Jian King glanced at Su Hua. Was President Su enjoying this act a little too much? Hua Bao, wait here. Lin Xu, and gently pressed Su Hua back into her chair. Lin Xuan walked up to Shen Kainqian, his gaze icy. Shen Kainqian, I've told you before I don't like you, and I already have a girlfriend. As the daughter of Shen Corporation, you keep trying to insert yourself into other people's relationships. How shameless can you be? And most importantly, you shouldn't have splashed tea on Hua Bao. Lin Xuan, I really didn't mean to. Shen Kainqian's eyes filled with tears. She was terrified. Because of this, Lin Xu, and would think she had a terrible character and would never like her again. What should she do? Shen Kainqian suddenly turned to Su Hua, glaring at her. It's all your fault. You're the vixen who made Lin Xuan misunderstand me. I'll fight you. Shen Kainqian charged forward, aiming to slap Su Hua. Lin Xuan grabbed Shen Kainqian's wrists. Lin Xuan, Shen Kainqian's heart raced. This was the first time Lin Xuan had touched her voluntarily. The warmth from Lin Xuan's hand on her wrist felt so wonderful. Su Hua frowned, her eyes fixed on Lin Xuan's hand gripping Shen Kaiqian's wrist. Xuan touched another woman. Lin Xuan forcefully shoved Shen Kaiqian away. What else do you want to do? Lin Xuan's voice was dangerously low. Lin Xuan's push was so strong that Shen Kaiqian fell to the ground. She looked up at him in disbelief. Lin Xuan, how could you treat me like this? Tears welled up in her eyes. She loved Lin Xuan so much. How could he treat her like this? Lin Xuan expressionlessly poured a bowl of tea and walked over. Under Shen Kaiqian's stunned gaze, he tilted the bowl. The tea poured straight down onto Shen Kaiqian's head, drenching her completely. Lin Xuan! Shen Kaiqian sat on the ground, looking at him with hurt and confusion. Lin Xuan coldly said, "This is called returning the favor, Shen Kaiqian. If you dare do anything to Hua Bao again, I won't let you off." Lin Xuan! Shen Kaiqian scrambled to her feet. "Let me tell you, this vixen is just a weak." Before she could finish, Ling Xu and suddenly slapped her hard across the face. Shen Kaiqian's head snapped to the side from the force. She froze for a moment, then slowly turned her face back. "Lin Xuan, you hit me!" Lin Xuan had actually hit her. Shen Kaiqian was in complete shock. "Do you remember 9 years ago?" Lin Xuan said coldly. "Next time, don't let me hear you call Hugh a vixen." Previously, he had only avoided Shen Kaiqian and hadn't done anything to her. But now that she dared to lay a hand on Hua, he wouldn't hold back. "Brother Lin Xuan, do you know how much this hurts me?" "It hurts so much that I want to die," Shen Kaiqian said, looking at Lin Xuan with pain in her eyes. Lin Xuan's expression remained unmoved. "What does your pain have to do with me? What connection do we even have?" The coldness in Lin Xuan's eyes deeply wounded Shen Kaiqian's heart, but she didn't want to give up on him. That woman didn't deserve Lin Xuan's love. That's right. She needed to show Lin Xuan the true face of that woman. Shen Kaiqian picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground and, with trembling hands, quickly opened the photo album. "Brother Lin Xuan, look, this man has been involved with her. This is her true nature," Shen Kaiqian said urgently. Lin Xuan trusted Hua. Hua was the kind of woman who, once she fell in love, would remain loyal for a lifetime. She wouldn't shift her affections to someone else. Still, he was curious about what nonsense Shen Kaiqian could come up with. He glanced at the screen and froze. Wasn't this one of Hua's assistants? He worked just outside the CEO's office, and Jian King was his superior. Seeing Lin Xuan's stunned expression, a thought flashed through Shen Kaiqian's mind. Could it be that Lin Xuan didn't know about this vixen's infidelity? Ness? That must be it! She had almost been fooled by that shameless woman into thinking that Lin Xuan knew about her climbing the corporate ladder using her body. After all, if a man knew his woman was unfaithful, how could he continue to dote on her and love her so much? Only she was worthy of Lin Xuan. Shen Kaiqian shot Su Hua a provocative smile. Su Hua, meanwhile, was already contemplating countless ways to make Shen Kaiqian disappear. Before, she had held back because she feared Lin Xuan might think her too bloodthirsty, but now she no longer wanted to spare her. Completely unaware of Su Hua's thoughts, Shen Kaiqian continued, "Brother Lin Xuan, she's here today because she's meeting that man. Also, her position at Su Corporation was obtained by seducing men. She's not worthy of you. Brother Lin Xuan, I think you should move on from your feelings for her. There's no need to tie yourself to one tree. If you look around, you'll find many outstanding women who are worth your love. Like her, for instance. She came from a good family, was beautiful, had a great figure, and loved Lin Xuan more than anyone else in the world. Only she deserved Lin Xuan. Many outstanding women? Lin Xuan said coldly. You mean you? Yes, Shen Kaiqian replied, her face red as she shyly lowered her head. Brother Lin Xuan, I like you. You should consider me. My father only has me as his daughter, and my family can provide a lot of support for your company. What a man needed was a successful career and a caring wife. She could give Lin Xuan both. Shen Kaiqian, Lin Xuan began, but before he could finish, Shen Kaiqian hastily interrupted him. Brother Lin Xuan, you can take your time to think about it. I'm in no rush. I can wait until the day you're ready to accept me. Shen Kaiqian, Lin Xuan said coldly again. Even if Hua weren't in the picture, I would never like you. Stop deluding yourself. Why, Brother Lin Xuan, am I not good enough? Shen Kaiqian asked, her voice filled with a grievance. There were enough men chasing her to circle the earth. Why was it that the one she loved didn't want her? Shen Kaiqian, do you want me to remind you of what you've done to me? Lin Xuan said coldly. Shen Kaiqian frowned. Lin Xuan had been the young master of the Lin family, but he rarely attended social events. The first time they had officially met was at Lin Lai's birthday party. She had fallen for Lin Chuan at first sight. She had been trying to win his favor ever since. How could she have done anything to wrong him? Brother Lin Chuan, what are you talking about? Wasn't our first meeting at Lin Lai's birthday party? Shen Qian asked, confused. Lin Lai and I always celebrated our birthdays together. I was there, but you never noticed me, Lin Chuan said mockingly. From childhood, he had always been overlooked. Shen Qian's attraction to him was only because his appearance and demeanor had improved significantly. Only Su Hu had loved him even when he was gloomy and unkempt. Brother Lin Chuan, Shen Qian quickly changed the subject. Because of that birthday party, I officially met you, and I was able to break off my engagement with Lin Lai. Besides, we've had an arranged marriage since we were children. An arranged marriage? Su Hua's beautiful eyes darkened. She had forgotten. Before Lin Chuan and Shen Qian were even born, their parents had arranged their marriage. If Lin Chuan hadn't been kidnapped, he would probably be engaged to Shen Qian by now, and they would be deeply in love. The thought was unbearable to her. Brother Lin Chuan, isn't it fate? The heavens must have destined us to be together, Shen Qian said, growing more excited. Yes, she was sent by the heavens to save Lin Chuan. First, he had suffered because of that wretched woman Qin Royale, and then he fell for a vixen who seduced men at will. Only she truly loved Lin Chuan. One day, he would surely be moved by her. Fate, you say? Yes, we've had quite a bit of history since childhood, Lin Chuan nodded. Shen Qian, unable to detect the coldness in his tone, eagerly asked, Brother Lin Chuan, you mean from childhood? When did we know each other back then? She reached out to grab Lin Chuan's hand, but he deftly avoided her touch. Su Hua noticed this, and some of the darkness in her dissipated. Lin Chuan was still behaving himself. Su Hua held back her urge to take Lin Chuan away. She was easily satisfied. Even a small gesture from Lin Chuan could calm her. Lin Chuan said expressionlessly, Shen Qian, over 9 years ago, at the Lin family villa, during Lin Cheng's birthday party, you were there too. Over 9 years ago? Shen Qian tried hard to recall. She did remember that birthday party. She had bullied a boy who looked dirty and unkempt, probably the son of a servant. At the time, she had been bored and made a bet with her friends. She had to make him cry to win, but that boy was stubborn. No matter how much she tormented him, he never shed a tear. Frustrated, she had returned to the Lin family another time and found him again, continuing her cruel treatment. Apart from that boy, she had no other memories of that time. Be careful, I'll kill you, Lin Chuan said. That day, to surprise my father, I placed the flowers I had grown for months outside. I arranged them to spell out happy birthday. Then you showed up. You pulled out each flower one by one, stomped on them with your feet, and even threw the cake you were holding onto the ground, forcing me to kneel and lick it up. Lin Chuan recounted all this calmly. Shen Qian's pupils dilated in shock. Wasn't this what she had done to the servant's son? Could it be that Lin Chuan was that dirty, ragged boy? How could that be? Back then, he was dressed in patched clothes, with worn-out shoes. How could he possibly be the young master of the Lin family? If Lin Chuan was really him, then he must hate her. What should she do now? You threatened me, saying you'd tell my parents that I bullied you if I refused. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. At that time, he cared so much about the Lin family. He was afraid his parents would misunderstand him, making them dislike him even more. Besides, it was Lin Cheng's birthday party, and everyone was in high spirits. He didn't want to ruin the mood for his parents and sisters. So, he agreed. He knelt on the ground and licked up the cake. While I was eating the cake, you climbed onto my back, holding a stick, and treated me like a horse. If I slowed down even a little, you'd hit me with the stick. Lin Chuan continued to recount everything Shen Qian had done to him, his tone still calm. The second time we met was on a cold winter day. You deliberately dropped your jade pendant into the lake and made me retrieve it. He spent 2 whole hours searching the lake before finally finding the pendant. As a result, he fell seriously ill. With no one to take care of him, he just took some cold medicine and toughed it out. Su Hua looked at Lin Chuan, biting her lip. Chuan had gone through so much. Besides what he mentioned, how much more suffering had he endured as a child? Su Hua's heart ached with a dense, piercing pain. At this moment, she completely forgot that she had suffered even more than Lin Chuan, facing life-threatening dangers. Lin Chuan, I'm sorry, Shen Qian said, her face pale. I didn't know it was you. I thought you were just the servant's son. If I had known it was you, I would never have treated you that way. Lin Chuan, please don't blame me, okay? I really didn't mean it. Lin Chuan coldly looked at Shen Qian. So, Shen Qian, I could never like you. The only person I will ever love in this lifetime is Hua Bao. You should give up. If you dare do anything to Hua Bao, Shen Kainqian, I'll kill you. Lin Xuan's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lin Xuan. Shen Kainqian's mind was in a daze. She never imagined that the boy she had bullied would turn out to be the man she would fall in love with. I was wrong. I was really wrong, Lin Xuan. Give me a chance to make it up to you, please. Shen Kainqian pleaded. Lin Xuan ignored her and walked over to Su Hua. Hua Bao, let's go. When facing Su Hua, the coldness in Lin Xuan's demeanor vanished, replaced only by tenderness. Okay? Su Hua nodded. Lin Xuan wrapped his arm around Su Hua. Shen Kainqian stood there, her face still pale. As they passed by her, she suddenly shouted, Lin Xuan, can you really tolerate this woman cheating on you? Do you love her that much? Lin Xuan paused. Hua Bao didn't cheat. That man is just her subordinate. But you're right about one thing, I do love Hua Bao very much. Shen Kainqian looked at Lin Xuan, heartbroken. As Jiang King passed by Shen Kainqian, she shook her head. To be honest, Shen Kainqian had always been coveting young Master Lin. Previously, President Su had only given her a small punishment, well, not exactly small, since she had already ordered the Shen family's downfall, just in a more subtle way. If Shen Kainqian had turned back, the Shen family might still have had a place in Yundu City. But now, Shen Kainqian had crossed President Su's bottom line. The Shen family and Shen Kainqian were done for. Jiang King didn't pay Shen Kainqian any more attention and followed Su Hua as they left. Kainqian, are you okay? Zhang Lai hadn't dared to approach earlier. Only after everyone had left did she step forward to comfort Shen Kainqian. She used a tissue to wipe the water stains from Shen Kainqian's face. Kainqian, don't be sad. With your looks and background, you can find any man you want, Zhang Lai consoled her. Besides, as a woman's intuition told her, the vixen Shen Kainqian mentioned wasn't simple. Those men dressed as bodyguards and that woman in a sharp business suit seemed to be with her. With such an entourage, how could her identity be ordinary? Even Shen Kainqian didn't have that kind of presence. No, I won't give up, Shen Kainqian said through gritted teeth. I will never give up on Lin Xuan, and I won't lose to that vixen. I, Shen Kainqian, have never failed to get what I want. She was determined to take Lin Xuan away from that woman. As for the way she had treated Lin Xuan and when they were kids, that was so long ago. Lin Xuan couldn't possibly hold a grudge over something that happened so long ago. His words were just excuses to reject her. Shen Kainqian used every possible reason to convince herself that she still had a chance with Lin Xuan. Lily, just wait and see. Lin Xuan will be with me in the end. No matter what, she had to have Lin Xuan. Shen Kainqian clenched her fists. First, she had to deal with that woman. She couldn't wait any longer. She needed her father to send people to help her immediately. She would ruin that vixen's face. She would make her suffer at the hands of countless men, turning her into a disgrace. A sinister glint flashed in Shen Kainqian's eyes. Since she was a child, no one who had crossed her had ever ended well. Lin Xuan and Su Hua bought new clothes at a nearby boutique. After Su Hua changed, they returned to the car. Su Hua pursed her lips and said, Xuan, give me your hand. Lin Xuan was puzzled. My hand? He complied, offering his left hand to Su Hua. Su Hua said, the other one. Oh, okay. Lin Xuan extended his right hand, and without a word, Su Hua took out an alcohol wipe and meticulously cleaned his hand. Lin Xuan was even more confused. Was his hand that dirty? Xuan, you can't just touch other women casually from now on, Su Hua said, her lips pressed together. Lin Xuan suddenly understood. So Hua Bao was jealous, even though he had only touched Shen Kainqian to block her slap. The way a Yandere gets jealous is truly different from other women. Okay, I won't, Lin Xuan nodded. Su Hua wiped his hand several times, making sure the scent of Shen Kainqian was completely gone before she finally stopped. Using my body to keep him, Su Hua was domineering, so domineering that she wanted Lin Xuan to belong to her alone, keeping others away from him. She truly wished to live like this with her Xuan forever and ever within the confines of Night Garden. But Xuan wouldn't be happy. Xuan, Su Hua pressed herself against Lin Xuan. This Shen Kainqian is so infatuated with you. A dignified daughter of the Shen family, willing to be the other woman for you. Xuan, you're really something. Lin Xuan held petite woman's waist. Of course, the man Su Hua loves must be charming. Otherwise, how could I make Su Hua adore me so much? Xuan, you're getting more and more smooth talking, Su Hua said, her eyes curving into a smile. Su Hua, a man has to be a little bad for a woman to love him, Lin Xuan quipped without hesitation. Then show me how bad you can be, Su Hua's breath was warm and teasing as she leaned in, offering her crimson lips to Lin Xuan. The driver quickly lowered the partition. Jian King stared straight ahead, her expression unreadable. What kind of scandalous conversation were Miss Su and young Master Lin having? Secretary Zhang, the driver asked curiously, how come we've never seen Miss Su pregnant, even though she and young Master Lin are so intimate all the time? Jian King's expression turned complicated. She had wondered the same thing at first. Later, she overheard someone in the lab talking about a contraceptive injection. Upon further inquiry, she learned that Su Hua had commissioned its development 5 years ago. The contraceptive injection had no harmful side effects. Alongside it, an antidote had also been developed, allowing the contraception to be stopped at any time. There was even a fertility-boosting injection. Everything was meticulously prepared. Su Hua had personally ordered the development of the contraceptive injection. She wouldn't have done so without a reason, most likely. It was for her own use. So, the reason Su Hua hadn't gotten pregnant was probably due to the contraceptive injection. It made sense. Su Hua and Lin Xuan were deeply in love. Why would they let a child disrupt their lives? Su Hua only cared about Lin Xuan. To her, a child would likely mean nothing. Su Hua had also instructed the lab to develop a fertility-boosting drug, which had only been successfully completed 5 months ago. If Lin Xuan continued to resist, Su Hua might eventually resort to using the fertility injection to tie him down with a child. But now that Lin Xuan was so devoted to her, Su Hua chose to continue with contraception. Well, it seems we won't be seeing a little miss or young master anytime soon, Jian King sighed. Even if Su Hua did have a child, Jian King was certain that Su Hua would find every excuse to keep the child from getting close to Lin Xuan, and if it dared to compete for his affection. Jian King silently lit a candle in her heart for the unborn child of Su Hua and Lin Xuan. With a mother like Su Hua, life would be a living hell from the start. Secretary Zhang, the driver asked again, do you think young Master Lin is genuinely staying by Miss Su's side now? Of course, Jian King replied confidently. But if young Master Lin ever tried to escape, I'm sure Miss Su would be thrilled. What? The driver asked, puzzled, because then she'd have an excuse to lock him up in a dark room. Jian King smiled but said nothing. She had noticed long ago that Su Hua had been itching to lock Lin Xuan away. If he ever tried to escape, she'd have the perfect excuse to do so. The car pulled into Night Garden. Jian King received a call and hurried over to Su Hua. Miss Su, Director Wang has sent you an important email. It requires your immediate attention. All right, I'll handle it, Su Hua said as she headed upstairs. Lin Xuan turned to Jian King. Secretary Zhang, why did I feel like Su Hua was acting strange when I put the necklace on her earlier? Jian King replied, young Master Lin, since I've been by Miss Su's side, I've rarely seen her wear any necklaces. There was only one time when she was unconscious, and the old master placed a necklace on her, a keepsake from her father. When she woke up and saw it, she had a breakdown. Do you know why, Secretary Zhang? Lin Xuan pressed. I don't. Jian King shook her head. It's probably some childhood trauma. Miss Su was abducted when she was young. What she went through back then, none of us know. The old master has asked, but she's always refused to talk about it. But ever since she returned, she's been so isolated, living like a machine that only knows work. Only killing seemed to excite her. Jian King didn't voice the last part. She knew Su Hua didn't want to reveal her darker side to Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, Jian King continued, Miss Su's personality was shaped by her past. She still has episodes, and she's incredibly skilled in combat. Her body is covered in scars. Her childhood must have been horrific. It's only after you came into her life that I've seen Miss Su as a living, breathing person, not just a walking corpse. Jian King was deeply grateful to Lin Xuan. Tbars, Secretary Zhang, are you mistaken? Lin Xuan asked, confused. Su Hua doesn't have any scars. Well, Jian King explained, she doesn't have any now because she developed a special medicine that can completely remove scars. But the process is excruciating. When she was removing her scars, Miss Su was trembling in pain. Lin Xuan's heart ached at the thought. Su Hua, who could endure so much pain in her past life, she had slit her own wrist without flinching, had suffered so much just to remove her scars for him. Jian King coughed lightly. Miss Su said she wanted to present her most perfect self to you, young Master Lin. Su Hua knew that Lin Xuan and had feelings for Qin Royal, so she wanted to use her body to keep him captivated, to make him crave her. Naturally, she wanted her body to be flawless like a piece of pristine jade. Jian King felt it was important for Lin Xuan and to know all this, to understand everything Su Hua had done for him behind the scenes. Lin Xuan's eyes filled with tenderness. So, Su Hua had done so much for him. By the way, when did she remove her scars? Lin Xuan asked. The day before your wedding to Qin Royao, Zhang King answered. Lin Xuan finally understood the lingering question in his heart. During the 2 years he was confined in Night Garden, Su Hua had never forced herself on him. It wasn't out of restraint, it was because she was afraid he'd see her scars and think she was ugly. Su Hua came downstairs. As they sat on the couch, Lin Xuan reached to remove the necklace from Su Hua's neck. Su Hua caught his hand. What are you doing, Xuan? Her brows arched playfully. Let me take the necklace off. I've bought you other gifts. You don't have to wear this one, Lin Xuan said gently. But I want to wear it, Su Hua replied, her lips curving into a soft smile. She loved the gift Xuan had given her. Don't force yourself for my sake, Lin Xuan said, ruffling her hair. Su Hua, I don't want to see you in pain. The shadows from childhood are not so easily overcome. He didn't want Su Hua to endure the pain in her heart just to wear this necklace. Because Xuan is my medicine. Su Hua was taken aback. She turned to look at Jian King. She had told Lin Xuan about her situation. Jian King looked up at the sky. Don't come looking for her. She knows nothing. Xuan, I don't think this necklace means much to me anymore, Su Hua whispered, her red lips brushing against Lin Xuan's ear. Because Xuan is my cure, the remedy that can heal me. That kiss at the jewelry store made me stop resisting this necklace. So, Xuan, I won't allow my cure to escape from my side. It was destined they were bound to be locked together for life. All right, Hua Bao, I'll be your cure, Lin Xuan said tenderly, tightening his embrace around Su Hua's waist. Su Hua rested her head against Lin Xuan's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Lin Xuan was so good to her, and his tenderness made her reluctant to let go. This harmonious scene was witnessed by Zhang King and Butler Wang, who exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Xuan, I've already arranged for you to take leave from school. Stay with me at the villa these next few days, okay? Su Hua looked up at Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with pain. Lin Xuan's heart ached for Su Hua. How could he refuse? All right, I'll do as you say, Hua Bao, Lin Xuan replied. The corners of Su Hua's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Lin Xuan had fallen into her trap. These days, she could spend every moment with him, indulging in their closeness. After leaving the restaurant, Shen Kaiqian returned to the Shen family estate. Before entering the villa, she instructed the bodyguard in the driver's seat, slap my face a few times. The bodyguard frowned. Miss, this do it quickly. If you don't, I'll fire you. Shen Kaiqian snapped impatiently. Yes, miss. The bodyguard reluctantly gave her a few light slaps. Are you not eating enough? Hit me harder. Shen Kaiqian gritted her teeth. Miss, please bear with it. The bodyguard clenched his jaw and slapped her several times with force. Shen Kaiqian, who was sensitive to pain, was brought to tears. Only when her face was swollen did she tell the bodyguard to stop. That vixen! Shen Kaiqian forced back her tears, biting her lip. The humiliation I suffered today, and the beating I endured, I'll repay you 1,000 times over. Miss, why did you ask me to hit you? The bodyguard couldn't help but ask. Because it will make my father feel sorry for me, Shen Kaiqian said darkly. When he sees how hurt I am, he will give me more resources, and I'll have a better chance of dealing with that woman. She couldn't wait any longer. She needed her father to assign her more people as soon as possible. She had always been pampered since she was young and had never suffered such humiliation before. Shen Kaiqian also made sure to dishevel her clothes and hair before striding into the villa in her high heels. Master, Miss Kaiqian has returned, a servant announced. Kaiqian is back? Shen Mao smiled as he removed his apron and stepped out of the kitchen. Kaiqian, I made your favorite crayfish. Before he could finish, Shen Kaiqian rushed in and threw herself into his arms. Dad, Shen Kaiqian said with a choked voice. What's wrong? Who made my daughter cry like this? Shen Mao asked, his heart aching. Master, look at Miss Kaiqian's face, a servant explained. Shen Mao quickly pulled Shen Kaiqian away to inspect her. What he saw stunned him. Shen Kaiqian's face was red and swollen, with a trace of dried blood at the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had been struck. Kaiqian, Shen Mao roared in anger. Who did this to you? Dad, it was that woman, the one who insulted me. Shen Kaiqian sobbed. You mean that employee from Su Corporation? Shen Mao frowned. Yes, it's her. Shen Kaiqian cried. Dad, she's actually Lin Xuan's girlfriend. She couldn't stand me being close to Lin Xuan, so she hit me and warned me to stay away from him. She said she'd beat me every time she saw me near him. How dare anyone lay a hand on my daughter? Do they have a death wish? Shen Mao's chest heaved with fury. Kaiqian, Shen Mao said with deep concern. Don't worry, Dad will make sure justice is served. But Dad, she's from Su Corporation, Shen Kian said, her eyes red. So what if she's from Su Corporation? That's not a free pass. Shen Mao sneered. As far as I know, aside from the CEO, most of the senior executives at Su Corporation are older women. That woman is probably just a mid-level employee. She's no one important. As the chairman of Shen Corporation, dealing with such a small fry won't even make Su Corporation bat an eye. Shen Mao's expression darkened. Besides, if he handled it discreetly, that woman wouldn't be able to do a thing about it. Kian, I'll send people to deal with her right away, Shen Mao said. Dad, can you assign them to me? Shen Kian pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. I want to handle her myself. All right. Shen Mao nodded. I'll assign 6 people to you. That should be enough to deal with a woman, right? That's enough, Shen Kian agreed. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. You vixen, I'll make you regret clinging to brother Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan and Su Hua had been staying at the villa these past few days. It was Su Hua's menstrual cycle, so they hadn't done anything intimate. Su Hua felt a twinge of regret. Her periods had always been irregular, and she hadn't expected this one to come so soon. If she had known, she would have waited a bit longer before playing the pity card. That way, these past few days could have been spent in bed with her dear Xu, and instead of just spending time together in a mundane, romantic way. Before they knew it, Wang Yajin's birthday had arrived. Jiang Shuken had always remembered her best friend's birthday and came to Starlight Group with a gift in hand. Yajin, this is my birthday gift for you, Jiang Shuken said with a smile, handing the gift box to Wang Yajin. Shuken, thank you, Wang Yajin replied with a smile. You're the only one who always remembers my birthday. You're so sweet. Of course, we're best friends, Jiang Shuken said, smiling back. How about this, Yajin? After work tonight, let's go out for a stroll. No, Wang Yajin shook her head. I want to spend time with my husband. And her husband was Lin Cheng. If not now, then certainly in the future. This bitch. Jiang Shuken tightly held Wang Yajin's hand. Yajin, why do you insist on staying with your husband? You're so beautiful and have such a great figure. I'm sure many men are chasing after you. To be honest, you should just divorce him. He's been lying in bed for so many years, and you've been taking care of him tirelessly for almost 2 decades now. You've already done more than enough. Jiang Shuken was earnestly trying to persuade Wang Yajin. She truly didn't want to see her good friend continue to suffer like this. In her eyes, Wang Yajin was a fool, the only person who could care for her vegetative husband day in and day out for so many years. Shuken, I know you mean well, Wang Yajin said with a bitter smile, but I won't leave him unless he dies. Of course, the day he dies would also be the day Lin Cheng divorces Jiang Shuken or the day he wakes up. No one can stop her from becoming the wife of the chairman of Starlight Group. Shuken, you really don't need to persuade me anymore. I know what I'm doing, Wang Yajin said. Alright, do as you wish. But Yajin, don't worry, I'll help you, Jiang Shuken assured her. Shuken, thank you. You're always the best to me, Wang Yajin said, deeply moved. The two of them shared a moment of sisterly affection. As soon as Jiang Shuken left, Wang Yajin swayed her hips and walked into the chairman's office, sitting directly on Lin Cheng's lap. Chairman, will you come to my place tonight? Wang Yajin asked in a coquettish tone. Today is your birthday, of course I'll come, Lin Cheng replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her. Your wife came by today. Do you think she'll be furious knowing that you spend every one of my birthdays with me? What? If she gets angry, will you stop being with me? Oh, Lin Cheng teased. Of course not. In fact, I'd be delighted, Wang Yajin said with a mischievous grin. After all, she's the one who stole you from me. I was supposed to be your wife, but now I'm just a hidden mistress. The more she suffers, the happier I am. If she can't take it and leaves you, then I'll have you all to myself. Lin Cheng didn't think Wang Yajin was being cruel. To him, her actions were simply a reflection of how much she loved him. If anything, he felt guilty toward her. Yajin, don't worry, Lin Cheng assured her. I'll give you a proper status soon. You always say that to comfort me, Wang Yajin pouted, turning her head away. When have you ever followed through? It's just a matter of time. Jiang Shuken's family has too much influence, and I can't afford to offend them. We have to be discreet for now. Lin Cheng's expression darkened. He had long grown tired of Jiang Shuken's shrewish behavior. If it weren't for the fear of retaliation from the Jiang family, he would have divorced her long ago. Then hurry up, Chang. I'll be waiting, Wang Yajin said. Of course, Lin Cheng murmured, burying his face in Wang Yajin's neck and taking a deep breath. You smell so good, my dear. After work, Wang Yajin returned to the villa. Lin Lai didn't come to celebrate her birthday with her. In Lin Chang's eyes, Lin Lai didn't know that he was the son of Lin Chang and Wang Yajin. This was at Wang Yajin's suggestion. She didn't want Lin Lai to know that his mother was a mistress. She wanted to keep Lin Lai in the dark, maintaining the image of an innocent, oblivious young man. Wang Yajin entered Du Hui's room. She sat by the bed and spoke softly. "Husband, you've been in a coma for so many years. You probably don't know, but I found happiness again. Do you know who it is? It's my first love. In the second year of our marriage, I rekindled my relationship with him. Oh, and by the way, the car accident that left you in a vegetative state, that was my doing. Do you know why I did it? Because I was afraid you'd find out about my affair with Chang. Plus, I needed you to be in this state so I could play the role of a devoted wife. That way, I could stay close to Chang as his secretary, right under Zhang Shuken's nose, without her suspecting a thing. Zhang Shuken would never believe that someone as devoted as Wang Yajin would seduce her husband. And to top it off, Wang Yajin had even given her own son to Zhang Shuken to raise. Watching Zhang Shuken dote on her son while ignoring her own flesh and blood, it was pure satisfaction. This was the price for stealing Chang from her. Du Hui's hands, hidden beneath the blanket, clenched tightly. So everything Lin Chuan had said was true. Wang Yajin hadn't just cheated on him. She had orchestrated his car accident. This vile woman. He had treated her so well, and this was how she repaid him. Du Hui was so enraged that the blanket trembled slightly. Wang Yajin froze. Did the blanket just move? Was he awake? Husband, are you awake? Wang Yajin called softly into Du Hui's ear. Du Hui remained motionless, just as he had been for years, lying still on the bed. Wang Yajin frowned. Was it just her imagination? Had Du Hui not woken up? Wang Yajin was an extremely cautious person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to carry on her affair with Lin Chang in the office under Lin Qingwen's watchful eye without raising any suspicion. To confirm whether Du Hui had truly woken up, she fetched a needle. She pricked Du Hui's finger, slowly pushing the needle deeper while carefully observing his expression. Du Hui remained asleep, showing no signs of awareness, just as before. Wang Yajin relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. It must have been her imagination after all. Of course! Du Hui had been in a coma for so long, and she hadn't provided him with any treatment. How could he possibly wake up so easily? After confirming Du Hui's condition, Wang Yajin didn't stop what she was doing. She continued to jab the needle into Du Hui's fingers and palms, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, husband, does it hurt? But don't worry, your pain won't last much longer. Once I've driven Zhang Shuken out of the Lin family, I'll kill you. Du Hui's hands were bleeding profusely, the needle now soaked in blood. Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted her. It was the housekeeper. Madam, Mr. Lin is here to see you. Adas. Zhang, your husband is having an affair. Wang Yajin finally stopped what she was doing. She gently wiped the blood off Du Hui's hands with a tissue. Honey, I'm going to meet my lover now. You just stay here and keep sleeping. Wang Yajin covered Du Hui's hands with the blanket again. She walked out of the room and instructed, "You can leave now." Yes, madam. The part-time housekeeper took off her apron and left. Lin Chang glanced in the direction of Du Hui's room and frowned. Were you just with your husband? It's nothing. I just went to check on him. Wang Yajin walked up to Lin Chang and smiled. Brother Chang, are you jealous? What do you think? My woman is married to another man. How could I not be jealous? Every man wants to have his woman all to himself, and he was no exception. Wang Yajin laughed. Brother Chang, why are you jealous of a vegetative man? Don't you understand? My body and heart belong to you now. Lin Chang was pleased with Wang Yajin's words. Brother Chang, you must be hungry. Come and eat. I cooked your favorite dishes myself. Lin Qiu and was listening to the sounds coming from Du Hui's room through his headphones. Kick Zhang Shuken out of the Lin family? A cold glint flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. How could he let Wang Yajin succeed? The Lin family had to fall together into the abyss. That would be fun. Hearing the sound of Lin Chang entering Wang Yajin's house, Lin Qiu and got up, ready to go find Zhang Shuken. He had just placed his hand on the doorknob when Su Hui's voice drifted over from behind him. Where are you going? Ok Xuan. Lin Xuan turned around. Hua Bao, I need to take care of something. Su Hua was wearing Lin Xuan's white shirt, which just barely covered her hips. Her eyes were seductive, and she exuded a unique charm. There was also an air of unfulfilled desire about her. The stunningly beautiful woman walked barefoot to Lin Xuan, tiptoed up, and wrapped her soft arms around his neck. It's only been 2 hours since we finished, and you already have the energy to go out. Did I not satisfy you enough? Her breath was warm and alluring. Lin Xuan coughed lightly, his eyes involuntarily darting to Su Hua's red lips. It had been Su Hua's menstrual cycle these past few days, so they hadn't done anything. Today, however, Su Hua had suddenly started seducing him. She had used every trick in the book to tease him, leaving him restless. He had tried to hold her back, reminding her that she was still on her period and they couldn't do anything. But this little vixen had clung to him, saying she could help him in other ways. Lin Chuan's kidneys, rest? Impossible. Su Hua's period? Still impossible. Those were things they had never tried before. And to be honest, it had been quite enjoyable. He had almost died on top of her. No, Lin Chuan quickly denied. I have something to take care of today. I want to lure Zhang Shuken into watching a good show. Lin Chang's affair. Su Hua's fingers traced circles on Lin Chuan's chest through the thin fabric of his shirt. She wasn't particularly interested in the Lin family's affairs, but this seemed like something fun for Xuan. Su Hua didn't stop Lin Chuan. Instead, she leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Then I'll wait for you to come home. When you return, I'll make sure to satisfy you properly." Lin Chuan's heart was pounding. Why was he suddenly looking forward to it? Su Hua watched Lin Chuan leave, her gaze lingering until his figure disappeared from sight. Then she smiled, her red lips curving into a seductive smirk. Xuan! Su Hua touched the ring on her finger, her tone filled with indulgence. Lin Chuan had already sent people to keep an eye on Zhang Shuken, so he could track her whereabouts at any time. Today, Zhang Shuken had stayed at the Lin family's residence the entire day, not leaving once. After leaving the night garden, Lin Chuan headed straight to the Lin family. No one dared to stop him. After all, he was still related by blood to the Lin family. If they stopped him now and he returned to the Lin family in the future, they would be the ones to suffer his wrath. At that moment, Zhang Shuken was sitting at the dining table, accompanied by Lin Qingwen. The table was filled with 7 or 8 dishes, all cooked by Zhang Shuken herself. Zhang Shuken called Lin Chang. "Honey, it's almost 6. Why aren't you back for dinner yet?" Lin Chang answered without batting an eye. "I still have a business meeting to attend. I won't be back for dinner. Oh, and the gift I picked out for you has already been sent home. I'm busy now, so I'll talk to you later." After hanging up, Lin Chang continued kissing Wang Qiajun in his arms. Zhang Shuken clenched her phone tightly. Work again! Today was their wedding anniversary, and every year it was the same. He never spent it with her. Zhang Shuken then called Lin Lai, Lin Qingyan, and Lin Qingxiu. None of them were available. "I raised so many children, and not one of them is useful. Everyone's busy, and no one's around when it's time to eat." Zhang Shuken fumed. She had worked so hard to prepare this feast, and yet no one came back to eat. "Mom, I'm still here," Lin Qingwen said with a smile as she sat down beside Zhang Shuken. A servant hurried into the dining room. "Madam, young miss, the eldest young master has returned." "The eldest young master?" Lin Qingwen was stunned. "You mean Zio Xuan?" "Yes," the servant nodded. "That's great. Zio Xuan is finally willing to come back." Lin Qingwen's face lit up with joy, but then her brows furrowed. Was Zio Xuan really willing to return to this family? Or was there something else that brought him here? Still, no matter the reason, it was a good start that Zio Xuan was willing to come back. After all, ever since Zio Xuan signed the severance agreement with the Lin family, he had never set foot in the house again. "Mom, let's go see Zio Xuan," Lin Qingwen said excitedly. Zhang Shuken slammed her chopsticks on the table. "Why should we see him?" Zhang Shuken sneered. "He's grown wings and flown away from the Lin family. He's no longer one of us. If he's back, it's either for trouble or some scheme. Go and kick him out of the Lin family." Zhang Shuken ordered the servants. She had no desire to see Lin Chuan. "Yes, I'll go and ask the eldest young master to leave," the servants replied. "Wait!" Lin Qingwen quickly stopped the servant. "Let Zio Xuan come in." "Wanner, are you siding with Lin Chuan and ignoring your mother now?" Zhang Shuken said angrily. "Mom," Lin Qingwen sat down beside Zhang Shuken. "Because of the Shen family's withdrawal of funding, our company has suffered huge losses. If Zio Xuan returns home and gets engaged to Shen Kainqian, all our problems will be solved." "Mom, you know how important the company is to Dad. Now that Lin Chuan has finally come back, if you just drive him away like this, Dad will probably have a conflict with you if he finds out," Lin Qingwen advised. Zhang Shuken snorted but didn't say anything. Lin Chuan walked into the dining room, pulled out a chair, and sat down, crossing his legs arrogantly. "Lin Chuan, you're back," Lin Qingwen said, her eyes filled with joy. "I came to tell you something good," Lin Chuan said with a light chuckle. "Mezes, Jiang, your husband is having an affair. The other woman is your best friend, Wang Qiajun. Go watch a great show." Lin Chuan intended to get straight to the point. He had just uttered the word Zhang when Zhang Shuken began to mock him coldly. A good show? What could an outsider like you possibly know about our family affairs? Lin Xuan, you haven't been able to make it outside, have you? So now you're looking for an excuse to come back. Lin Qingwen still wanted to persuade her. After all, Xiaoxuan is our blood relative, our closest kin. Maybe. What blood relative? Zhang Shuken said with a grim expression. It was he who chose to leave the Lin family and sever ties with us. And it was also he who exposed Lin Lai and Qin Royale's affair at Lear's birthday banquet. Moreover, my child was also cursed by him. Such an ungrateful son, I, Zhang Shuken, cannot afford to keep. Though, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Was Zhang Shuken referring to the child in her womb that was killed by Lin Lai? It seems he was being framed for this. But he had been framed many times before. One more wouldn't make a difference. If he were to reveal those pieces of evidence now, Lin Lai would surely be driven out of the Lin family. But then his plan to have Lin Lai bring down the Lin family would not come to fruition. The spectacle he wanted to witness was the Lin family watching helplessly as the son and brother they had doted on since childhood brought about their downfall. To kill and then to torment the heart. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Lin Qingwen pursed her lips. Mom, Xiaoxuanxi. Lin Qingwen, you shut up. Zhang Shuken scolded with a grim face. I've long noticed that you often speak up for Lin Xuan. Before I could turn a blind eye, but now you insist on opposing me in front of Lin Xuan? Lin Qingwen's eyes were red, and her heart ached terribly. Mom really harbors too much hostility towards Xiaoxuan. She had previously hoped to mend the relationship between Xiaoxuan and Mom, but Mom loves Lear and the child in her belly so much. Xiaoxuan first humiliated Lear at the birthday banquet and ruined the cooperation with the Shen family. Later, Mom's child was beaten out of her by thugs, and Mom felt it was Xiaoxuan's curse. Mom's prejudice against Xiaoxuan is really getting deeper and deeper. What could she possibly do to dispel Mom's hostility towards Xiaoxuan? Xiaoxuan. Lin Qingwen walked up to Lin Xuan and whispered, You came back today because you still have feelings for this family, don't you? Don't mind the hurtful words Mom says. Deep down she still cares about you. As long as you apologize and say some nice words to Mom, she will accept you. Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Qingwen. Who said I wanted to come back? Lin Qingwen's heart sank. Indeed, Xiaoxuan's return home was not a genuine desire to come back. Then Xiaoxuan, is there something you need? Lin Qingwen tried to soften her tone, wanting Xiaoxuan to know that there are still people in this family who care about him. Xiaoxuan, if there's anything you need help with, just tell your elder sister, and I will help you. Also, about your girlfriend last time, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Lin Qingwen still looked down on Su Hua, but now she could only apologize first, otherwise Xiaoxuan would hold a grudge against her for the hotel incident. Zhang Shuken scolded, Lin Qingwen, haven't you seen his attitude towards you? Why are you still offering to help him? Isn't he capable enough? Doesn't he need the Lin family anymore? Then let him fend for himself outside. Lin Qingwen clenched her fists. A strong sense of helplessness welled up in her heart. She could only place her hopes on Lin Xuan and again, Xiaoxuan. Lin Qingwen grabbed Lin Xuan's arm. Lin Xuan impatiently shook her off. I don't need your help, I said. I just want to take you to see a good show. Methes, Jot, Lin Xuan looked at Zhang Shuken and smiled. This good show is related to you, and even more so to your good friend and your good husband. Zhang Shuken's brows were tightly knit. What exactly does Lin Xuan want to do? Speak, what is it? I'd like to hear what nonsense you can come up with. Zhang Shuken sneered. Lin Xuan had been away from the Lin family for so long, she simply didn't believe that Lin Xuan could know anything about the Lin family's affairs. Lin Xuan crossed his legs and spoke leisurely, Your good husband has been cheating on you with your good friend, Wang Yacheng. Zhang Shuken and Lin Qingwen were both stunned. Zhang Shuken came back to her senses and sneered, Lin Xuan, it seems you're still incorrigible. Do you want to stir up trouble in this family until it's in complete chaos before you're satisfied? You don't believe me? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Galayu? Zhang Shuken scoffed. You can't even make up a convincing lie? My husband would never cheat on me. Brother Lin Cheng loves her so much, how could he possibly cheat? Those women who tried to get close to him and seduce him were always dealt with cleanly by him. She believes he would remain faithful. As for Yacheng, she would never hook up with my husband. She has a husband she deeply loves. How could she possibly cheat with my husband? Lin Xuan, do you think I would believe such a random lie you made up? Lin Xuan nodded. It's hard to believe. Oh, Lin Qiuan smiled. Today I just want to take you to Wang Yajun's house, so you can see for yourself how affectionate your good friend and your good husband are. Zhao Qiuan. Lin Qingwen frowned. I've been working at the company. If Secretary Wang and Dad really had something, I couldn't possibly not notice anything. Are you perhaps mistaken? Lin Qiuan was in a good mood today, unusually patient. I'll say it again. I'm taking you to see the live version of the good show. Whether what I say is true or not will be clear then. Lin Qingyan, wearing sunglasses, had also returned. She came back to fetch something. She vaguely heard voices from the dining room and frowned. Do we have guests? She thought she heard Lin Qiuan's voice. The servant answered, the young master has returned. Lin Qiuan? Lin Qingyan frowned. Has Lin Qiuan returned today because he couldn't make it outside and wants to come back to the Lin family? No, she can't let him come back. Seeing him at home would ruin her mood. Moreover, Lear would also get the wrong idea. Lin Qingyan walked into the dining room. I disagree. Lin Qingyan went straight to Zhang Shukin's side. Mom, I disagree with Lin Qiuan returning to this family. Miss Lin, aren't you being a bit presumptuous? When did I say I wanted to come back? Lin Qiuan said mockingly. Not coming back? Lin Qingyan frowned. Then what is he here for? Lin Qingwen briefly explained the situation to Lin Qingyan. Zhao Qiuan says that Dad is having an affair with Aunt Wang. Bound and gagged. Are you talking about Annie Wang Yajun? Lin Qingyan frowned. Yes, her. Lin Qingwen nodded. Impossible. Lin Qingyan denied it without a second thought. Dad having an affair with Annie Wang? That's a joke. Lin Qiuan, what are you trying to achieve by making up all this? Lin Qiuan was growing impatient. Enough with the nonsense. Are you coming or not? Of course, they had no choice but to go. All right, Zhao Qiuan will go with you. Lin Qingwen agreed, but I have one condition. Go on, Lin Qiuan said, leaning back with his hands behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, his tone casual and dismissive. If what you're saying isn't true, will you come back home and treat everyone better? Stop being so confrontational with us all the time, Lin Qingwen said. Lin Qingwen, oh Lin Qingwen, Lin Qiuan sneered. You're really desperate to have me back, aren't you? When I was in the Lin family, you either ignored me or scolded me, always assuming I was the one at fault. Now that I've left, you're suddenly here, talking about making it up to me. Is this just to ease your so-called guilt? I bet if Lin Lai and I ever clash, you'd still side with him without hesitation. Zhao Qiuan. Lin Qingwen's face turned pale as her thoughts were laid bare. Since you're unwilling to make any effort, then please leave. We don't have time to waste on your so-called affair drama. Lin Qingwen never believed Lin Qiuan's words from the start. In her eyes, Lin Chang had always been a good father and husband. How could he possibly have an affair? You're right. Why am I wasting my breath here? Lin Qiuan chuckled bitterly. He picked up his phone and sent a message. His bodyguards stormed in, overwhelming the Lin family security and staff, who were no match for these highly trained professionals. Within 2 minutes, they had reached the dining room. Who are you? What do you think you're doing? Zhang Shukin demanded, her face pale. Breaking into someone's home like this is illegal. Don't you know that? She pointed toward the door. Get out of here right now. The bodyguards didn't even glance at Zhang Shukin. They bowed respectfully to Lin Qiuan. Young Master Lin. Zhao Qiuan, are these your people? Lin Qingwen asked, frowning. Isn't it obvious? Lin Qiuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Qiuan, you ungrateful child. Zhang Shukin gritted her teeth. What are you trying to do by bringing these people in here? Relax, I'm not here to cause trouble, Lin Qiuan said with a light smile. I told you, I'm just taking you to see a good show. Since you're unwilling to come willingly, I'll have to insist. Lin Qiuan turned around. Take all 3 of them away. Yes, young Master Lin. The bodyguards began to restrain them. Zhao Qiuan, you can't do this to me. Ugh, a bodyguard stuffed a cloth into their mouths. MMPH, they struggled frantically, but it was useless. They were forced to follow Lin Qiuan out of the Lin residence, while other bodyguards went to destroy the surveillance cameras. They parked near Wang Yajun's villa. Lin Qiuan, sitting in the passenger seat, pointed to a Mercedes-Benz. Mezes, John, take a look. Isn't that your husband's car? Zhang Shukin followed his gaze. The Mercedes parked in front of the villa was indeed the same model as her husband's. But it must be a coincidence, right? Her eyes fell on the license plate and her pupils contracted sharply. It was her husband's car. Wasn't he supposed to be working overtime? Why was his car parked outside Wang Yajun's villa? Zhang Shukin's mind flashed back to Lin Qiuan's words her husband was having an affair with her best friend. No, that couldn't be. Zhang Shukin shook her head. These were the 2 people she trusted the most. How could they betray her? Lin Chang loved her. Wang Yajun was her best friend, devoted to her comatose husband. Besides, if it weren't for Jiang Shukin, Wang Yajin would never have joined Starlight Group and would likely be living a miserable life. Wang Yajin wasn't the type to be ungrateful. There was no way they would betray her. Maybe her husband had come to Wang Yajin's place for some business matter. She must be overthinking it. Yes, she was overthinking it. Did Lin Chu and really think he could sow discord between them with just a car? How ridiculous. I know you don't believe it. You're probably coming up with all sorts of excuses to convince yourself otherwise, Lin Chu and said with a smirk. This is just the appetizer. The main event is yet to come. Jiang Shukin felt a wave of unease spread through her as she listened to Lin Xuan's confident tone. She wasn't so sure anymore. Could Lin Xuan actually be telling the truth? Lin Xuan didn't rush inside. He was waiting for Du Hui's to send him a message. Inside the villa, Wang Yajin and Lin Chang had finished dinner. Wang Yajin stood at the sink, washing the dishes. She dried them with a cloth and placed them into the sterilizer. As soon as she finished, Lin Chang wrapped his arms around her from behind. Wang Yajin smiled knowingly. She knew exactly how to entice Lin Chang. Chang, I still have dishes to wash, Wang Yajin said, turning around to wrap her arms around his waist. What are you doing in the kitchen? Could it be you can't wait? You're right, I can't wait, Lin Chang said, breathing heavily. Tell me, are you dressing like this just to seduce me? And are you falling for it? Wang Yajin teased with a giggle. You little minx. Lin Chang scooped her up in his arms and carried her toward the second floor. He had initially planned to take her to her own room, but then he changed his mind. He pushed open the door to Du Hui's room. Chang, why are you bringing me here? Wang Yajin asked, frowning. How about we do it right next to your husband? Let him see how his wife moans beneath me. Wang Yajin found the idea thrilling. All right, whatever you say, Chang. The sound of their passionate moans filled the room. Under the covers, Du Hui clenched his fists tightly. That bitch! Wang Yajin, that ungrateful bitch. He'd make sure she paid for this. Du Hui pressed the communication device Lin Chuan had given him. When Lin Chuan received the message, a smile spread across his lips. It's time. Lin Chuan turned to his bodyguards. Take them inside. Jiang Shukin, Lin Qingwen, and Lin Qingyan were escorted into the villa. Those shoes, Jiang Shukin's eyes fixed on the pair of leather shoes by the entrance. As they stepped inside, Lin Chuan pointed to his suit jacket draped over the couch. Mezes, Jiang, take a good look. Isn't this your husband's suit? Jiang Shukin's eyes widened. It was identical to the one Lin Chang had been wearing that day. This suit, which she had personally dressed him in just this morning, how could it be at Wang Yajin's house? And his phone. It was here too, boldly placed right on the table. Lin Chuan watched with great amusement as Jiang Shukin's expression turned grim. Take them to the second floor, Lin Chuan instructed. As they approached, faint, suggestive noises reached their ears. Jiang Shukin goes mad. Jiang Shukin's hands and feet were cold. Wang Yajin had said she would stay by her comatose husband's side until he woke up. But if she truly loved her husband that much, she wouldn't be carrying on with another man in this villa. So, she had been lying to her. Who was the man she was with? Jiang Shukin thought of the pair of shoes at the entrance and the suit and phone in the living room that looked exactly like Lin Chang's. Could it really be him? Jiang Shukin clenched her fists. The door to the room was wide open and the conversation inside could be heard clearly. As they approached the doorway, Lin Chuan raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards to stop. The three members of the Lin family were still being restrained, forced to listen to the conversation. Lin Chang, darling, tell me, who makes you feel better, Jiang Shukin or me? It was Wang Yajin's voice. Of course it's you, my dear. Jiang Shukin is like a block of wood in bed, so boring. You, on the other hand, are full of surprises. It was Lin Chang's voice. Jiang Shukin's eyes turned bloodshot. It really was him. How could they? How could they betray her together? One was her husband, the other her best friend. They were the people she trusted the most. How could they? Jiang Shukin's entire body trembled. Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan were also frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. So, what Lin Chuan had said was true. They had thought he was deliberately stirring up trouble to get back at the Lin family. But it was real Lin Chu, and leaned against the wall, one hand in his pocket, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched the drama unfold. Inside the room, the two grew even more passionate. Lin Chu and couldn't help but recall the video Luo Yuan had sent him of Lin Lai and Qin Royale in bed. Hua had accidentally caught him watching it and had punished him severely. If she found out he was listening to these two's live performance, he coughed awkwardly. What was he thinking? He was here to enjoy this show, not to reminisce about his own intimate moments with Hua. The sounds from the room continued to assault Jiang Shukin's ears, tormenting her nerves. The two finally paused. Lin Chang lay on the bed, holding Wang Yajin. Wang Yajin said, "Darling, don't you think it's a shame that we always have to hide our love? If we were married, we could be together whenever we wanted." "Don't worry, Yajin. I'll divorce Zhang Shukin soon, and then I'll give you a grand wedding," Lin Chang said with a smile. "You promise?" "I'll hold you to that," Wang Yajin giggled. She glanced at Du Hui lying on the other side of the bed. Doing this next to him added an extra thrill. Meanwhile, Zhang Shukin's eyes bulged with rage. Lin Chang was actually planning to divorce her and marry this vixen. MMPH. Zhang Shukin began struggling violently, desperate to tear the vixen apart, but the bodyguards held her firmly, preventing her from breaking free. Lin Chuan straightened up. "All right, let them go." Wang Yajin and Lin Chang had put on quite a show. Now it was Zhang Shukin's turn to take the stage. "Yes, young Master Lin." The bodyguards untied the ropes binding the mother and her two daughters and removed the gags from their mouths. As soon as she was free, Zhang Shukin stumbled toward the room. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. The real show is about to begin. Inside the room, the two were preparing to continue. "You bitch!" Zhang Shukin roared as she burst in. "Ah!" Wang Yajin screamed, pulling the blanket over herself while Lin Chang froze in shock. Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan, who had just entered, caught a glimpse of Lin Chang's naked body and immediately retreated, too embarrassed to look. Lin Chuan, however, remained at the doorway, hands in his pockets, watching the spectacle unfold. Lin Chang's face was filled with panic. Why had Zhang Shukin suddenly shown up today? And how had she gotten in? Zhang Shukin, half crazed, rushed to the bed. She grabbed a broom and began swinging it at them. "You ska! You two-faced scum! How dare you betray me like this? Have you no shame?" After hitting them several times, she turned her fury on Wang Yajin. "Why are you covering up? You've already lost all decency." Zhang Shukin yanked the blanket off Wang Yajin. Lin Chuan, seeing her actions, quickly averted his gaze. "Dabbit! Why was she pulling off the blanket?" He wanted to enjoy the show, not get an eyeful of something he shouldn't see. Lin Chuan turned his back, worried that if Hua found out he'd seen another woman's body, she'd be furious. He'd be in big trouble. So, no, he couldn't look. Lin Chuan instructed the bodyguard, "Keep an eye on things. Let me know when Wang Yajin has her clothes on." The bodyguard, they didn't want to look either, they had wives and girlfriends. But for that $12,000 monthly salary, they'd endure it. That said, young Master Lin was quite disciplined. Even when watching a show, he made sure the woman was fully covered before he'd look. Was it his own self-control, or was it Hua's influence? Soon, the blanket covering Wang Yajin was completely ripped off by Zhang Shukin. But Zhang Shukin wasn't done. She grabbed Wang Yajin's hair. "Wang Yajin, is it this pretty face of yours that's been seducing my husband? I'll tear it to shreds." Zhang Shukin began clawing at Wang Yajin's face with her sharp nails. Wang Yajin tried to shield her face, but Zhang Shukin was in a frenzy, her strength overwhelming. Soon, several bloody scratches marred Wang Yajin's face. "I'll kill you, you bitch! How dare you seduce my husband? How dare you?" Zhang Shukin's eyes were bloodshot as she continued to scratch and claw at Wang Yajin. Wang Yajin, struggling to defend herself, cast a pleading look at Lin Chang. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Chang grabbed Zhang Shukin's wrist and shoved her to the ground. "You crazy woman! What the hell is wrong with you?" The vegetative patient awakens. Zhang Shukin's hands and feet were cold. Wang Yajin had said she would stay by her comatose husband's side until he woke up. But if she truly loved her husband that much, she wouldn't be carrying on with another man in this villa. So, she had been lying to her. Who was the man she was with? Zhang Shukin thought of the pair of shoes at the entrance and the suit and phone in the living room that looked exactly like Lin Chang's. Could it really be him? Zhang Shukin clenched her fists. The door to the room was wide open and the conversation inside could be heard clearly. As they approached the doorway, Lin Chuan raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards to stop. The three members of the Lin family were still being restrained, forced to listen to the conversation. "Lin Chang, darling, tell me, who makes you feel better, Zhang Shukin or me?" It was Wang Yajin's voice. "Of course it's you, my dear. Zhang Shukin is like a block of wood in bed, so boring. You, on the other hand, are full of surprises." It was Lin Chang's voice. Zhang Shukin's eyes turned bloodshot. It really was him. How could they? How could they betray her together? One was her husband, the other her best friend. They were the people she trusted the most. How could they? Zhang Shukin's entire body trembled. Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan were also frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. So, what Lin Chuan had said was true. They had thought he was deliberately stirring up trouble to get back at the Lin family. but it was real Lin Shu, and leaned against the wall, one hand in his pocket, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched the drama unfold. Inside the room, the two grew even more passionate. Lin Shu and couldn't help but recall the video Luo Yuan had sent him of Lin Lai and Qin Royale in bed. Hua had accidentally caught him watching it and had punished him severely. If she found out he was listening to these two's live performance, he coughed awkwardly. What was he thinking? He was here to enjoy the show, not to reminisce about his own intimate moments with Hua. The sounds from the room continued to assault Zhang Shuken's ears, tormenting her nerves. The two finally paused. Lin Chang lay on the bed, holding Wang Yajin. Wang Yajin said, "Darling, don't you think it's a shame that we always have to hide our love? If we were married, we could be together whenever we wanted. Don't worry, Yajin. I'll divorce Zhang Shuken soon, and then I'll give you a grand wedding," Lin Chang said with a smile. "You promise?" "I'll hold you to that," Wang Yajin giggled. She glanced at Du Hui lying on the other side of the bed. Doing this next to him added an extra thrill. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuken's eyes bulged with rage. Lin Chang was actually planning to divorce her and marry this vixen. MMPH. Zhang Shuken began struggling violently, desperate to tear the vixen apart, but the bodyguards held her firmly, preventing her from breaking free. Lin Chuan straightened up. "All right, let them go." Wang Yajin and Lin Chang had put on quite a show. Now it was Jian Shuken's turn to take the stage. "Yes, young Master Lin." The bodyguards untied the ropes binding the mother and her two daughters and removed the gags from their mouths. As soon as she was free, Zhang Shuken stumbled toward the room. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. The real show is about to begin. Inside the room, the two were preparing to continue. "You bitch!" Zhang Shuken roared as she burst in. "Ah!" Wang Yajin screamed, pulling the blanket over herself while Lin Chang froze in shock. Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan, who had just entered, caught a glimpse of Lin Chang's naked body and immediately retreated, too embarrassed to look. Lin Chua, however, remained at the doorway, hands in his pockets, watching the spectacle unfold. Lin Chang's face was filled with panic. Why had Zhang Shuken suddenly shown up today? And how had she gotten in? Zhang Shuken, half crazed, rushed to the bed. She grabbed a broom and began swinging it at them. "You you two-faced scum! How dare you betray me like this? Have you no shame?" After hitting them several times, she turned her fury on Wang Yajin. "Why are you covering up? You've already lost all decency." Zhang Shuken yanked the blanket off Wang Yajin. Lin Xuan, seeing her actions, quickly averted his gaze. "Velvet, why was she pulling off the blanket?" He wanted to enjoy the show, not get an eyeful of something he shouldn't see. Lin Xu and turned his back, worried that if he found out he'd seen another woman's body, she'd be furious. He'd be in big trouble. So, no, he couldn't look. Lin Xuan instructed the bodyguard, "Keep an eye on things. Let me know when Wang Yajin has her clothes on." The bodyguard, they didn't want to look either. They had wives and girlfriends. But for that $12,000 monthly salary, they'd endure it. That said, young Master Lin was quite disciplined. Even when watching a show, he made sure the woman was fully covered before he'd look. Was it his own self-control, or was it Hua's influence? Soon, the blanket covering Wang Yajin was completely ripped off by Zhang Shuken. But Zhang Shuken wasn't done. She grabbed Wang Yajin's hair. "Wang Yajin, is it this pretty face of yours that's been seducing my husband? I'll tear it to shreds." Zhang Shuken began clawing at Wang Yajin's face with her sharp nails. Wang Yajin tried to shield her face, but Zhang Shuken was in a frenzy, her strength overwhelming. Soon, several bloody scratches marred Wang Yajin's face. "I'll kill you, you bitch! How dare you seduce my husband? How dare you?" Zhang Shuken's eyes were bloodshot as she continued to scratch and claw at Wang Yajin. Wang Yajin, struggling to defend herself, cast a pleading look at Lin Chang. Unable to bear any longer, Lin Chang grabbed Zhang Shuken's wrist and shoved her to the ground. "You crazy woman! What the hell is wrong with you?" "Going to pick up my boyfriend." Zhang Shuken collapsed onto the floor. Lin Chang nonchalantly picked up the clothes from the ground and put them on. He remained calm and composed. So what if he was caught? Zhang Shuken, that brainless woman, would still be easily manipulated by him once they returned home. He even helped Wang Yajin put on her clothes. "Thank you, brother Lin Chang," Wang Yajin said, tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitiful and fragile. The bodyguard breathed a sigh of relief and reported, "Young Master Lin, she's dressed now." "You can look pretty quick," Lin Xuan remarked. He turned around and continued to watch the spectacle unfold. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Zhang Shuken had completely broken down today. Aside from the time in her past life when she learned of Lin Lai's death and wept uncontrollably, he had never seen Zhang Shuken like this before. It felt so satisfying. The more Jiang Shuken suffered, the more excited he became. Tusk. When Jiang Shuken eventually found out that Lin Lai was responsible for the death of her child, it would be the ultimate devastation for her. Lin Qingwen observed Lin Xuan's expression, her lips pressed tightly together. Was Lin Xuan really so happy to see the Lin family in chaos? Did he truly hate the Lin family to such an extent? Jiang Shuken, still sitting on the floor, widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. After a long while, she lifted her tear-streaked face, her lips trembling. Lin Chang, you actually pushed me and called me crazy, all for that vixen Wang Yajun. I'm your wife. How could you protect a mistress like her? Lin Chang's expression darkened, but he remained silent. Tears continued to stream down Jiang Shuken's face. Why did you betray me? Didn't you say you loved me the most? And you? Jiang Shuken pointed at Wang Yajun. I was the one who arranged your job as the secretary to the chairman of Starlight Group. Without me, you'd be wandering the streets somewhere. I treated you so well. How could you have the audacity to seduce my husband? Jiang Shuken screamed hysterically. You're all heartless monsters. Ah, Jiang Shuken pounded the floor in despair. I gave you all my heart and soul, and this is what I get in return. You're all ungrateful wretches. Jiang Shuken cried and shouted, her eyes bloodshot, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. It was clear she had reached her breaking point. Shuken, please let me explain. It wasn't intentional. Please forgive me, Wang Yajun said frantically. We just had a bit too much to drink, and things shot out of hand. Wang Yajun's mind was a mess, and she had no idea what to do. She had always wanted to rise to the position of the chairman's wife at Starlight Group, but certainly not like this. Although Jiang Shuken had left the Jiang family, she was still the only daughter of the Jiang family. If Jiang Shuken were to be driven out of the Lin family, she would undoubtedly rally the Jiang family against the Lin family. When it came to interests, Lin Chang would surely prioritize them. He might even kick her out of Starlight Group to prove his loyalty to Jiang Shuken. She needed power to help Lin Lai take over Starlight Group. What should she do now? Wang Yajun's face turned pale. Drink him? Jiang Shuken laughed mockingly. Wang Yajun, do you really think I'm that stupid? For once, Jiang Shuken's intelligence seemed to surface. Wang Yajun, I thought you were deeply devoted, but it was all an act for my benefit. On the surface, you seemed loyal, but in reality, you were just trying to keep me from suspecting you while you seduced my husband, right? All those years when Lin Chang wasn't home on our wedding anniversaries, I thought he was busy with work. Turns out, he was spending time with you vixen. Shuken, please listen to me. I really didn't mean to. Wang Yajun grabbed Jiang Shuken's arm, desperately trying to explain. Get away from me! Jiang Shuken shoved Wang Yajun aside. You want to replace me as Lin Chang's wife? Dream on. As long as I'm alive, you'll never have that chance. Jiang Shuken said through gritted teeth. Wang Yajun subtly clenched her fists. Lin Chang, listen to me. Jiang Shuken pointed at Wang Yajun again. She has to be fired from the company and leave Yundu City, or else I'll never let this go. Wang Yajun lowered her head. Shuken, it was a moment of weakness. I shouldn't have seduced Brother Chang. I'll leave Yundu City. She had no other choice now. If she stayed in Yundu City, Jiang Shuken would never let her off the hook. Moreover, leaving now might earn her more sympathy from Lin Chang. Just as Wang Yajun had anticipated, Lin Chang's gaze was filled with guilt when he looked at her. He had wronged Yajun. Yajun, who was carrying his child, had to marry someone else to protect his family. And now, for his sake, she was leaving Yundu City. Wang Yajun, Jiang Shuken said through clenched teeth. Do you think just leaving will solve everything? I'll make sure your life is miserable as long as you're in this country. If you dared to betray me, you should know the consequences. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yajun's eyes. Jiang Shuken, enjoy your moment of triumph. Once Lin Lai takes over Starlight Group, I'll make you pay. Jiang Shuken, still wearing the slippers she had on when Lin Chu and tied her up in the Lin household, forced herself to leave. When she reached an empty area on the first floor, she finally broke down, squatting on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. How could this happen? Why did they betray her? This was her husband, the person she trusted the most, and yet he had betrayed her. If she had maintained her ties with the Jiang family, Lin Chang would never have dared to treat her like this. Oh! At this thought, Jiang Shuken shook her head. Lin Lai and her 3 daughters were so filial, and each of them was talented. She would show the Jiang family that she could thrive even without them. Yes, she was doing just fine. Jiang Shuken wiped the tears from her face and forced a smile. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan were both looking at Lin Chang with disappointment. Lin Chang couldn't bring himself to meet their gazes. He turned to Wang Yajun. Now that this has happened, you can't stay at the company anymore. Pack your things and leave Yundu City. Lin Chang, Lin Qinglin, and Lin Qingyan left the room. Lin Xuan remained. He knew there was still more drama to come. The showdown between Wang Yajin and Du Hui. Wang Yajin's icy gaze fell on Lin Xuan. Today's events couldn't have been a coincidence. The Lin family wouldn't have just shown up at her place for no reason. This had to be Lin Xuan's doing. She had underestimated him, and now she had suffered a huge setback. Lin Xuan, just you wait. Wang Yajin, did you think you could just leave Yundu City like this? A voice came from behind Wang Yajin. Wang Yajin froze. The voice, the only people left in the room were her and Lin Xuan hadn't spoken. No, there was one more person, Du Hui, the comatose patient. The voice did sound eerily like his. Behind her was a bed, and the person sleeping on it was none other than Du Hui. Could it be? A wave of intense unease surged through Wang Yajin's heart. Wang Yajin turned her stiffened neck toward Du Hui's direction. By now, Du Hui had already sat up on the bed, looking at her with a mocking expression. Behold your suffering. Wang Yajin's pupils constricted violently. It really was Du Hui. Du Hui, how is it you? How are you awake? Realizing her reaction was too revealing, Wang Yajin quickly forced a look of joy. Thank goodness, my love, you've finally woken up. Tears of fake delight welled in her eyes. Do you know how long I've waited for you? I was so afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on. I even thought about ending my life to join you. Up! 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 Du Hui slowly applauded. What an outstanding performance. And here you are, still putting on an act. Wang Yajin, if I hadn't woken up, how would I have discovered my wife sneaking around with another man in our marital home? How would I have learned that my beloved wife was the one who turned me into a vegetable in the first place? Wang Yajin's fists clenched involuntarily. He knows? My love, what are you talking about? I don't understand. She feigned composure. The doctors had declared him brain dead. He must have regained consciousness later enough to hear her words and remember them. But he had no proof, and after so long, any evidence would be gone. Empty accusations meant nothing. Even if he knew it was her, he couldn't do a thing. Still denying it? Du Hui smirked coldly. He pressed play on the recorder in his hand. Wang Yajin's own voice spilled out. Oh, and by the way, my love, that car crash that turned you into a vegetable, that was my doing. Do you want to know why I did it? It's because, hearing this, Wang Yajin's pupils shrank to pinpricks. You've been awake for a while? She hissed through gritted teeth. So that movement under the sheets she'd glimpsed earlier hadn't been her imagination. Mess. Du Hui's voice was glacial. I woke up days ago, Wang Yajin. I truly believed we loved each other, but it turns out marrying me was just part of your scheme from the start. Wang Yajin, oh, Wang Yajin. He strode forward, gripping her chin. You've ruined me. This time, I'll make sure you rot in prison. He flung her face aside with brutal force. Wang Yajin panicked, dropping to her knees. My love, I was wrong. Please, I don't want to go to prison. Think of all the years we've shared. Give me one more chance, I beg you. The thought of prison terrified her. Behind bars, she'd lose everything, every luxury, every comfort. Years we've shared? Du Hui let out a derisive laugh. You didn't think of that when you plotted the crash? Now that you're the one in trouble, suddenly you remember our bond? Wang Yajin, you make me sick. Under his merciless gaze, she collapsed onto the floor, her face ghostly pale. Night Garden Estate. Su Hua lounged on a velvet chaise, her scarlet kipao clinging to every curve of her sinuous frame. John King stood before her, delivering his report. With Su Hua absent from work these past few days, John King had been forced to bring urgent documents to Night Garden for her review. His eyes flickered to the constellation of love bites peeking above her collar. The CEO and young Master Lin must have been energetic. No wonder Su Hua hadn't set foot in the office. She'd likely been glued to Lin Xuan's side the entire time. Truly, the emperor neglecting his court for his consort. Say how so? Jiang King closed the file. That covers everything for now. Su Hua sat up, her jade-white fingers plucking a pen to sign with effortless grace. Jiang King watched her, struck once more by her radiance. This is what love does to a woman, huh? Jiang King, CEO, do you have instructions? Call and find out where HUN is. Her red lips curved. Yes. A brief phone call later, Jiang King had his answer. CEO, young Master Lin is at Wang Yajin's residence. Then let's go retrieve my boyfriend. Amusement danced in her eyes. Her little act of vulnerability had bought her these precious days with Lin Chu, and days where he'd indulged her every whim. She wasn't about to waste this golden opportunity. Turns out, playing the delicate flower has its uses. I should do it more often. Yes, CEO. Jiang King took the wheel while Su Hua settled into the backseat. By the way, CEO, should we deal with Shen Kian? At the name, Su Hua's languid aura evaporated, replaced by icy venom. She'd been so absorbed in Lin Qiu and that she'd nearly forgotten that little pest. Not yet. Have her watched ensure she doesn't get near Xuan and accelerate the Shen family's bankruptcy proceedings. Her voice could have frozen hell. Dare to covet what's mine, then pay the price. Understood. John King knew his employer well. Outwardly, Su Hua was the picture of cool detachment, but cross her, and she'd either spar with her guards until someone bled or break her enemies piece by piece. Those 2 years when Lin Qiuwen defied her daily, since she refused to vent her rage on him, the staff bore the brunt. Now, Shen Kaiqian's reprieve was solely due to Su Hua's current bliss. The moment that happiness faded, that girl is doomed. Wang Yajin's residence. The wail of police sirens pierced the air. You called the cops? Exclamation. Wang Yajin's eyes bulged. That would be me. Lin Qiuwen strolled in, grinning. I dug up the truth about that accident years ago and handed it straight to the authorities. Hands in pockets, he drawled, just being a responsible citizen of Yunu City. Can't let criminals walk free, right? This is all your fault. Wang Yajin's eyes burned crimson. If not for you, Lin Chang and I would have gotten away with it. Mark my words, I will make you pay for this. She'd make sure Alir avenged her. Looking forward to it. Lin Qiuwen's smile didn't reach his eyes. Alas! Officers stormed in. Akshu and must work hard after investigation. Wang Yajin is suspected of orchestrating a car accident to harm Du Hui, and the evidence is conclusive. Today, Wang Yajin will be arrested. A pair of silver handcuffs were placed on Wang Yajin's wrists. Wang Yajin looked at Du Hui's. You have such a cruel heart. Lin Chang had followed the police here. He heard the police's words clearly and stood frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. The car accident that happened to Du Hui back then was actually planned by Wang Yajin. How could that be? She was always so gentle and kind. How could she do something like this? As Wang Yajin was being escorted by the police, she passed by Lin Chang. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, Brother Lin Chang, I did all this to be with you. You must wait for me. Lin Chang's heart was filled with guilt. Just moments ago, he had thought Yajin was vicious and scheming, but everything she did was for him. A woman deeply in love with a man can do anything for him. Yajin was exactly that kind of person. Lin Qiuwen, on the other hand, was enjoying the drama. Wang Yajin's words were powerful. They would make Lin Chang think of her constantly and grow even more resentful of Zhang Shuken. How interesting. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuken rushed over, trying to hit Wang Yajin. You vixen! Even now, you're still trying to seduce my husband? You even told him to wait for you? Have you no shame? The police quickly stepped in front of Wang Yajin, shielding her from Zhang Shuken. Wang Yajin burst into laughter. Zhang Shuken, since things have come to this, I might as well tell you the truth. Just as you suspected, everything was carefully planned by me. I acted pitiful back then on purpose. I wanted to use you to stay by Brother Lin Chang's side with a legitimate identity. I love Brother Lin Chang. Who told you to be such a fool? You were completely unaware of my schemes. Zhang Shuken, Brother Lin Chang and I were each other's first love. You're the one who came between us. I was just taking back what was rightfully mine. Wang Yajin seemed to remember something and began to smile. Oh, and there are 2 more things you'll never know unless I tell you myself. One was that Lear was her biological child. When Lear officially takes over Starlight Group, Zhang Shuken will finally learn the truth. The other was that the master she consulted was also arranged by her. She manipulated Zhang Shuken into believing the master's words and abandoning Lin Qiuwen. Then, at the right moment, she sent Lear to Zhang Shuken as her son. If Zhang Shuken ever finds out the truth, it will feel like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Shuken, I want you to know I haven't lost. Just wait for the day I return in glory. Wang Yajin laughed heartily. By then, she would be the mother of the chairman, while Zhang Shuken would be nothing but a poor, disheveled woman. Wang Yajin, you. Zhang Shuken's face turned pale with anger. Let's go, the police said, escorting Wang Yajin away. Lin Chang watched Wang Yajin's retreating figure, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yajin, I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Chang's dark gaze fell on Lin Qiuwen. His face was stern as he asked Lin Qiuwen, was all this you're doing? It was, Lin Qiuwen admitted without hesitation. Lin Chang's anger was evident. Don't doubt it, Lin Qiuwen said with a smile. I orchestrated all of this to create conflict between you and to watch you suffer. And his dear sisters, too. He wondered if they would still protect Lin Lai when conflicts of interest arose. Lin Chang, Zhang Shuken, today was just the beginning of my revenge against your family. You better brace yourselves for what's coming next. I will bring the Lin family to ruin, step by step. I'll make you all suffer the same cold indifference and hunger I endured when I was part of the Lin family. After living a life of luxury, falling into such misery would surely feel like hell for them. Hen. Lin Chang laughed, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Lin Xuan, do you really think you can bring down the Lin family? Do you think just because you founded Skyline Group, you can compete with Starlight Group? Don't even think about taking down Starlight Group. Your movies and TV shows won't find platforms to air, and no theaters will screen your films. All your investments will go down the drain. Starlight Group dominated the entertainment industry. Which platform or theater would dare to defy them? They wouldn't risk opposing Starlight Group for the sake of a small company like Skyline Group. As for Skyline Group's games, Lin Chang had already obtained their plans. His company was working hard to develop a similar game. With their ample resources, they would surely finish the game before Skyline Group. By then, all of Skyline Group's investment in the game would be wasted. We'll see, Lin Xuan said with a raised eyebrow. Lastly, I wish your family harmony and happiness. I hope no conflicts arise. Lin Qingwen looked at Lin Xuan, her heart aching. Zhao Xuan seemed to harbor so much hatred for the Lin family. Perhaps only after he faces setbacks outside will he be willing to return to the family. This time, Zhang Shuken said nothing to Lin Xuan. She stood there, lost in thought, as if her spirit had left her. Mom, let's take you home. Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan, standing on either side of Zhang Shuken, helped her walk away. Lin Chang was also deeply troubled. He didn't want to see Zhang Shuken for now and went to the company to focus on work. Lin Xuan was about to leave as well. Mr. Lin, wait, Du Hui called out, catching up to him. Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by Wang Yajun. No need to thank me. I helped you for my own reasons, Lin Xuan replied. Du Hui understood that Lin Xuan hadn't acted out of pure kindness. His goal was to stir up chaos within the Lin family. Even so, he was grateful. If the opportunity arose, he would repay Lin Xuan. Now that Wang Yajun has been arrested, what are your plans? Lin Xuan asked. I'll take it one step at a time, Du Hui said with a bitter smile. His small company had been sold off by Wang Yajun, and after being bedridden for over a decade, he was out of touch with the times. Lin Chang would surely suppress him. He might have to leave Yundu City. Would you be interested in joining my company? I can offer you a mid-level management position. Whether you climb higher will depend on your own efforts. Lin Xuan extended an olive branch. Du Hui was taken aback. I've been bedridden for over a decade. I might not be capable enough. Mr. Du, Lin Xuan smiled. I've looked into you and know your capabilities. I believe you will quickly catch up. Du Hui was a man of good character, and in his eyes, Lin Xuan was a benefactor. Lin Xuan was confident that Du Hui would be a valuable asset to the company. Lin Xuan wanted to recruit a few more trustworthy individuals. Mr. Lin, I'm willing, Du Hui said gratefully, gripping Lin Xuan's hand tightly. Thank you so much for offering me this job. I will definitely work hard and give it my all. Du Hui thought Lin Xuan had hired him out of kindness to help him. His gratitude toward Lin Xuan grew even stronger. For now, take some time to rest and recover. Once you're fully rested, you can start working at Starlight Group, Lin Xuan instructed before leaving. Huaba wants to show off here. Su Hua sat in the car, one hand propped against the window as she gazed at the scenery outside. The window was rolled down, allowing her breathtaking beauty to catch the eyes of Zhang Shuken and Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingwen's expression darkened. Of course, this vixen had to tag along while Zhao Xu and his handling business. She despised Su Hua. In her eyes, it was Su Hua who had brainwashed Lin Xuan, driving a wedge between him and the Lin family. Lin Qingwen clenched her fists. No, I have to find a way to separate this fox spirit from Zhao Xuan. Zhang Shuken frowned as well. Isn't that Su Hua, the head of Su Corporation? What's she doing here? She didn't dwell on it. There was no way she could fathom that the son she looked down on the most had somehow made the formidable leader of Su Corporation devote herself entirely to him. Had they treated Lin Xuan better, the Lin family could have soared to new heights alongside Su Corporation. John King drove the car into the garden of Wang Yajun's villa. She received a call and spoke up. President Su, Shen Kainqian is currently at Junsheng Club. Also, she seems to have sent people to track you down. 6 individuals are investigating your whereabouts. Su Hua narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk playing on her lips. So, she wants to destroy me and claim A Xuan for herself. John King was exasperated by Shen Kainqian. For someone born into wealth, she is unbelievably foolish. In President Su's eyes, she's nothing more than an insignificant pest, easily crushed at any moment. If not for her coveting young Master Lin, Su Hua wouldn't even spare her a glance. Stupid and malicious. And now she dares to make a move against President Su. Another spoiled brat doomed to ruin her family. Understood. Keep monitoring her, Su Hua ordered. She'd let Shen Kainqian linger for now. When the time was right, she'd deal with her properly. Yes, President Su, Jiang King acknowledged. Lin Xuan stepped out of the villa and immediately recognized Su Hua's car. He walked over. Hua Bao, why did you come? Shouldn't you be resting at home? Su Hua smiled faintly. Of course, I missed Xuan too much and couldn't wait to see you. She rose on her tiptoes, leaning in to whisper seductively in his ear. As for rest, well, we didn't spend that much time in bed, did we? If Xuan wants me to stay there longer, you'll have to put in more effort. Lin Xuan, she really has no restraint when it comes to teasing. He had a feeling that once they returned to Night Garden, Su Hua would have him itching with desire. Hua Bao, let's go eat, Lin Xuan suggested, already thinking of ways to delay their return. Su Hua's mind flashed back to Jiang King's word Shen Kainqian is a Junsheng club. Of course, whatever Xuan wants, she replied sweetly. If they happened to run into Shen Kainqian, even better. She relished the chance to flaunt her relationship in front of a rival. Su Hua and Lin Xuan entered Junsheng Club. The striking pair drew countless admiring gazes. They're so gorgeous. The guy is insanely handsome too, what a feast for the eyes. A girl gushed, covering her mouth in excitement. But! Exclamation, they're perfect for each other. Now this is what you call a match made in heaven. Their looks, their aura, everything just fits. Su Hua's lips curved slightly at the praise. She loved hearing people say how well matched she and Xuan were. The two stepped into the most luxurious private room on the top floor. The space was lavishly decorated, adorned with antique paintings and calligraphy pieces worth millions. Xuan, this club is under Su Corporation, and this room is my personal suite, Su Hua explained. Lin Xuan recalled a similar moment in a hotel suite where she'd also claimed it as her private space. Back then, she'd straddled him, teasing him mercilessly. He quickly shook off the memory. Where did my thoughts just wander? Maybe this time, Su Hua didn't have any ulterior motives. A server arrived with their dishes. Su Hua nestled into Lin Xuan's arms. Feed me, Xuan. She spoke with a straight face, yet every word dripped with playful seduction. My hands are too sore from helping you earlier. I can't even hold chopsticks anymore. Lin Xuan's mind flashed back to that afternoon in Night Garden. How, despite being on her period, this woman had still bewitched him, drawing him deeper into her spell. Fine, I'll feed you, he muttered, slightly flustered. Noticing a lamb dish on the table, Lin Xuan frowned and pressed the service bell. The server returned promptly. How may I assist you, sir? Take this lamb away. Su Hua was allergic to lamb, she couldn't eat it. On the second day of his rebirth, she'd had an allergic reaction because of this very dish. Back then, he'd loved lamb, so it was always served at meals. He'd assumed she enjoyed it too. After that incident, he'd questioned the butler thoroughly about all her allergies. He'd even given up lamb himself, worried that even a kiss could trigger a reaction. Hua Bao, Lin Xuan, and chided gently, from now on, don't serve things you're allergic to, even if I like them. I'd rather skip my favorite dishes than risk your health. Okay? Whatever Xuan says. Su Hua's eyes softened into crescents. How wonderful! Xuan is protecting me now. The manager watched as the server carried out the untouched lamb dish. What's this? Didn't the gentleman like it? No, he specifically asked for it to be removed. The manager frowned. Over 2 years ago, President Su had personally instructed that whenever Lin Xuan visited, they must serve his favorite dishes including lamb, despite her allergy. Yet now, it was him who'd ordered it. Take it away. Tell me, how do they seem together? The manager pressed. Really close. The woman was practically sitting in his lap while eating, the server replied, puzzled. Isn't that normal for a couple? Why do you ask? Good, very good. The manager grinned, nodding in satisfaction. It seems President Su's persistence has finally paid off. She'd successfully ensnared young Master Lin, and everyone under her would benefit. Don't disturb them unless they call for service, understand? The manager warned. From the sound of it, they were in the middle of a passionate moment, best not to interrupt. If anyone ruined President Su's romantic time, consequences would follow. Understood. Su Hua enjoyed being fed by Lin Xuan until his phone rang. I'll be right there, he answered before hanging up. Hua Bao, I need to handle something for the company. I won't be long. Of course. After Lin Xuan left, Su Hua sat alone, sipping on a glass of red wine. Ambiguity in front of a love rival, she watched in shock as her beloved Lin Xuan pinned a woman on a sofa. The scene left her completely frozen, unable to react. Su Hua's peripheral glance caught Shen Kainqian, and the corner of her crimson lips curled slightly upward. Since she dared to barge in and try to seduce her Xuan, she shouldn't blame her for what was coming. This Shen Kainqian, she had seen her profile, was a spoiled young lady, pampered by Shen Mao, and had never truly faced hardship. This move of hers would undoubtedly provoke Shen Kainqian. When Shen Kainqian inevitably lost her temper, it would only leave a worse impression on Akshuan. And if Akshuan ever found out about her dealing with Shen Kainqian, he wouldn't think she was being cruel. Akshuan, kiss me please? Su Hua cooed at Lin Xuan, her eyes shimmering with allure as she gazed at him. Shen Kainqian could hear every word Su Hua said clearly. Her eyes burned with rage. That vixen! This woman was nothing but a vixen. How dare she seduce Lin Xuan like this? Lin Xuan wouldn't agree, right? He would see through her disgusting facade and push her away. Shen Kainqian desperately tried to convince herself. But then, something even more devastating happened. Akshuan! Su Hua pulled Lin Xuan's neck down and pressed her lips to his. Her arms wrapped around his neck, while his hand cradled the back of her head as they kissed passionately. The corners of Su Hua's eyes flushed red, making her appear even more enchanting. Shen Kainqian finally couldn't hold back her scream, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Lin Xuan looked up, his icy gaze falling on Shen Kainqian, who had interrupted their moment. No matter who showed up at a time like this, his mood would be ruined. Shen Kainqian rushed forward, completely distraught. Lin Xuan, get up. You can't do this to her. You're mine. You can't kiss another woman, let alone sleep with her. Get up, now. She grabbed Lin Xuan, trying to pull him away. Su Hua's cold gaze fell on Shen Kainqian's hand, that same hand again. She really wanted to chop it off. She regretted letting Shen Kainqian in, otherwise she wouldn't have had the chance to touch Akshuan. Soon, Shen Kainqian turned her fury towards Su Hua. It's all your fault, you vixen. You're the one who seduced Lin Xuan. I'll never let you get away with this. Lin Xuan had had enough. He shoved Shen Kainqian away without a shred of mercy, sending her tumbling to the floor. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked at Lin Xuan with pain in her eyes. Lin Xuan's voice was cold as he said, Shen Kainqian, Su Hua and I are in a serious relationship. What we do is none of your business. He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. He didn't want Su Hua to misunderstand or feel hurt. Lin Xuan, Shen Kainqian sobbed, I did all this because I love you. You're mine! Why are you treating me like this? Tears streamed down her face. This was the first time she had ever loved a man so deeply. Yet Lin Xuan kept hurling harsh words at her. He had never even looked at her properly. She, Shen Kainqian, had always been the center of attention. When had she ever been ignored like this? Lin Xuan looked at her expressionlessly. I only love Su Hua in this lifetime. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Shen Kainqian. Lin Xuan crouched in front of her, his voice low and threatening. My patience has its limits. You'd better give up now. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for what happens next. His voice was laced with chilling intent. Shen Kainqian's heart ached as she looked into Lin Xuan's eyes, which were filled with a hint of killing intent. Lin Xuan, what does she have that I don't? My father is the chairman of Shen Corporation, and I'm his only daughter. If you marry me, the entire Shen Corporation will be yours. And I love you. Unlike that woman, who's fickle and unfaithful. Shen Kainqian cried out in despair. Su Hua is better than you in every way, Lin Xuan said tenderly, his gaze shifting to Su Hua. Perhaps it was true that love makes everything beautiful. In the past, he had thought Su Hua was too ruthless, that she had killed too many people, and that she was terrifying. But now, everything she did seemed endearing to him. Her killings were merely acts of self-preservation. Given her position, if she didn't act ruthlessly, she would be the one in danger. Su Hua noticed Lin Xuan's gaze and smiled softly. She adored this kind of favoritism from Akshuan. Lin Xuan, no, I'm much better than her. You just have a bad impression of me from when we were kids. Shen Kainqian insisted stubbornly. I've grown up now. I've changed. If you just give me a chance to get to know me, Lin Xuan, you'll fall for me. Please, give me a chance, won't you? Lin Xuan was getting a headache. Damn it, what kind of rotten luck had brought him this troublesome admirer? He had completely lost his patience with Shen Kainqian. Pulling out his phone, he made a call. Send 2 people in. Drag this woman out of the room. 2 bodyguards entered, each grabbing one of Shen Kainqian's arms. In front of everyone, she was thrown out of the club. Miss, are you okay? Shen Kainqian's bodyguards hurried over to help her up. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face twisted with hatred. That vixen! It's all her fault. She must have said something to Lin Xuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated me like this. That bitch! I'll make sure she pays. Anyone who defied her never ended well. Those who had opposed her in the past had their families forced into bankruptcy or were driven to suicide. And there were others who had been driven to madness. This vixen would definitely be ruined. What are you all doing, sitting around? Why haven't you caught that woman yet? Shen Kainqian hissed through gritted teeth. If they had captured her, she wouldn't have been able to flaunt herself like this today. Miss, the bodyguard bowed his head, trembling. We have no information about her identity or her address. The only thing we know is that she works at Sue Corporation, but we've been monitoring Sue Corporation day and night and we've never seen her. We haven't had a chance to make a move. It was strange. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of her. Sue Corporation was like a fortress. No matter how they tried to bribe the employees, they all kept their mouths shut. Useless! All of you are useless! Shen Kainqian slapped the bodyguard hard across the face. The bodyguard didn't dare to resist. Wang Yajin's son tell those people to continue keeping an eye on Sue Corporation. I refuse to believe she'll never show up there. Shen Kainqian gritted her teeth. Yes, miss, the bodyguard replied respectfully. Shen Kainqian got into her family's car. Her expression was stubborn. Lin Chuan, sooner or later, you'll be mine. Shen Kainqian returned to the Shen residence. Shen Mao, looking haggard, sat in the study, staring at the content on his computer. Dad, Shen Kainqian walked into the study. Can you assign more people to me? She wanted to ensure her plan against that woman was foolproof. So she needed more manpower. Shen Mao frowned. 6 people aren't enough? No, Shen Kainqian shook her head. That woman is too arrogant. I haven't found the right moment to act. Today, in front of everyone, she pushed me. Look, my knees and hands are injured. It was actually Lin Xuan who had pushed her. But Shen Kainqian stubbornly believed that if it weren't for Su Hua using some trick to make Lin Xu and despise her, he wouldn't have treated her like this. So she blamed everything on Su Hua. Shen Mao, who usually indulged Shen Kainqian and granted her every wish, didn't comply this time. Kainqian, 6 people should be enough. The company is going through some issues right now, and we can't spare more manpower, Shen Mao said, massaging his temples wearily. By the way, deal with that woman quickly. I'll need those people for something else in a few days. Recently, the company had been hit by a series of crises, leaving him no time to focus on Shen Kainqian's matters. Fine, Shen Kainqian nodded dejectedly. After Shen Kainqian left, Shen Mao went back to reviewing documents. He had a feeling someone was manipulating the Shen Corporation's affairs, but he couldn't figure out who it was. The opponent's methods were sophisticated, and their power was formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to push Shen Corporation, one of the top companies in Yundu City, to this point. Who had they provoked? Shen Mao racked his brain but couldn't come up with an answer. Shen Kainqian returned home, still fuming. She went to Chen Yu's house. Behind a closed door, hiding from Chen Yu's seriously ill mother, she began tormenting Chen Yu. Chen Yu clenched her teeth, enduring Shen Kainqian's beating without a sound. After Shen Kainqian left, Shen Yu changed into clean clothes and put on a mask to hide her swollen face, afraid her mother would see. She then carried the medicine into her mother's room. Mom, wake up! It's time to take your medicine. Chen Yu tried to shake her mother awake, but instead found her mother's face pale and a large pool of blood on the bed. Her mother had slit her wrists. Mom! Chen Yu cried out in anguish. Beside her mother was a letter that read, Yu, I know you've been bullied because of me and your father. You're my beloved daughter, and I want you to live your own life without having to endure any more suffering because of me. Yu, don't be sad. Your father passed away in a car accident last week, and I'm just going to join him. Tear stains had dried on Chen's mother's face. She had witnessed her daughter being tormented by Shen Kainqian and couldn't bear to be a burden anymore. Mom, Shen Yu knelt on the floor, clutching the letter to her chest as she wept. In the private room, after Shen Kainqian left, Su Hua didn't let Lin Xuan go. She straddled him and said, Akshu, and now that the nuisance is gone, let's continue what we started. Su Hua mimicked the poses from a romance novel, gradually drawing Lin Xu and deeper into her charm. Another book had taught her that women shouldn't be too domineering in front of men. They should play the role of the delicate one when necessary. So Su Hua no longer forced Lin Xuan as she had before. Instead, she enticed him, letting him take the lead, though occasionally she would take charge. The book said this was part of the spice in a relationship, adding freshness to their bond. Su Hua wanted Lin Xuan to be completely dependent on her, body and soul, with no room for anyone else. She had even stopped taking the tonics John King had recommended. In the end, Lin Xuan carried Su Hua out of the private room. John King checked the time. It had been 3 hours since Shen Kainqian left. So, they had spent those 3 hours in the room. Not bad at all. It must have been quite intense. Just look at Soo Hyo's lips, they were so red and swollen, though there was a small cut at the corner. Back at night garden, Lin Xiu and placed Soo Hyo on the sofa in the bedroom and knelt down to apply medicine to the corner of her mouth. Soo Hyo watched him with a smile the entire time. Lin Xiu frowned disapprovingly. Hua Bao, don't do this again in the future. Soo Hyo didn't respond. As long as Lin Xiu was happy, she was willing to do anything. Lin Lai had sent members of the underground organization Black Net to capture Lin Xiu, but there had been no news of success. He couldn't help but contact them again. What's going on? It's been so long, and you still haven't succeeded? The person in charge replied, we don't know his whereabouts. How can we succeed? My people have been staking out King University and Tamu Corporation, but they've found nothing. Sir, please be patient. Lin Lai thought of Soo Hyo. If Lin Xiu wasn't at King University or Tamu Corporation, he must be at Soo Hyo's place. But he didn't dare tell them that Lin Xiu was being kept by Soo Hyo. Given Soo Hyo's status, they wouldn't dare touch Lin Xiu, or they might demand a huge sum of money to take action. Lin Lai had no choice but to wait. Lin Xiu, enjoy your freedom while it lasts, Lin Lai said darkly. Make the most of your remaining days. Once Black Net captured Lin Xiu, his good days would be over. Lin Lai went downstairs. Lin Qingwen and Lin Qingyan had brought Zhang Shuken back to the Lin residence. Zhang Shuken was in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Why has everyone betrayed me? Zhang Shuken kept muttering. Big sister, second sister, what's wrong with mom? Lin Lai asked worriedly. Zhang Shuken's vacant gaze fell on Lin Lai. For some reason, she saw Wang Yajian in him. But, you're Wang Yajian's son, aren't you? You and your mother are both shameless bitches. She began clawing and scratching at Lin Lai. Lin Lai's eyes widened in shock. His heart raced. What did Zhang Shuken mean? Was he Wang Yajian's son? Did the Lin family know about his true origins? Lin Lai's face turned pale. If Zhang Shuken found out he was the son of a mistress, she would surely kick him out of the Lin family and bring back Lin Xiu her real son. Then he would lose everything. What should he do? Their fates were reversed. Lin Qingwen stepped forward to stop Zhang Shuken. Mom, look carefully. This is Xiao Lai, your most beloved son, not Wang Yajian's child. My most beloved son? Zhang Shuken paused, her hands trembling as she stared at the bloody scratches on Lin Lai's face. Suddenly, clarity returned to her. Lear, Mom mistook you for someone else. I'm so sorry, she said, her heart aching as she touched the wounds on his face. Lin Lai let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the Lin family still didn't know his true identity. Thank goodness it had just been a false alarm. But why had Zhang Shuken reacted so violently to his mother, as if calling her some kind of disgrace? A terrible suspicion gnawed at Lin Lai's heart. Elder sister, what exactly happened? Why did Mom react like that? Lin Qingwen hesitated, worried that telling Lin Lai the truth would distress him. But he would find out sooner or later. Better to face it now than prolong the pain. Xiao Lai, Dad. Cheated on Mom, Lin Qingwen sighed. No matter how hard she tried to rationalize it, she couldn't believe it. Their father, who had always been so devoted to their mother, so principled, how could he have an affair? And worse, she had worked alongside him at Starlight Group all this time, yet she'd never noticed anything between him and Wang Yajian. Oh! Lin Lai's pupils constricted sharply. That cheated! A realization struck him, and he urgently grabbed Lin Qingwen's hand. Who was the other woman? Mom mentioned Wang Yajian. Was it her? Yes, it was her, Lin Qingwen said, her brows furrowed. Mom treated her like a sister, took pity on her because she struggled to care for her comatose husband, and even arranged for her to work at Starlight Group. But she turned out to be ungrateful, betraying Mom in the worst way. Lin Lai's face drained of color. His mother had been a crucial asset for him as the chairman's secretary. If she was exposed for her affair with Lin Chang, she'd be forced out of the company. His plans to take over Starlight Group would become infinitely harder. Elder sister, what happened to Wang Yajian? Lin Lai pressed urgently. She was sent to prison probably for several years, Lin Qingwen replied. But Lin Lai's eyes widened. She was just Dad's mistress. That's a moral issue, not a criminal one. How could she be in prison? Even if Lin Chang had discovered his mother's schemes at the company, he would have shown mercy for old time's sake. He'd never have thrown her in jail. So what had really happened? Lin Qingwen's voice was cold. Her husband didn't become a comatose patient by accident. She orchestrated the car crash that put him in that state. This is just retribution. Lin Lai staggered, barely able to stand. His mother was now in prison. Lear, your reaction is unusual, Lin Qingwen observed, her gaze fixed intently on him. Lin Lai snapped back to attention. He dug his nails into his palm, forcing himself to stay composed. He couldn't let the Lin family suspect anything about his relationship with Wang Yajun, elder sister. He forced a weak smile. I'm just struggling to accept that dad would cheat, and with Wang Yajun, of all people. Are you sure there's no misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Lin Qingwen shook her head. Second sister, Mom, and I saw them together with our own eyes. Dad even said he wanted to divorce Mom and marry Wang Yajun. Lin Lai pressed his lips together. There was no salvaging this. Then she got what she deserved, he said grimly. Elder sister, why did you all suddenly go to Wang Yajun's house? Lin Lai asked. Something about this felt too coincidental. He suspected foul play. His mother was always careful. How could she have been caught so easily? It was Xiao Xuan, Lin Qingwen admitted reluctantly. Brother, Lin Lai stiffened. What does he have to do with this? Lin Qingwen took a deep breath. He was the one who took us to Wang Yajun's house, saying he had a show for us to see. Everything, her arrest, the exposure, it was all orchestrated by Xiao Xuan. Lin Xuan again. Lin Lai clenched his fists. Ever since Lin Xuan's wedding to Qin Royal, everything had spiraled out of control. Lin Xuan was slipping further and further from his grasp. He had assumed that after leaving the Lin family, Lin Xu and would sink into obscurity, never to rise again. But instead, Lin Xu and had attached himself to Su Yue, the wealthiest woman in Xia, founded his own company, Tamu Group, and even ensnared Shen Kainqian's affections. Meanwhile, Lin Lai had been disgraced, his engagement to the Shen family cancelled, his reputation in tatters after the scandal with Qin Royal. He had been abducted, tortured beyond endurance, and left a eunuch. And now, his mother was in prison. How had this happened? It was as if their fates had reversed. Lin Xu and should have been the one suffering, not him. But it wouldn't last. Once the dark web operatives captured Lin Xuan, it would all be over for him. Lin Lai's eyes darkened. Shaking off his thoughts, he frowned. Elder sister, how did brother even find out about dad and Wang Yajun? How else? Lin Qingyan sneered. He's always resented our family. This was just his way of getting revenge. He was probably watching us the whole time, waiting for a chance to tear our family apart. And dad's affair was the perfect opportunity. Her voice dripped with disdain. Even if Lin Xu and had helped expose the homewrecker, his motives were impure. They owed him no gratitude. That's enough. Second sister, Lin Qingwen scolded. Lin Qingyan scoffed. She wasn't wrong. Why was elder sister snapping at her? Lear, Lin Qingwen said gently, Mom loves you the most. She's been through so much. Stay by her side and comfort her. Of course, elder sister, Lin Lai nodded. For the next 2 days, Lin Lai dutifully attended to Jiang Shuken. Lin Chang never returned. Gradually, under Lin Lai's care, Jiang Shuken's spirits lifted slightly. Lear, she murmured tearfully, patting his hand. I don't know what I'd do without you here. She was endlessly grateful she had brought him home all those years ago. He was heaven sent, her true son. Mom, don't say that. I'm the one who should be grateful you adopted me and treated me as your own. Lin Lai smiled. Then, hesitating, he added quietly, Mom, do you think what happened might be connected to what that fortune teller said about brother being a harbinger of misfortune? He cut himself off, shaking his head. Never mind. I must be overthinking it. Mom, I'll go make you something to eat. With that, Lin Lai stood and headed to the kitchen. Tracking Shen Kainqian, Jiang Shuken's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Indeed, Lear resembled her son far more than Lin Xuan ever did. The mention of Lin Xuan made Jiang Shuken recall Lin Lai's earlier hesitation, and her expression darkened abruptly. She clenched her fists. It had to be Lin Xuan's fault. Their family had been perfectly fine before until Lin Xuan came along, that jinx. It was because of him that Lin Chang had strayed. She truly regretted giving birth to Lin Xuan. And worse, she shouldn't have been soft-hearted and merely abandoned him. She should have strangled him at birth. Su Corporation. Though Shen Kainqian's people had been staking out the place, Su Hua had no trouble slipping into the company without their knowledge. She had already been coming to work for 2 days, yet Shen Kainqian's men remained oblivious. President Su. John King knocked and entered the office. Young Master Lin has sent people to tail Shen Kainqian. Su Hua frowned. What is H. Xuan planning? John King replied. President Su, don't worry. There's no way young Master Lin would have any interest in Shen Kainqian. If he's having her followed, it must be for some other purpose. Worried that Su Hua might misunderstand Lin Xuan, John King launched into a frantic explanation. If young Master Lin wanted anything to do with Shen Kainqian, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. She's utterly obsessed with him, just a flick of his finger, and she'd come running. There'd be no need for all this trouble. Su Hua's red lips parted slightly. I trust A. Xuan. A woman like Shen Kainqian could never catch A. Xuan's eye. The only reason Su Hua disliked her was because of that ridiculous childhood marriage pact and the fact that Shen Kainqian dared to covet her Hun. However, Su Hua gazed her nicely as she narrowed her beautiful eyes at Zhang King. Secretary Zhang, you seem awfully trusting of Hun. You're always speaking up for him. Alarm bells rang in Zhang King's mind. Oh no, the president sounds jealous. She might even suspect I secretly have feelings for young Master Lin. I'm innocent. I'm 30 years old, what would I want with a young man? Besides, the only reason I defend him is to keep the president from losing her temper over his affairs. If she gets angry, we subordinates are the ones who'll suffer. Jian King carefully weighed her words. For the sake of her own survival, she had to answer perfectly. President Su, it's not that I trust young Master Lin, it's just that he's utterly devoted to you. Jian King smiled. His eyes see no one else. How could he possibly spare a glance for another woman? Su Hua's expression softened with satisfaction. Double bonus this month. Thank you, President Su. Jian King beamed. As expected, clinging to young Master Lin's coattails never fails. Honestly, those coattails are ridiculously thick. Oh, President Su, what should we do about young Master Lin having Shen Kainqian followed? Jian King asked. Leave it be. Su Hua paused. But report any developments immediately. Yes, President Su. Jian King nodded, though inwardly she sighed. Even though Su Hua chose to trust Lin Xu, and now, those 2 years of his desperate escape and the betrayals of everyone else around her in the past had left a lingering unease. A fear that losing him might mean this happiness was nothing but a fleeting illusion, like flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon cast upon water. So Su Hua still wanted to know everything Lin Xuan did. He was like a kite, free to soar the skies, but she was the one holding the string, keeping him firmly within her grasp. No matter how high he flew, he could never escape her control. Jian King could only hope that one day, Lin Xu and would dispel the last traces of Su Hua's insecurity. Meanwhile, Lin Lai left the Lin residence under the pretense of school business and headed straight for the detention center. Wang Yajun had confessed to plotting Du Hui's murder and would soon be sentenced. The moment Wang Yajun saw Lin Lai, she became visibly agitated. Stay calm, a guard barked. Wang Yajun shot a cautious glance at the officer and forced herself to sit still, picking up the phone. Lear, it was all Lin Xuan's doing. Wang Yajun's eyes burned with hatred. If not for him, my affair with Lin Chang would never have been exposed. And the car accident, I could have gotten away with it. Lear, you have to help me. Help me get revenge. Wang Yajun mouthed the last words silently, not daring to be too obvious under the guard's watchful gaze. The guard's ears perked up. He recognized Lin Lai. His scandalous exposure at the birthday banquet, where footage of his affair went viral, had been juicy gossip for weeks. But wasn't Lin Lai the son of Lin Chang and Jiang Shukin? Why was he calling this mistress mom? Did that mean the mistress's son had been planted in the legal wife's household and raised as her own? Now that's some explosive tea. The guard's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Lai's voice was low, but firm. Mom, don't worry. I won't let him get away with this. Lin Xuan had ruined him, he'd make sure to repay the favor. Lear, it's not just Lin Xuan. Jiang Shukin, her 3 daughters, none of them deserve mercy. Wang Yajun's face twisted with venom. They stole my happiness. I should have been Lin Chang's rightful wife, not reduced to this. Lin Lai nodded. I know. Lear. Wang Yajun's eyes reddened. Without me by your side, you must be careful at Starlight Group. Don't let them suspect anything, or they'll destroy you. Time's up. Hang up now, the guard said flatly. Wang Yajun begged, just a little longer, please. She turned back to Lin Lai. To avoid raising suspicions, don't visit me again until you've taken control of Starlight Group. With great reluctance, she set the phone down. As she was led away, she kept looking back at Lin Lai. Lear, my happiness depends on you now. You absolutely must seize Starlight Group. Lin Lai stepped out of the detention center, lifting his face to the glaring sun. A steely resolve flashed in his eyes. He wouldn't admit defeat. Lin Xuan, just you wait. That night, Shen Kainqian and Zhang Lai partied late at a bar. By the time they left, the streets were nearly empty. Shen Kainqian had deployed all her men to surveil Su Hua or stake out Su Corporation, leaving her without a single bodyguard. While waiting for her driver outside the bar, a black car suddenly pulled up in front of them. 2 men in black suits, their faces hidden behind masks and sunglasses, stepped out. Kidnapped, they stepped closer to Shen Kainqian and Zhang Lai. Shen Kainqian was looking down at her phone, oblivious to their approach. Zhang Lai's heart pounded in fear. It was clear these men were here for them. The car they arrived in was worth millions. Whoever was behind them had to be powerful. She hadn't offended anyone influential, so they probably weren't after her. Zhang Lai glanced at Shen Kainqian. Could they have been sent by that woman to deal with Shen Kainqian? No, she couldn't let herself get dragged into Shen Kainqian's mess. It was too late to run now. Zhang Lai's eyes darted around before she raised a hand to her forehead. I don't feel well. My head is spinning. Kainqian, I can't take it anymore. She swayed slightly, then collapsed limply to the ground. Zhang Lai? What's wrong with you? Shen Kainqian stared at her, baffled. Zhang Lai lay motionless. Useless. Passing out after a little drinking, Shen Kainqian sneered, giving her a disdainful nudge with the tip of her high heel. She still hadn't sensed the danger. Looking down at Zhang Lai, she curled her lip. If you're this weak, just stay here. Maybe someone will pick you up for a good time. Shen Kainqian turned to leave. The two black-suited bodyguards frowned at Zhang Lai's prone form but ignored her. They moved to block Shen Kainqian's path. She scowled. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Out of your way? One of the bodyguards smirked coldly. Come with us, miss. Finally realizing the threat, Shen Kainqian bolted. Hell, the cry was cut short as a bodyguard clamped a hand over her mouth. MMPH, she thrashed wildly, but her petite frame was no match for the towering men. They dragged her into the car. The driver hit the gas. Zhang Lai cracked one eye open, watching the car speed away before scrambling to her feet. She sprinted home like her life depended on it. Gulping down a glass of water, she exhaled in relief. Thank goodness she'd been quick-witted. Otherwise, she'd have been taken too. No way. She'd have to stay away from Shen Kainqian for a while. Only after a few months, once she was sure Shen Kainqian was safe, would she go back to cozying up to her. Inside the car, MMPH, Shen Kainqian still fought like a cornered animal. Stay still! A bodyguard barked. She sank her teeth into his hand. With a grunt of pain, he yanked his hand back, freeing her mouth. You can't do this to me! Panic flooded her voice. Do you even know who I am? I'm the daughter of Shen Corporation's chairman. If you lay a finger on me, my father will have you torn to pieces. Her jaw clenched. How dare these lowlifes kidnap her? The Shen Corporation's precious daughter? Huh? The bodyguard scoffed. That's right. Scared now? Shen Kainqian lifted her chin. Here's what you'll do, let me go. Then get on your knees and beg. Maybe I'll let this slide. The bodyguard's smile turned icy. Too bad. We're here because you're Shen Corporation's daughter. Without another word, he stuffed a cloth into her mouth. MMPH, now, real terror set in. They knew who she was and didn't care. This was personal. Were they using her to extort her father? Or her stomach twisted, did they want her? If they touched her Lin Chu and found out, he'd think she was tainted. Ruined. She'd never have a chance with him. Bound tightly, Shen Kainqian couldn't fight back. The car sped into the remote outskirts, stopping at an abandoned factory. Dumped onto the floor, she gasped as the gag was ripped away. The ropes loosened. Please! She dropped to her knees. I'll give you money. Just let me call my father, he'll pay anything. We don't want your damn money, the bodyguard spat. You've got some nerve trying to steal someone else's man. Assassin. Their mistress had finally won young Master Lin's heart. For a year, she'd been happier, showering them with rewards. They weren't about to let some spoiled brat ruin it. Before, they'd held back, but now, with young Master Lin's orders, they'd make her regret it. You're Su Hua's people? Exclamation. Shen Kainqian's eyes widened. Of course! That fox was afraid she'd take Lin Xuan away. Blut! A backhand sent her sprawling. Watch your mouth. The reaction only confirmed her suspicions. You're protecting her, she said you. Blut! Another stinging blow silenced her. Tears welled as she clutched her cheek. Her hatred for Su Hua burned brighter. She'd pay for this. Listen, Shen Kainqian pleaded. How much did that Wam Su Hua pay you? I'll double it. No, 10 times. They'd refused earlier, but everyone had a price. Told you. We don't want your money, the bodyguard said flatly. Defying their mistress and young Master Lin? That was suicide. Money or their lives? The choice was obvious. Shen Kainqian, if you're bold enough to chase another woman's man, you'd better brace for the consequences. The bodyguards advanced. Lin Xu and saves her. Shen Kainqian sat on the ground, dragging herself backward as she retreated. I'm warning you, if you dare lay a finger on me, my father will have you skinned alive. Your father can barely save himself right now. Do you really think he'd spare a thought for you? The bodyguards weren't aware of Su Hua's dealings with Shen Corporation, but given their employer's temperament, Shen Kainqian had repeatedly crossed the line by coveting young Master Lin. There was no way Su Hua would let the Shen family off the hook. Other offenses might be forgivable, but young Master Lin was her absolute red line. Shen Mao was probably already drowning in chaos. Shen Kainqian, enjoy yourself. None of Su Hua's subordinates had any patience for delicate flowers. The two bodyguards began kicking and punching Shen Kainqian relentlessly. Ah, she curled into a ball, shielding her head as blows rained down on her. They were professionals, they knew exactly where to hit without risking her life, and where would hurt the most. Soon, Shen Qian's body was covered in injuries, every inch of pain radiating through her limbs, leaving her in unbearable agony. Woo woo woo, she sobbed, pleading, please let me go. She had been spoiled by her father her entire life, and others had always tread carefully around her status as the Shen family heiress. Never had she been beaten like this. It hurt so much. The two black-clad bodyguards took their time, only stopping when they deemed it enough. Play! The rusted iron door of the abandoned factory creaked open. A tall, strikingly handsome man stepped inside. Shen Qian, sprawled on the ground, lifted her head. Her eyes lit up. Her heart pounded wildly. It was Lin Xuan. He had come to save her. He did care about her. He must have been cold before only because that woman was around. Maybe this beating was even a blessing in disguise. Now, she could expose that woman's true colors to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan strode in expressionlessly, his refined demeanor starkly out of place in the decrepit factory. Lin Xuan. Shen Qian crawled toward him, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up pitifully. They hit me, Lin Xuan. Save me. Save you? Lin Xuan looked down at her, his voice dripping with icy mockery. Something felt off. Shen Qian's delicate brows furrowed. Why did his tone sound like he wasn't here to rescue her? No, that couldn't be. Young Master Lin. The two bodyguards removed their masks and sunglasses, bowing respectfully. You. Shen Qian's eyes widened in shock. She recognized them. They were Lin Xuan's personal bodyguards. Why were they here? A terrible realization struck her. Slowly, she turned her head back to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, her voice trembled with disbelief. No, he wouldn't do this to her. Lin Xuan, she said, eyes red-rimmed. These two might be yours, but they attacked me because of that vixen's influence. You had no idea, right? Or were they fired? Maybe they resented you and took it out on me. One bodyguard's expression darkened. He kicked her sharply. Call our employer a vixen again, I dare you. Shen Qian bit her lip, still staring at Lin Xuan with desperate hope. He had to punish them for this, right? Lin Xuan, she whispered tearfully, make them pay, please? She gazed up at him, fragile and pleading, but such tactics had no effect on Lin Xuan. Qin Royale had used the same act on him for years. He was immune. Well, except for Su Hua. Punish them? Lin Xuan's lips curled coldly. I sent them to beat you. His words struck Shen Qian like a thunderbolt. She froze, her pupils dilating in horror as she stared at him. It took her a long moment to find her voice. No, Lin Xuan, you're lying, aren't you? You'd never hurt me, never. She clutched at his pant leg, begging hysterically, say it's a lie. Say it! Lin Xuan kicked her off impatiently. She collapsed back onto the floor. Shen Qian. Lin Xuan crouched in front of her. I warned you. If you keep clinging to me, don't blame me for what happens. Lin Xuan, I cling to you because I love you. Tears streamed down her face. Is it wrong to chase after the person I love? Besides, that woman was not right for him. She didn't deserve Lin Xuan. In love, the one who wasn't loved was the third wheel. If Lin Xuan fell for her instead, then she wouldn't be the other woman. Lin Xuan was speechless. What kind of messed up logic was that? Lin Xuan, please just give me a chance. If you get to know me, you'll see how good I am. Shen Qian implored pitifully. Lin Xuan's voice remained frigid. Shen Qian, I told you there's no future between us. I'm in love with someone else. Even if Hua didn't exist, I'd never choose you. Each word shattered her hope further. Her expression crumbled into desolation. Lin Xuan stood. Today's beating is your final warning. If you harass me again, I will make sure you regret being alive. With that, he turned away. Throw her back to the Shen family, he ordered flatly. Lin Xuan, Shen Qian screamed in despair. You can't do this to me! Lin Xuan, but he was already gone. Shen Qian lay on the ground, wailing in anguish. The bodyguards watched, satisfied. Serves her right. They hauled her up, dragging her out of the factory and shoving her into a car. Night Garden Estate. Su Hua kept glancing at the clock. 8 o'clock, and Huan still isn't back. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her entire aura icy. John King, currently delivering a report, trembled internally. Of all days for young Master Lin to be absent, why did I have to run into Su Hua when she's in a mood? She prayed silently for Lin Xuan's swift return. The moment he stepped through the door, Su Hua's temper would vanish. During her work report, John King received a phone call. She glanced at the caller's name. President Su, I need to take this call. John King stepped out with her phone. She wouldn't usually interrupt her duties for a call, but this was from the bodyguard assigned by President Su to protect young Master Lin. She had to answer immediately. As she listened to the voice on the other end, surprise filled her eyes. She returned to Su Hua's study. President Su, the bodyguard assigned to young Master Lin has kidnapped Shen Kainqian today. My man is perfect. Of course. Su Hua's hand paused as she held the pen. What happened? He asked. John King replied. Young Master Lin had his bodyguards take Shen Kainqian to an abandoned factory and beat her up. He even showed up himself to warn her, telling her to stop clinging to you, Boss Su. He said the only one he'll ever love is you. Hearing John King's words, Su Hua couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips. Akshuan, how wonderful. John King smiled and added, Boss Su, young Master Lin is so principled, handsome, talented, gentle only with you, and doesn't even glance at other women. He's practically perfect. John King was practically singing Lin Xuan's praises to the heavens. She knew her boss Su didn't like hearing flattery about herself, but compliments about young Master Lin, that always pleased her. Sure enough, she noticed the unmistakable delight in Su Hua's eyes. My man is naturally perfect, Su Hua declared, her tone brimming with pride. John King couldn't help but feel smug inside. As expected, praising young Master Lin was never the wrong move. Continue, Su Hua ordered. Yes. Jiang King resumed her work report. Suddenly, Su Hua frowned. Get to the important parts. She needed to finish her work before Akshuan returned. This report proceeded unusually smoothly. In less than 20 minutes, John King left Yi Manor with the completed documents in hand. She let out a heavy sigh of relief. Being summoned to Yi Manor in the dead of night to handle work was purely because young Master Lin wasn't around, putting Boss Su in a foul mood. Thank goodness young Master Lin was back, otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten any sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had also returned to Yi Manor. Spotting the figure on the sofa, he frowned. Hua Bao, why aren't you asleep yet? Akshuan, come here, Su Hua said coolly. A ripple of unease stirred in Lin Xuan's chest. Was this? He walked over. The moment he reached the sofa, Su Hua pulled him down. As he sat, she leaned in, clad in a white silk nightgown, and brazenly planted her hands on either side of the sofa's backrest. She trapped him in a wall-like pin. Akshuan, you went to see Shen Kainqian today? Su Hua's crimson lips brushed the corner of his mouth. Lin Xuan's guard shot up. Given Hua Bao's tendency to stew in jealousy, hearing he'd met Shen Kainqian privately would undoubtedly trigger her. He had to explain himself carefully or risk being locked in a dark room by Hua Bao. Hua Bao, well, I did go see Shen Kainqian, Lin Xuan admitted weakly. Akshuan is being honest, at least, Su Hua chuckled lowly. And no, Hua Bao, I only went to warn her off, Lin Xuan hurriedly clarified. I didn't want her clinging to me anymore, so I had her roughed up a little. That should make her give up. If you don't believe me, I can call those bodyguards over. I know, Su Hua's voice softened slightly. Yo, Lin Xuan blinked. Damn it, if she already knew, why did she act all jealous? Wait, no, she didn't actually seem jealous, just casually asking. Had he overthought it? Akshuan! Su Hua pressed her lips to his. She had some red wine earlier, and its rich aroma melded with the sweetness of her breath as it filled Lin Xuan's mouth. He felt intoxicated just from the taste. Butler Wang, witnessing the couple's affectionate display, wore a knowing, motherly smile. He promptly shooed all the servants out of the villa. No one was going to play third wheel here. A long while later, Su Hua finally pulled away from Lin Xuan's lips, resting her face against his chest as she caught her breath. Akshuan's kissing skills had gotten so much better. Before, she was always the one leading, but now he could leave her utterly breathless. Not that she minded. Right now, Su Hua's soft hair was disheveled against Lin Xuan's arm. Her cheeks faintly flushed, lips as red as blood. A misty haze clouded her eyes, radiating an alluring charm. Seeing her like this, Lin Xuan thought she looked downright irresistible. At work, Su Hua was an ice-cold, ruthless CEO, but when passion took over, she became an enchantress. Unable to resist, Lin Xuan tightened his grip around her slender waist. Su Hua lifted her gaze, smiling faintly. That kiss just now was your reward. Lin Xuan, are you sure it wasn't for you? But from now on, Akshuan isn't allowed to see Shen Kainqian again, Su Hua declared possessively. As she spoke, her lips curled slightly. Because I want Akshuan to be mine alone. Her delicate, pale fingers traced over Lin Xuan's chest. This heart can only hold me. So Akshuan, I won't tolerate other women touching you. Su Hua made no effort to hide her domineering, obsessive nature. All right, Lin Xuan agreed indulgently. My heart belongs only to Hua Bao, and I won't see Shen Kainqian again. Lin Xuan had assumed that after beating Shen Kaiyan so ruthlessly, she'd finally give up on him. Clearly, he'd underestimated the depth of her delusional infatuation. His influence wasn't strong enough yet, and he worried the Shen family might trace it back to him. He didn't want to trouble Hua Bao, otherwise he wouldn't have stopped at just a beating. Su Hua's eyes curved with satisfaction. Her Oak Xuan was so obedient. Up Xuan. Su Hua wrapped her soft arms around his neck. My period's over. The past few days, I've been making you feel good, isn't it your turn now? Her sultry aura wrapped around him. Ok Xuan, let's do it right here in the living room. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards drove off, following Lin Xuan's orders to dump Shen Kaiyan back at the Shen family's doorstep. As the car stopped at the villa's front gate, one of them kicked Shen Kaiyan out unceremoniously. Then they sped away without a second glance. Shen Kaiyan's mind was still trapped in that abandoned factory, replaying Lin Xuan's icy gaze and cruel words. The pain was unbearable. Why would Lin Xuan treat her like this? Didn't he realize how deeply his words had wounded her? Wah! Shen Kaiyan crumpled to the ground in front of the villa gates, hugging her knees as she sobbed uncontrollably. Her cries caught the attention of a Shen family maid. The maid approached, took one look at the disheveled, bruised figure, and scowled. What's wrong with security? Letting some beggar wander in here. Shen Kaiyan's face was battered, her clothes torn and filthy from rolling on the damp ground. The maid didn't recognize her, just assumed she was some homeless woman begging for scraps. When Shen Kaiyan didn't move, the maid yanked open the iron gates and signaled for security to lock them, ensuring the beggar couldn't slip inside. Trow! Get out of here. This is a high-end private estate. This villa alone is worth billions. You think trash like you belongs here? The maid sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. But Shen Kaiyan was too lost in her grief over Lin Xuan's cruelty to even hear the insults. Seeing her still motionless, the maid impatiently kicked her to the ground. Got him at last. Shen Kaiyan widened her eyes in disbelief. How dare you kick me? Hitting you is nothing. Just a stinky beggar. Why wouldn't I dare? The maid scoffed. Fine. You refuse to leave, is that it? Crossing her arms, the maid arrogantly ordered the security guard, you go drag her out of this villa district. Hurry up. She didn't want the young mistress or the master to return and find this disgraceful sight. Got it. The guard stepped forward, ready to haul Shen Kaiyan away. Who dares touch me? Shen Kaiyan violently shook off the guard's hand. I am Shen Kaiyan, your young mistress. Lay a finger on me, and I'll make sure you're fired. She hissed through gritted teeth. Our young mistress? The maid burst into laughter as if hearing the biggest joke. Our young mistress cares deeply about her appearance. She wears custom-tailored clothes and shoes, and her makeup is always flawless. Look at you, think you're our mistress? Ridiculous. The security guard, however, paused. The voice sounded eerily familiar, and even the haughty attitude matched the young mistress's. Could she really be? He scrutinized Shen Kaiyan carefully. She is telling the truth. She is the young mistress. The guard's face paled in shock. Hearing this, the maid's doubt flared. She squinted at Shen Kaiyan. Though the young mistress's face was swollen, her eyes bruised from punches, her features were still recognizable. And come to think of it, she had indeed left the house wearing an outfit like this earlier. The maid's pupils trembled. It really was her. Her face drained of color. She was doomed. Offending the young mistress meant her life would become a living hell. Young mistress! The maid rushed forward in a panic. What happened to you? Who did this? Supporting Shen Kaiyan, she guided her into the villa. At the maid's words, Shen Kaiyan's tears spilled over again, hot, bitter drops of humiliation. Behind a tree, a woman clenched a knife, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at Shen Kaiyan's retreating figure. Shen Kaiyan, young mistress, let me tend to your wounds. And these clothes I'll have someone fetch a fresh set for you, the butler offered. No, Shen Kaiyan tightened her fists. Leave the clothes. Leave the wounds untouched. But the butler frowned. Are my orders meaningless now? Shen Kaiyan shot him a withering glare. Understood. The butler didn't dare argue further. Call my father. Now. Shen Kaiyan pressed her lips into a thin line. Right away, young mistress. Upon receiving the call, Shen Mao hurriedly left the office and rushed home. The company's recent troubles had left him exhausted, sleepless, and unshaven, his stubble rough and unkempt. The sight of his daughter's swollen face shattered his heart. My precious girl, who hurt you like this? Tell me who did this? Dad, it was that woman again. Shen Kaiyan sobbed. She had her people beat me up just because I spoke to Lin Xuan a few times. She even threatened that if I ever crossed paths with him again, she'd make me wish I were dead. Once again, she pinned the blame on Su Hua. In her mind, Lin Xuan's coldness toward her could only be the work of that seductress. Shen Mao, however, didn't realize she was referring to Su Hua, the head of Su Corporation. Su Hua was famously indifferent to men, and the woman his daughter accused was Lin Xuan's current girlfriend. How could it possibly be her? Dad, Shen Kaiqian clutched his hand pleadingly. Give me more men. I need to get revenge. She wanted absolute certainty. More manpower would also help track down that vixen's movements. She couldn't wait to capture her and make her suffer. Shen Mao's expression darkened. His daughter had suffered greatly. How could he let this slide? Fine, he growled. I'll assign more men to you. Thank you, Dad. A vicious glint flashed in Shen Kaiqian's eyes. You'll regret ever crossing me, you fucks. Outside the Shen family village, Chen Yu's grip on the knife was so tight that the blade sliced into her palm, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. She didn't even feel the pain. All she wanted was to plunge the knife into Shen Kaiqian. No, slaughter the entire Shen family. Ruin them. Destroy them. But Chen Yu bit her lip. Her mother wanted her to live. If she killed them, she'd face execution. So what could she do? Powerless and penniless, even filing a lawsuit against Shen Kaiqian was hopeless. Then she remembered Shen Kaiqian's battered state. Someone else hated her too. Someone who knew her identity yet still dared to strike. A spark ignited in Chen Yu's eyes. Could she use this person to make Shen Kaiqian pay? Without hesitation, she hurried away from the villa. She needed evidence, proof of Shen Kaiqian's crimes. 2 days later, with nothing pressing to do, Lin Xuan prepared lunch himself and brought it to Su Hua. At the entrance of Su Corporation, 2 men in a car monitoring the dark web perked up. We've finally caught him. After days of surveillance, this was the first time they'd spotted their target. They dug into his background. A student at Tsinghua University? What? They'd never seen him step foot on campus. What kind of student was he? Head of Tamu Corporation? They'd never seen him at the office either. A complete hands-off CEO. Finally, they learned his girlfriend worked at Su Corporation, and he occasionally brought her meals. So they staked out the building, waiting. And now, their patience had paid off. This time, they wouldn't let him slip away. The bounty was as good as theirs. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stepped into Su Corporation. Mr. Lin, good afternoon. Here to deliver lunch for President Su again. Mr. Lin, you're so thoughtful. President Su is truly lucky. Employees greeted him warmly at every turn. Their respect wasn't just because he was Su Hua's lover. Since their relationship began, the office atmosphere had lightened, workloads eased. They could only pray the two would stay happy together. Where's Hua? Lin Xuan spotted Jiang King the moment he stepped off the elevator. President Su is in her office, Jiang King replied. Audit. As Lin Xuan walked toward the office, a group of high-ranking executives in sharp suits approached with documents in hand. Epic socially awkward moments. The door to the CEO's office swung open. A stunning figure appeared. Lin Xuan recalled how Su Hua had pinned him against the wall just days ago, and a thought flashed through his mind. Hua Bao, a term of endearment for Su Hua, had completely flipped the script. This time, he was determined to show her that the man should be the one doing the wall pinning. That was the proper way. As Su Hua reached the doorway, Xuan, you're here. The icy glint in Su Hua's eyes softened instantly. Hua Bao. Lin Xuan stepped closer to her. I was thinking. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear. Is Xuan about to? Su Hua's heart pounded wildly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Suddenly, Lin Xuan tightened his grip around her slender waist so delicate it could be encircled with ease and guided her to the wall. One hand braced against the surface, he struck the perfect wall pin pose. Su Hua gazed up at him, her eyes glistening. Meanwhile, a crowd of high-wattage spectators watched with sparkling eyes. This time, they remained utterly silent, careful not to disturb the couple. Last time, in a similar scene when Lin Xuan had first visited the company and Su Hua returned from a meeting, they had followed her into the office to handle work. But the moment she reached the door, Lin Xuan had pinned her against the wall. Their shocked screams had ruined the moment. They couldn't afford to mess it up again. After all, they were hoping for something even spicier. The executives exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glued to the couple. Jiang King, oh no. Putting herself in Lin Xuan's shoes, she could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes from sheer secondhand embarrassment. This was too awkward, but she wasn't Lin Xuan. She was just a bystander, and the more cringeworthy it got, the more she loved it. I was thinking. Lin Xuan chuckled against Su Hua's ear. I should be the one pinning you. And then what? Xuan. Su Hua looped her arms around his neck, her eyes swirling with an unintentionally seductive glow. Then Lin Xuan lowered his head and captured her lips. Holy! The executive's eyes practically glowed. Lin Xuan, with his back turned, had no idea a pack of human-shaped light bulbs were staring at them. Su Hua knew! but she was too lost in the moment to care. As Lin Xuan kissed her, the stunning woman closed her eyes. Their breaths mingled, the gentle press of lips quickly escalating into something deeper, more heated. When they finally parted, a thin, tantalizing thread still connected them. Lin Xuan straightened with mock seriousness. "Hua Bao, I'm the man. I should be the one pinning you, not the other way around." The executives! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. That's a lot to unpack. So, the CEO acted like a domineering boss in front of her boyfriend. Su Hua leaned against Lin Xuan's chest, her eyes dewy. "Ah, Xuan, my legs feel weak. Carry me into the office, okay?" Her voice was soft, almost pleading. The executives were baffled. This was their CEO, the woman who radiated icy authority. The way she clung to Lin Xuan, so sweet, so vulnerable, was something they'd never seen before. Wait, could it be that their CEO had a dual personality, both cold and sweet? Thou, Lin Xuan was one lucky guy. Under the collective gaze of the gossip-hungry crowd, Lin Xuan bent down and scooped Su Hua into his arms, carrying her bridal style into the office. The executives watched, reluctant to look away. Just as Lin Xuan turned to close the door, he finally noticed them, all of them grinning like proud aunties. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Here it comes, the grand return of public humiliation. Wait, since when were there so many people? Exclamation, hadn't it been empty earlier? Exclamation, his hand twitched, and if not for sheer willpower, he might have dropped Su Hua right then and there. The executives suddenly found the ceiling very interesting. "Oh, look at the time. I've got work to finish." "Yeah, me too. Mister Lin, we definitely didn't see you pin the CEO, didn't see you kiss her, and certainly didn't hear about you being the one getting dominated. Please, carry on." With files clutched in hand, they scattered like startled birds. Lin Xuan, "Yeah, sure. You heard nothing." "Ah, Xuan, are you blushing?" Su Hua's brows arched playfully. "Obviously." Lin Xuan looked utterly defeated. "This is peak embarrassment. If there was a hole, I'd dive in head first." "Ah, Xuan, I have one." Su Hua's breath tickled his ear, warm and teasing. "Huh?" Lin Xuan blinked. "Where?" Then it hit him. "Hua Bao, a lady shouldn't be so naughty." He groaned. If this kept up, where would his dignity as a man go? Su Hua's eyes crinkled with amusement. "We're lovers now, and we'll be husband and wife someday. No need to be shy, Ah Xuan." Lin Xuan surrendered. Screw dignity. He set Su Hua down on a chair by the dining table. "Ah Xuan, feed me?" She gazed up at him with misty, pleading eyes. "Unless you'd rather crawl into that hole." Before she could finish, Lin Xuan hastily grabbed a shrimp. "Here, let me feed you." Su Hua smiled as he peeled and offered it to her. She took it between her teeth, then suddenly pressed her lips to his, transferring the shrimp into his mouth. "Ah Xuan feeds me, so I should feed Ah Xuan too." Lin Xuan's thoughts raced. She used to avoid men like the plague. Where did she learn all this? Exclamation, probably those books. He really wanted to burn them, but even if it bruised his male ego, it was also incredibly sweet and hot. The office hummed with palpable tension. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingfen approached the door, hand raised to knock until John King stopped him. "Assistant Xiao, Mr. Lin is inside. It might not be the best time." Xiao Xingfen frowned. "That fox was here again? What a joke." The guy had no skills beyond seduction. "Secretary John, whether he's here or not, I have work for the CEO. Surely she wouldn't neglect business over some man?" Jiang King nodded. "Actually, she would for this man." But she shrugged. "Go ahead if you insist. Just saying. Not my problem if you regret it." Xiao Xingfen knocked, and at Su Hua's acknowledgement, he entered. Jiang King sighed, still holding that grudge against Lin Xuan. Well, with Su Hua around, he'd have to swallow it. If he spent more time with Lin Xuan, he'd realize the man was more than worthy of her. Protected by girlfriend inside the office, Su Hua was still being fed by Lin Xuan. "President Su," Xiao Xingfen greeted respectfully. Su Hua responded indifferently. Xiao Xingfen shot a dark glance at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Seemed like Xiao Xingfen still couldn't stand him. But what he loved most was seeing people who despised him yet couldn't do a thing about it. "President Su, this is the collaboration project with Haley Group," Xiao Xingfen said. Su Hua frowned. She'd thought it was something urgent, but it was just the Haley Group deal. Such a trivial matter, and it had to interrupt her time with Xuan. Her entire aura radiated displeasure. Lin Xuan smirked. He heard about the partnership between Su Corporation and Haley Group. Haley Group was desperate to climb the ladder by attaching itself to Su Corporation, pulling every string to make it happen. In that case, Hua Bao could review the contract later. No rush. Since Xiao Xingfen couldn't stand seeing him with Hua Bao, he'd make the man even more miserable. Assistant Xiao, Su Hua narrowed her eyes. There are 5 minutes left until closing time. Unless it's urgent or I specifically request it, you don't need to rush in just before the end of the workday to report. Understood. Yes, Xiao Xingfen replied through gritted teeth. He shot another glance at Lin Xuan. President Su was known to be a workaholic. In the past, he'd often come to her office 5 minutes before closing time. She'd never been this impatient before. It must be because his presence had interrupted her intimate moment with Lin Xuan. Go ahead, Su Hua said coldly. Yes? Just as Xiao Xingfen was about to begin, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke up. Hua Bao, you're too thin. Eat a bit more. He picked up another bite for her. Xiao Xingfen was cut off, his brows furrowing. Lin Xuan was the apple of President Su's eye. He have to endure it. He watched as Su Hua accepted the food from Lin Xuan, thinking the interruption was over and prepared to continue his report. Then came Lin Xuan's next move. Lin Xuan took a bite of an oyster himself before pressing his lips against Su Hua's crimson ones. Hua Bao, do you like it when I feed you like this? A hint of pleasure flickered in Su Hua's eyes. A Xuan's antics were becoming more and more to her taste. Xiao Xingfen! Exclamation, 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 damn it. This Lin Xuan was nothing but a fox spirit. How could their sharp, decisive President Su be ensnared by such a man? He glared daggers at Lin Xuan. If not for President Su shielding him, he'd have taught him a lesson long ago. Lin Xuan shot him a challenging smirk. Su Hua knew Lin Xuan well. He was deliberately provoking Xiao Xingfen. Seemed Xuan really didn't like the guy. From then on, Lin Xuan kept feeding Su Hua with his lips. Xiao Xingfen finally couldn't take it anymore. President Su, if you're busy now, I'll return this afternoon. If he stayed any longer, he might just punch Lin Xuan in the face. What? Su Hua stopped him. President Su, do you have further instructions? Xiao Xingfen asked respectfully. Your computer skills are impressive, Su Hua praised. Thank you, President Su. Xiao Xingfen brightened. He admired Su Hua deeply. Being complimented by his idol was a thrill. I'll assign you a task to put those skills to good use, Su Hua said, arching a brow. Lin Xuan frowned. A man's intuition told him this task wasn't going to be pleasant. President Su, please go ahead. Xiao Xingfen assumed any assignment from her would be of great importance. Su Hua, go assist Xuan at Tamu Group. His company is developing a game and needs extra hands. Xiao Xingfen! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Work under Lin Xuan. Was she joking? President Su, Xiao Xingfen struggled. I still have pending tasks here. I might not have the bandwidth. No issue. I'll have Zhang King reassign your workload, Su Hua said dismissively. But Xiao Xingfen wanted to argue further, but Su Hua's icy gaze silenced him. Assistant Xiao, do you have a problem? No, he forced out, resentment simmering beneath the surface. Su Hua continued, until the game is completed, Xuan will be your boss. You won't be returning to Su Corporation for now. Yes, his reply was lifeless. Prepare for the handover this afternoon, Su Hua said, turning away. Xiao Xingfen left the office, his expression stormy. Zhang King watched from a distance, shaking his head. Picking a fight with young Master Lin? That was just asking for trouble. Watch out for a double-team retaliation. Once Xiao Xingfen was gone, only Lin Xuan and Su Hua remained in the office. Lin Xuan tilted his head. Hua Bao, why transfer him to my company? We're not short-staffed. Because I want to vent your anger for you, Su Hua answered. I won't let my Xuan suffer even the slightest grievance. Vent his anger. Lin Xuan nodded. It did feel satisfying. Now that Xiao Xingfen was his subordinate, the man would have to obey his orders. Must be eating him alive inside. He had to admit, being protected by the woman he loved felt pretty damn good. Shouldn't Xuan reward me, Su Hua's eyes glinted playfully as her slender fingers traced his lips, the implication crystal clear. Lin Xuan knew if he didn't comply, she'd find endless ways to tease him. He had no choice but to kiss those crimson lips again. A victorious smile curled in Su Hua's eyes. Note, Xiao Xingfen sat in the break room, gloomily sipping tea. Bai Linjiang grabbed a drink and asked curiously, why the long face? President Su assigned me to work at Tamu Group, Xiao Xingfen grumbled. That's a good thing. Bai Linjiang blinked. Why so upset? Being transferred from Su Corporation to Tamu Group and having Lin Xuan as my boss isn't humiliating enough. Xiao Xingfen hissed through clenched teeth. Bai Linjiang sighed. Assistant Xiao, you're missing the big picture. If you cozy up to young Master Lin, promotions and raises are guaranteed. He'd love to butter up Lin Xuan too, but aside from that one incident at school, he never got the chance. Me, sucking up to some pretty boy? Don't make me laugh, Xiao Zingfen snapped. The entire afternoon, Lin Xuan stayed in the president's office. No employee dared disturb them. Only at 3 p.m. did Lin Xuan finally emerge, looking thoroughly refreshed. He strode straight into Xiao Zingfen's office. Zio Xiao, Lin Xuan grinned. From now on, you're my employee. Heard your car broke down. Come on, I'll drive you. Xiao Zingfen scowled. I'll take a cab. I'm your boss now. On company time, you refuse your superior's order? Lin Xuan smirked. Defeated, Xiao Zingfen followed him to the car. Lin Xuan noticed the black sedan tailing them. Whisper in the ear through the rearview mirror. Lin Xuan watched the black car tailing him closely. His fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel as his eyes narrowed slightly. He was curious to see what those two were up to. Lin Xuan wasn't in a hurry to confront his pursuers. If they had ill intentions, they'd wait until they had him cornered. He'd set a trap later to find out who had sent them. Leading Xiao Zingfen into the company, Lin Xuan was immediately spotted by Lei Hui. Boss! Lei Hui's eyes lit up as he hurried over. You're here! Perfect timing, I need to talk to you. The way Lei Hui looked at Lin Xuan was like a cat eyeing a mouse. Without wasting a second, he dragged Lin Xuan into his office. Pushing him into the office chair, Lei Hui plopped a thick stack of documents in front of him. Boss, take a look at these, see if there's anything that needs fixing. And this game has some technical issues. Mind checking? Lei Hui grinned. Ever since witnessing Lin Xuan's capabilities, Lei Hui made sure every critical matter passed through his hands. Lei Hui sighed inwardly. He had never met a boss like this, someone so talented yet so reluctant to show up at the office. Now he understood why Lin Xuan had given him an 8% stake in the company. It was also he could be a hands-off CEO. Sure, Lin Xuan laid out the big picture strategy, and the company had grown rapidly in less than a year. But if Lin Xuan just showed up more often, heck, even 3 times a week, the company would be soaring to unimaginable heights. Rubbing his temples, Lin Xuan resigned himself to reading through the files. General Manager Xiao Zingfen frowned. How did so many documents pile up? Doesn't your boss ever come to the office? The moment the topic was brought up, Lei Hui couldn't hold back his grievances. Since the company was founded, the number of times boss has stepped foot here can be counted on 2 hands. If he's got something to say, he just shoots us an email and expects us to handle it. Dogtail Grass, a nickname, had also wandered into the office. Hearing Lei Hui's words, he nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly, that's absolutely right. Their boss had grown lazier by the day. Back when he first started writing novels, he'd churn out over 1 million words in just a few days. Now, every book was updated with a rigid 4,000 words per day, no exceptions. And he always ended chapters on a cliffhanger, leaving readers itching for more. Dogtail Grass sometimes fantasized about locking Lin Xuan in a dark room, cracking a whip to force him to write. Fewer than 10 visits? Xiao Zingfen sneered. No surprise. He's just a freeloader, riding on his girlfriend's coattails to keep this company afloat. Xiao Zingfen assumed Tamu Group had flourished solely because of Su Hua. As for Lin Xuan's feat in solving that computer challenge during the competition, well, Xiao Zingfen had been buried in software development at the time, completely oblivious to Lin Xuan's technical prowess. No! Lei Hui shook his head. Even though boss rarely shows up, he's mapped out detailed development plans for every project. As long as we follow his blueprint, the company runs smoothly. Sure, it'd be better if he came more often, but it's not strictly necessary. That was precisely why Lin Xuan could comfortably play the absentee CEO. Xiao Zingfen froze. Why was Lei Hui singing such high praises? His expression didn't suggest he was lying. Impossible. Lin Xuan was just a gold digger. How could he be this capable? Lei Hui continued. Boss is the most brilliant person I've ever met. I just don't know what keeps him so busy that he barely manages the company. Handing over complete control to an outsider like him, did Lin Xuan even care? Listening to Lei Hui's complaints, Xiao Zingfen smirked inwardly. What was he busy with? Probably scheming new ways to charm and flatter President Su. After all, as long as he clung to her, Lin Xuan could have anything he wanted. Lin Xuan speed read through the documents, skimming 10 lines at a glance. Where revisions were needed, he jotted down concise notes. Half an hour later, he closed the last file. Uncle Lei, anything else? Lin Xuan asked. No, that's everything. Lei Hui scooped up the thick stack of papers like treasure, carefully flipping through them. Xiao Zingfen frowned. That many documents, all densely packed with text, finished in just 30 minutes? With annotations? Impossible. Even President Su couldn't work that fast. Was Lin Xuan just scribbling nonsense? Curious, Xiao Zingfen picked up a file and scanned it. The solutions noted in the margins left him stunned. They were flawless. How had Lin Chuan devised such perfect fixes in such a short time? Impressed? Lei Hui chuckled at Xiao Xingfan's shocked expression. I was the same at first. You get used to it. With skills like this, and yet he spends his days slacking off. Lei Hui sighed deeply. Lin Chuan slid one hand into his pocket. I've got a girlfriend to spend time with. Can't waste too much effort on this. Lei Hui shot him a resentful look. Their boss was hopeless. A girlfriend? She could dump him any day. Money was far more reliable. Let me introduce you, Lin Chuan said. This is Xiao Xingfan. From now on, he'll be involved in game development. Got it. Lei Hui nodded. Lin Chuan turned to Xiao Xingfan. This is Lei Hui, the company's general manager. I know, Xiao Xingfan replied flatly. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. I know you got a problem with me. Like I said before, keep it to yourself. Otherwise, I might just whisper a few words in my girlfriend's ear. Tell me, Xingfan, do you think you would side with me or you? Xiao Xingfan, was that even a question? This fox of a man had President Su wrapped around his finger. Forget punishing a subordinate. If Lin Chuan asked for Su Corporation itself, President Su would probably hand it over without blinking. Work hard, Xiao. Help develop the game. Don't stir up trouble. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder cheerfully before strolling out of the office. Xiao Xingfan, this was beyond humiliating. Lin Chuan, you'd better pray President Su never dumps you. Once outside, Lin Chuan motioned to the nearby bodyguards. Follow me? Yes, young Master Lin. The two guards trailed him into a private room. These were just his visible security. More lurked in the shadows, ready to swarm at a moment's notice. You said someone was following me? Lin Chuan asked. Yes, a black car, one guard confirmed. Young Master Lin, shall we take care of them? No, I'll go meet them myself, Lin Chuan said. Understood, the bodyguard nodded. Lin Chuan added, the rest of you, no need to follow me. The bodyguard frowned. Young Master Lin, we're duty-bound to protect you at all times. The master's orders were clear, not a single step away. If anything were to happen to you, the master would never forgive us. Please, consider our position. Relax, I won't drag you into trouble, Lin Chuan replied. With his current skills, if it weren't for Su Hua's worry, he wouldn't even have these bodyguards trailing him in the first place. But young Master Lin, the bodyguard still hesitated. Lin Chuan had no patience for further debate. In a flash, he moved behind them and struck each with a swift chop to the neck, knocking them unconscious. Then he called Lei Hui, bring me 2 thick ropes. Leave a name when doing bad deeds. As soon as Lei Hui stepped inside, he spotted the 2 bodyguards passed out on the floor. He froze. Boss, what's this? Don't worry. I just needed to handle something privately, and they were in the way. They insisted on following me, so I had no choice but to tie them up here in the office. Lin Chuan took the rope from Lei Hui's hands and began binding the bodyguards tightly. He then confiscated their walkie-talkies and phones, tossing them aside. Wait for my call before you release them. Understood, boss, Lei Hui replied. The company had been operating for less than a year, and Lei Hui often worked overtime, leaving spare clothes at the office. Lin Chuan quickly changed into one of Lei Hui's outfits. He even mussed up his hair slightly. This was all to evade the bodyguard Su Hua had secretly assigned to protect him. After leaving the company, Lin Chuan glanced at the black car parked nearby and smirked. As expected, they were still waiting for him. He walked toward another car, Lei Hui's vehicle, and slid into the driver's seat. He deliberately removed his mask, exposing his face to the 2 men tailing him. Bro, it's Lin Chuan. Chang pointed in Lin Chuan's direction. Hurry, follow him. They'd been tracking him for days and finally had him in their sights. Losing him now wasn't an option. Chang stepped on the gas, staying close behind Lin Chuan's car. Bro, Chang muttered suspiciously. Why did he switch cars and change clothes? Do you think he's onto us? Impossible, Chang said confidently. We're professionals. How could some ordinary guy notice us? Right, Chang nodded. Bro, this is our first mission. We can't afford to fail. The organization Lin Lai had contacted through the dark web was swamped with high-profile jobs, leaving no experienced operatives available. So, they'd sent 2 rookies to capture Lin Chuan. To them, Lin Chuan was just an average college student. These 2 greenhorns were more than enough. Relax, Chang chuckled. Look at him, a scrawny pretty boy who couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. Catching him will be a breeze. Chang was brimming with confidence. Both brothers were built like tanks, rippling muscles, 8-pack abs, capable of lifting 180 pounds. To them, Lin Chuan's frame was laughably weak. Lin Chuan deliberately drove to a secluded area before stepping out of the car. He was giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. Chang frowned. Why do you stop here? Feels like a trap. almost like he's luring us in, with just him alone. What kind of trap could it be? Chang Da scoffed. Quit overthinking it. Let's move if we miss this chance. Who knows when the next one will come. Lin Xuan walked toward a dimly lit building, pretending to fish for keys in his pocket. Then, Shang Da and Chang appeared. Who are you? Lin Xuan feigned shock. We're here to take you in, Lin Xuan. Come quietly, Chang said. Oh, and just so you know, we're from the Black Tiger Gang. It was gang policy to always announce their affiliation during operations. Bad deeds, bold signatures. The Black Tiger Gang? Lin Xuan frowned. The name rang a bell from his past life on the day he died when he overheard Lin Lai and Qin Royale in bed together. Lin Lai had mentioned hiring the Black Tiger Gang to capture him. Qin Royale had worried the organization might be unreliable, but Lin Lai assured her they were a notorious underground group. For the right price, they'd do anything. Lin Xuan's interest was piqued. Interesting. He wanted to meet these people himself. Heard of us? But don't worry, Chang said, chewing on a blade of grass. You'll get a first-hand taste of what we're capable of soon enough. Lin Xuan summoned his inner actor, eyes widening with fear. You're taking me to your gang's hideout? Yep, Chang confirmed. The client paid top dollar for your assets. Our boss wants to handle you personally. Enough talk. Villains die from monologuing. Chang Da cut in impatiently. Just tie him up already. Lin Xuan held out his wrists in surrender. Go ahead then. Chang blinked. What's your deal? Never seen someone ask to be tied up before. You're not even gonna run? No struggle? It made them look less intimidating. Lin Xuan sighed dramatically. With builds like yours? You're clearly trained fighters. What chance do I have? I'd rather cooperate and save myself the pain. Chang nodded approvingly. Smart kid. Don't worry, we won't rough you up. Well, what the boss does to you, that's out of our hands. They shoved his sack over Lin Xuan's head and hauled him to a village 50 kilometers away. There, hidden among ordinary homes, stood a villa plain on the outside, opulent within. Move it! Chang Da and Chang marched Lin Xuan inside. Wang Boss sat in the lavish living room, perched on a chair carved with coiling serpent designs. Boss, the brothers greeted respectfully. We've got Lin Xuan, the one with the 8 million bounty. The order was to remove his manhood and make him suffer for 5 days. Wang Boss straightened. That job. The castration request had made it memorable. Take off the sack, he commanded. Yes, boss. Chang Da yanked the sack from Lin Xuan's head. I'll be your boss, so you're Lin Xuan? Wang Boss stood up from his chair. With a smirk, he asked, did you cuckold that guy? He hates you so much he's willing to pay 8 million just to have us chop off your junk? Tusk. Destroying a man's pride and joy, now that's a way to ruin someone, both physically and mentally. Only a deep-seated grudge would drive someone to demand such cruel punishment. I'd like to propose a partnership, Lin Xuan said bluntly. A partnership? Wang Ba burst out laughing. What could you possibly offer me, kid? Don't tell me this is just some desperate ploy to escape. This place is a fortress. There's no way out. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. If I wanted to run, I wouldn't have followed your 2 lackeys here. Speaking of which, those 2 are complete idiots. You must not think much of me to send them. Chang pointed at himself. An idiot? His face twisted in disbelief. Hell, since when was he an idiot? The whole way here, he hadn't given Lin Xuan any trouble, and now this bastard had the nerve to bite the hand that led him. Chang looked at his boss pleadingly. Surely, Wang Ba would defend him, right? Wang Ba nodded. Yeah, they're pretty dumb. Boss, why you? Chang sputtered, stunned that his boss would actually agree. Shut your damn mouth, Wang Ba snapped. Chang immediately clamped his lips shut. Wang Ba sneered. For a scrawny college kid like you, sending these 2 morons was more than enough. He didn't see Lin Xuan as a threat at all. Just some ordinary student. How much effort did it take to grab him? So, about that partnership, interested in hearing me out? Lin Xuan pressed. Fine, let's hear it, Wang Ba said with a mocking grin. He had nothing better to do. Might as well see how this kid planned to weasel his way out. Lin Xuan's tone was calm. I want your Black Tiger Gang. I'll be taking over as boss. If he was going to build an underground empire, why start from scratch? The Black Tiger Gang was a ready-made resource. Dead silence followed. Chang jaw dropped. Ambitious and completely delusional. Ha ha ha. Wang Ba burst into laughter as if he'd just heard the funniest joke of his life. Lin Xuan, do you even hear yourself? You want to be my boss? What makes you think you're qualified to sit in this chair? He pointed at the golden Nanmu throne on the raised platform. Even if you had some kind of scale, you're in my territory. Tied up. You're the fish on the chopping block, and I'm the butcher. What gives you the right to negotiate? Lin Xuan smiled. Tied up? That's an easy fix. With a flick of his wrist, a small knife appeared in his hand. He sliced through the ropes effortlessly, then vanished the blade again. The ropes fell to the floor with a soft thud. What the? Wang Ba stared at the ropes in disbelief. Those things were nearly impossible to break. He scowled at Cheng Da and Cheng Er. What kind of half-assed job did you two do? Can't even tie up a damn kid properly? There was no way Lin Chu and had freed himself. If even Wang Ba couldn't break those ropes, how could some weak-looking college student? Cheng Er stammered, but I tied him up tight. I swear, Wang Ba barked. Then why are you just standing there? Rub him! Yes, boss! Cheng Da and Cheng Er advanced, closing in on Lin Chu and Wang Ba leaned back in his chair, picking up a roasted lamb leg and taking a huge bite. Only seconds later, the sounds of bodies hitting the floor and pain screams filled the room. Atas? Wang Ba set down the lamb leg. Figures. Just some scrawny kid. He shook his head in disgust. And he wants to be my boss? Dream on! Wiping the grease from his hands, he tossed the napkin aside and finally looked down at the scene below. He expected to see Lin Chu and crumpled on the ground. Instead, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Lin Chuan stood untouched. Cheng Da and Cheng Er were writhing on the floor, clutching their chests in agony. Cheng Da looked up at Lin Chuan in shock. How the hell was he this strong? He was even better than the best fighter in the gang. That frail body packed terrifying power. Wang Ba snorted. Pathetic. Losing to a damn college kid? You're a disgrace to the Black Tiger gang. Boss, Cheng Er wheezed. He's not just some kid. His skills are insane. Excuses won't cover your failure. Wang Ba waved him off impatiently. You go get him. He gestured to a few more of his men. Yes, boss. What followed was like something out of a comedy. Facing 3 charging gang members, Lin Chu and didn't even flinch. In a blur, he sidestepped, appearing in front of one of them. With a smirk, he effortlessly lifted the 180-pound thug with one hand and hurled him into the wall. Ugh, the man coughed up blood, clutching his ribs. The other two? Lin Chuan grabbed their shoulders and smashed their faces together. 4 heads collided. Stars exploded in their vision. The moment he let go, they wobbled and collapsed. What the hell? Wang Ba's confidence wavered. These guys were mid-tier fighters, and Lin Chuan had taken them all down in seconds. This level of strength was terrifying. Wang Ba refused to believe it. His Black Tiger gang had to have someone who could beat this kid. He sent in his best fighters. Lin Chuan remained unfazed. Wang Ba sneered. Apologize now, let us chop off your little toy, and maybe we'll go easy on you. Lin Chuan's voice was ice. Less talking, more fighting. Something happened to Akshu, and good, very good. Still acting tough? Huh? Wang Ba's eyes gleamed with admiration for Lin Chuan. If it weren't for maintaining the Black Tiger gang's flawless record of completing dark web missions, he might have actually let Lin Chuan go. Soon 2 towering, menacing men strode into the hall. Boss, they said respectfully. Take him down, Wang Ba ordered. Yes, they advanced toward Lin Chuan. Wang Ba smirked. These 2 are the strongest fighters in our gang. With your scrawny build, you stand no chance. If you beg for mercy now, there's still time. Too much talk, Lin Chuan said impatiently. He still had to get back to Hua Bao. Wang Ba's eyes widened in fury. As the leader of the Black Tiger gang, his reputation was feared throughout the underworld except by the elusive Dark Rose. No one dared disrespect him like this. If word got out, where would his dignity be? Hurry up, Wang Ba snapped coldly. Grab him now. This time, I'll personally make sure he suffers. Did this brat think he could look down on him? Then he'd teach this naive, arrogant college student a lesson he'd never forget. But, once again, Wang Ba's expectations were shattered. He watched in disbelief as Lin Chuan took down both bodyguards in just 3 moves, leaving them groaning on the floor. This can't be. Wang Ba gaped at Lin Chuan, his face a mask of shock. His men were renowned fighters in the underground world, yet together, they'd been effortlessly crushed by Lin Chuan. This kid was far more skilled than he'd imagined. Cheng Er pushed himself up from the ground. Boss, my brother and I weren't lying. Lin Chuan is seriously strong. Seeing Lin Chuan's victory, another underling, eager to prove himself, drew a gun and pulled the trigger. The deafening bang echoed as bullets tore through the air. Lin Chuan had already noticed the movement. Before the gunman could fire, he'd slipped on a pair of gloves from his spatial storage. Then, he caught every bullet midair with his bare hands. Incredible! Wang Ba couldn't help but rise from his seat. This marksman was the gang's best and near-perfect shot. Yet against Lin Chuan, he posed no threat at all. Lin Chuan didn't stop there. In a flash, he appeared before the gunman and twisted his wrist sharply. Ah! The man screamed in agony. Don't worry, Lin Chuan said with a faint smile. I won't hurt you. I just want your gun. He snatched the weapon away. Then, he aimed it at Wang Ba. The moment his finger touched the trigger, the gang members shouted in panic, "Boss!" A bullet whizzed past Wang Ba's ear and struck the eye of the black tiger emblem painted on the wall behind him. He hit the tiger's eye? Exclamation! Someone gasped. The target was no larger than a pea, and from that distance? Impossible! Wang Ba spun around and saw the bullet hole right where the tiger's eye should be. His gaze snapped back to Lin Xuan. This wasn't luck. Lin Xuan had that kind of precision. Not just unrivaled in combat, but a sharpshooter too. Someone like this truly deserved to lead. But the Black Tiger gang was his life's work. How could he just hand it over? I admit, you're impressive, Wang Ba said, his admiration undisguised. But the Black Tiger gang isn't yours. You can walk out of here unharmed. No one will stop you. Lin Xuan chuckled. I didn't come here to leave empty-handed. If you won't give it willingly, I'll have to take it by force. In a blur, he appeared beside Wang Ba. Before anyone could react, crack, he dislocated Wang Ba's jaw. Wang Ba, Lin Xu, and forced a pill into his mouth, poured water down his throat, and made him swallow. Fret! He reset the jaw. What did you just give me? Wang Ba demanded, grimacing. A poison. Harmless as long as you take the antidote regularly. Without it, you'll bleed from every orifice and die. He'd learned to brew such toxins in his spatial storage specifically for underworld dealings. So, you have two choices. 1. Die. 2. Become my subordinate. Lin Xuan slid a hand into his pocket, radiating arrogance. And he had every right to. Though, if you stubbornly refuse the antidote, I'll still take over the Black Tiger gang. So really, you've only got one path. Wang Ba felt the weight of despair. Dabbit! He thought the 8 million bounty on Lin Xu and would be easy money. Instead, he'd brought back a tyrant. Now he was screwed. He was about to become someone else's lackey. Resigned, Wang Ba stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and clasped his fists. Boss, he said solemnly, this humble one pays his respects. The rest of the gang followed suit, dropping to their knees. Mus? They roared. Lin Xuan smiled. Mus? Yes? They stood in unison. Wang Ba looked up at the ceiling, sighing internally. This was it. His reputation as the fearsome Wang Ba would crumble now that a college senior ruled the Black Tiger gang. Lin Xuan walked over and patted Wang Ba's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll rarely interfere. You'll still run the gang as you always had, just follow my new directives. Wang Ba's eyes brightened. That wasn't so bad. Oh, and the Black Tiger gang needs a rebrand. From now on, it's the Golden Dragon gang. Lin Xuan might suck at naming things, but Golden Dragon sounded way more imposing. Su Hua left work an hour early and returned to Night Garden, but Lin Xuan wasn't there. After working upstairs for over an hour, she checked the time 6 p.m. and went downstairs, frowning. Butler Wang, has Xuan returned? Master Lin? He left at noon with food for you and hasn't come back, Butler Wang answered. Still not back? Su Hua murmured. She pulled out her phone and called Lin Xuan. A cold, automated voice replied, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Her frown deepened. Though Lin Xuan had mentioned having business to handle, an uneasy feeling gnawed at her like something was wrong. This was the first time since they'd started dating that she couldn't reach him. Su Hua then dialed Lin Xuan's bodyguards. The phone kept ringing, unanswered. Something's wrong, Su Hua murmured, her face pale. Something must have happened. The bodyguards' phones were always on and never left their sides. Why hadn't the two closest guards protecting Lin Xuan answered their calls? Su Hua quickly opened her phone. She had installed a small tracking trick on Lin Xuan's device, allowing her to locate him anytime. She tapped open the app. Lin Xuan! At the sight before her, her face drained completely of color, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Master, young Master Lin has escaped. Butler Wang noticed Su Hua's pale face and frowned as he glanced at her phone. A location marker was displayed on the screen, labeled with the name Xuan. Butler Wang was aware that Su Hua had installed a tracker on Lin Xuan's phone. His brows furrowed tightly. Why has young Master Lin gone to such a remote location? And why hasn't he moved from that spot? A dreadful possibility crossed his mind, and Butler Wang's eyes widened. Miss, could something have happened to young Master Lin? No, Su Hua shook her head. I've assigned so many people to protect him. He should be fine. Despite her words, unease gnawed at her heart. Su Hua took out her phone and instructed Jiang King to track the whereabouts of the two bodyguards assigned to protect Lin Xuan. Then she immediately set off with her team toward the location marked on Lin Xuan's tracker. Jiang King quickly traced the two bodyguards' movements. Dressed in a professional suit, she hurried to Tanmu Group. Secretary Jiang, Lei Hui said in surprise. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Jiang King was Su Hua's secretary, second only to Su Hua herself in authority within Su Corporation. Tamu Group and Su Corporation had never had any dealings before. Lei Hui couldn't fathom why John King would personally visit Tamu Group. "Where is your boss?" John King asked. "He left the company over 2 hours ago. May I ask why you're looking for him?" John King frowned. It seemed Lin Xu and wasn't here after all, yet the phone trackers of the two bodyguards still showed them inside Tamu Group. She pulled out photos of the two men. "I'm here to find these two. Do you know where they are, President Lei?" Lei Hui grew suspicious. Weren't these his boss's personal bodyguards? Why was John King looking for them? Before he could respond, John King added, "I know they're here. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I just need to ask them a few questions." Lei Hui hesitated, deep in thought. Su Corporation was a massive enterprise. If they wanted to act against Tamu Group, they wouldn't resort to such indirect methods. Perhaps there really was an urgent matter. "Yes, they are in our company." Lei Hui finally nodded. "I'll take you to them. Thank you for your cooperation, President Lei," John King replied with a faint smile. As Lei Hui led the way, he discreetly messaged his secretary. Lei Hui quickly released the two bodyguards in the boss's office. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards sat on the floor, bound and utterly dejected. Young Master Lin had tied them up. They could only pray nothing happened to him, otherwise their employer would never forgive them. Lei Hui's secretary entered and untied them. One bodyguard scrambled to his feet. "Hurry! We need to report young Master Lin's situation to Miss Su." Just as they reached for their phones, Lei Hui pushed the door open. "Secretary John, after you." Lei Hui gestured politely. The bodyguards immediately recognized John King and bowed respectfully. "Secretary John." Lei Hui's eyes darted between John King and the bodyguards. They knew each other. His frown deepened. This didn't make sense. How were these bodyguards connected to John King? "Where is young Master Lin? Didn't Miss Su assign you to protect him?" John King demanded sternly. "Secretary John." Today, two men were tailing young Master Lin, likely with malicious intent. He insisted on confronting them alone. The bodyguard briefly explained the situation. "We feared for his safety and tried to intervene, but young Master Lin knocked us out and tied us up here. He even discarded the walkie-talkies and phones we used to communicate with you. We had no way to report his status." The bodyguard lowered his head in shame. All they could do now was hope young Master Lin was unharmed. "Let's go find Miss Su immediately." John King's tension eased slightly. Young Master Lin wasn't reckless. He must have had a reason for his actions. Given his combat skills, he was likely capable of handling himself. "Understood, Secretary Jian." The bodyguards followed John King out of Tamu Group. Lei Hui's secretary whispered in astonishment, "President Lei, from what I gathered, those bodyguards seem to be under Su Corporation's CEO, Miss Su." Lei Hui was equally stunned. "So, they were sent by Miss Su to protect our boss." "President Lei, if Miss Su personally assigned bodyguards to him, their relationship must be significant. They can't be relatives, so could they be a couple?" "No, that can't be." The secretary quickly dismissed the idea. "Rumors say Miss Su keeps men at a distance. Why would she have a boyfriend?" "I think it's highly possible," Lei Hui mused. "Remember the computer competition last time? Miss Su sponsored it and personally awarded the winners. My guess is she attended that event specifically for our boss." The more Lei Hui thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He stroked his chin. Next time the boss came to the office, he'd have to corner him for answers. Meanwhile, Su Hua arrived at the location marked by Lin Xuan's phone only to find a device lying in the grass. She picked it up with trembling hands. Her subordinates investigated a black car parked nearby. "Miss One reported this vehicle belongs to Tamu Group's general manager. Young Master Lin must have driven it here." Su Hua's expression darkened. The subordinate speculated. His phone was dropped, and the car is abandoned here. Could young Master Lin be in danger? "Miss, what if Su Sheng or others discovered he's your boyfriend and kidnapped him?" Young Master Lin was Miss Su's only weakness. If Su Sheng or his allies used him as leverage, Miss Su would risk everything to protect him, even her own life. If that were true, she'd be walking into a trap. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the area. Han Yuanyi, who had just arrived, overheard the conversation and seethed with anger. Just as he'd feared, that good-for-nothing Lin Xu and was nothing but a liability to Miss Su. "Oh!" Su Hua clutched Lin Xuan's phone tightly. "Xuan is fine." Her eyes burned with intensity, her voice trembling. "He must have just dropped his phone here. As for the car, he probably parked it temporarily while handling some business." But beneath her words was a gnawing fear. If Xuan had truly been captured, what horrors might he be enduring? Miss Han Yuanyi ventured cautiously. "What if young Master Lin ran away? What if his affection for you was all an act?" Maybe he was waiting for you to let your guard down so he could escape. Want to kill him? The people around Su Hua frowned one after another. If that were the case, then this young Master Lin's acting skills were truly impeccable, even they had been fooled. Han Yu and Yi's words dredged up painful memories for Su Hua. Every penny Lin Xuan earned from odd jobs was spent on Qin Royale. He went out of his way every day to make her happy. He had even planned to marry her. If Su Hua hadn't shown up at that wedding and snatched Xu and away from the ceremony, he would probably be Qin Royale's husband by now. For those 2 years, he had hurled cruel words at Su Hua every time they met, only to turn around and shower Qin Royale with affection. It drove her mad with jealousy. A crimson hue gradually crept into Su Hua's eyes, and the air around her dropped to freezing point. Han Yu and Yi secretly reveled in schadenfreude. This time, he would make sure Su Hua saw Lin Shu and for the worthless trash she really was. What Han Yu and Yi failed to notice was the slow dissipation of the hostility radiating from Su Hua. Her mind was now filled with sweet memories of her time with Lin Shu and those gentle, loving eyes of his. Xuan would never lie to her. Xuan was already her boyfriend. He had promised her he wouldn't run away. He had sworn not just to be her lover, but to marry her, to have children with her. She should trust him. Master Han Yu, and he pressed on. Lin Shu and has been deceiving you from the very beginning. You mustn't let him blind you. A man like him doesn't deserve to stay by your side. In my opinion, if he's gone, then let him be. There's no need for you to go looking for him. John King, who had just arrived, did this guy have a death wish, bad-mouthing young Master Lin like that? Han Yu and Ji had always known his place. Why was he suddenly stirring up trouble today? Master Han Yu and Ji opened his mouth to speak again, only for Su Hua's hand to clamp around his throat. Master Yu. Han Yu and Ji stared at her in shock. Her grip tightened inch by inch, his face flushing redder by the second. Xuan would never lie to me. He would never leave me. Su Hua's eyes burned with murderous intent. I won't tolerate a single word against him. You dare judge my Xuan? Know your place. Jiang King's heart leaped into his throat. Han Yu and Ji was still useful among the shadow guards. He couldn't afford to die yet. Master John King reported, I've located the bodyguards assigned to protect young Master Lin. Only then did Su Hua release Han Yu and Ji. Gasping for air, he clutched his throat. She had genuinely been about to kill him. He had come within inches of death. Was Lin Xuan's position in Su Hua's heart really this unshakable, that she wouldn't allow even a single criticism of him continue? Su Hua ordered. Yes? Jiang King bowed slightly. 2 men were tailing young Master Lin. He subdued them and went alone to confront the ones behind this. Han Yu and Ji frowned. So Lin Xuan hadn't run off on his own. Did that mean someone was trying to capture him to use as leverage against Su Hua? That good for nothing. How dare he face those people alone? If he got caught, his death would be the least of their problems. Su Hua would be dragged down with him. Master, given young Master Lin's combat skills, he should be fine, John King assured. Han Yu and Ji scoffed inwardly. What combat skills could a weakling like Lin Xuan possibly have? What if there were more than just 2? Su Hua's fists clenched at her sides. Even the strongest fighter couldn't hold off a swarm. If those people truly wanted to capture Xuan, why send only a pair? Find him. Now, bring Xuan back to me, Su Hua ground out. Understood. Jiang King nodded. Where is Su Sheng's shipment now? Su Hua asked next. It will reach the Strait of Heibu in 20 minutes, Jiang King answered dutifully. Intercepted. Her voice was ice. Yes. With a single call from Jiang King, the Night Roses mobilized, and have our mole in Su Sheng's ranks investigate whether he's captured Xuan. At once, Master. Jiang King had his doubts. If Su Sheng had caught young Master Lin, he would have already contacted Su Hua to use him as a bargaining chip. She was letting panic cloud her judgment. Seizing Su Sheng's shipment was likely just a warning, a reminder to keep his hands off her people. Talk about an undeserved calamity. Su Hua personally led the search for Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger Gang, no, it was the Golden Dragon Gang now. Lin Xuan remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding around Su Hua. Seated in Wang Ba's former golden Namu chair, legs casually crossed, he demanded, Talk. Who hired you to grab me? Wang Ba, fearing retribution, trembled and kept his head low. Boss, we weren't targeting you specifically. We were just paid to do a job. Please, spare us. Had they known how formidable Lin Xuan was, they'd never have taken this job. Now, not only had they failed the mission, but their gang leader had been demoted to underling. Damn it all, who was trying to screw him over? Did I say I was punishing you? Lin Xuan frowned. I'm asking who ordered you to abduct me and to cut off my damn dick, he repeated coldly. Realizing this wasn't about reprisal, Wang Ba relaxed slightly. Boss, someone posted the job on the dark web. They offered 8 million to have you neutered. Buyers and sellers on the dark web stay anonymous. No way to trace them. Is that so? Ling Xuan smirked. Well, today I'm finding out who it is. Bought a computer? Right away. Wang Ba hurriedly had one brought over. Where's the dark web portal? Here, boss. Wang Ba pulled up a web page and navigated to their gang's active contracts. This is the Golden Dragon Gang's account. This is the guy who paid 8 million to have you know. Lin Xuan drummed his fingers on the desk. Very good, he said with a chilling laugh. Since they sent hired hands after me, it's only polite to return the favor. Boss, how can we retaliate if we don't know their identity? Wang Ba asked, puzzled. Lin Xuan shot him a sidelong glance. Trace their IP, then we'll know. Impotence boss, I'm afraid this can't be investigated, Wang Ba said, shaking his head. So certain. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Because I'd experienced it myself. Just mentioning the incident made Wang Ba seethe with anger. Once, some bastard dared to steal my deal and openly taunted me, calling the Black Tiger Gang cowards. Damn it, how can I let that slide? Wang Ba gritted his teeth. I ordered one of our tech-savvy members to hack into the dark web and track down the guy who insulted us. But guess what? He got detected within 5 minutes. Once you're caught, the dark web hunts you down. Now he's hiding in some backwater village with his wife and kids. Yeah, boss, another gang member chimed in. It's better not to mess with the dark web. If they come after you, it's no joke. You might not know this, but the dark web's anti-intrusion system was built by the world's top hackers. For over 50 years, no one's ever cracked it. That just makes me want to try even more. A spark of excitement flashed in Ling Xuan's eyes. His fingers began flying across the keyboard in a rapid clatter. Boss, the subordinate tried to dissuade him again. Enough, Wang Ba cut him off. We have to trust our boss. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He'd warned Lin Xuan, but if the guy wouldn't listen, what could he do? If Lin Xuan got caught, even better, the Black Tiger Gang would fall back into his hands. Wang Ba discreetly pulled out his phone and started recording Lin Xuan's hacking attempt. This was his computer, after all. If the dark web traced the intrusion back to him, he'd be finished. He needed solid proof that it wasn't him. Plus, he could use this as leverage to force Lin Xuan to hand over the antidote for the poison he'd been forced to take earlier. Wang Ba's mind buzzed with schemes. Lin Xuan noticed Wang Ba's actions but paid no mind. It was natural for the former leader to resent him after being usurped. Sooner or later, he'd make Wang Ba submit willingly. Lin Xuan's eyes remained fixed on the screen, his fingers never pausing. Wang Ba watched the monitor too, waiting for the inevitable alert that Lin Xuan had been detected. 5 minutes passed. Lin Xuan kept typing. 10 minutes. Still going. The tech-savvy gang member frowned in confusion. Why hadn't he been caught yet? Even Wang, their best hacker, had been exposed within 5 minutes. Now it had been 10, and the boss was still untouched. Could it be that Lin Xuan wasn't just a master of guns and martial arts, but also an unparalleled hacker? No way. The dark web had stood unbreached for 50 years. No hacker, no matter how skilled, had ever cracked it. Their boss looked barely 20. How could he possibly break through? It was only a matter of time before he got caught. 15 minutes. 20. Lin Xuan continued typing relentlessly. Wang Ba was stunned. Had he actually done it suddenly? Lin Xuan stopped. Boss, did they catch you? Wang Ba asked hesitantly. The subordinate leaned in curiously. When he saw the screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. This, he pointed at the computer, stammering. Spit it out. What happened? Wang Ba snapped. The boss cracked the dark web's defenses and they didn't even detect the intrusion. The subordinate gaped at Lin Xuan, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. Pure shock radiated from him. 50 years? For half a century, no one had ever breached the dark web's security. And now, their boss had done it effortlessly. Did that mean Lin Xuan's hacking skills surpassed even the world's #1? Unbelievable. The subordinate stared at Lin Xuan with awe. Besides fighting, marksmanship, and hacking, what else was he capable of? What? He broke into the dark web? Wang Ba's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. Lin Xuan smirked. Problem? Wang Ba gulped. If his hacking skills were this advanced, then gathering incriminating evidence against him would be child's play. Had he pissed him off earlier? Remembering something, Wang Ba frantically deleted the video he just recorded. Boss! With a loud thud, Wang Ba dropped to his knees, pressing his palms to the ground in complete submission. I pledge my loyalty to you, boss. Wherever you command, I'll follow without question. A man had to know when to bow his head. Get up, Lin Chuan said coolly. Remember your words. Obey my orders, and I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, boss. At that moment, a pop-up appeared on the screen, displaying the IP address of the person who had placed the hit on the Black Tiger Gang. Yundu City, Guangguang Road, Jinxiu Villa District, No. 46. Wang Ba read aloud before turning to Lin Chuan. Boss, whoever lives here must be the one trying to destroy you. Just as I suspected. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Lin Lai truly hated him to the core enough to hire the Black Tiger Gang to turn him into a eunuch. Boss, now that we found him, what's the plan? Wang Ba asked eagerly. Simple. A dark glint flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Return the favor in kind. He wanted to lock me up and torture me. Then we'll drag him in and give him a taste of his own medicine. Boss, Wang Ba added helpfully, he also wanted to castrate you. Shouldn't we make sure he can't, function either? Excitement flickered in his gaze. This was going to be a spectacle. Don't worry, I won't forget that part, Lin Chuan said coldly. We'll do everything to him that he ordered for me. He'd make Lin Lai choke on his own cruelty. Got it, boss. I'll have him captured in no time, Wang Ba vowed, thumping his chest. Now, gather all the intel you have on the Golden Dragon Gang and any other factions, Lin Chuan ordered. Yes, sir. Wang Ba complied. Their headquarters were in the Golden Triangle, where all records were stored. He only returned to their domestic base for temporary business. After making a call, he had the files sent over. Lin Chuan instructed him to place the documents in a study, then shut the door. He tossed the computer into his spatial storage, his consciousness following it inside. He swiftly skimmed through the files. Then his fingers flew across the keyboard once more. Fury for the sake of beauty, he needed to draft a plan for the expansion of the Golden Dragon Gang. Though the Golden Dragon Gang had some reputation in the Golden Triangle, he intended to rapidly grow its influence in a short time. He needed enough power both to protect Hua and to ensure he wouldn't become a burden to her. Given Hua's personality, she probably wanted to shout their relationship from the rooftops, but she kept it hidden, fearing that going public would put him in danger. Before leaving the dark web, Lin Chuan left a message in English on the computers of their tech department. Your dark web isn't all that impressive. The group of white men in the dark web. What just happened? If someone could plant this message on every computer in their tech department, it meant the dark web had been hacked. And not just hacked completely undetected. This realization sent the dark web into chaos. The head of the tech department panicked. Immediately reinforce our security systems and find out who did this. The dark web had thrived as the primary online platform for underground transactions all these years precisely because of its airtight secrecy. If word got out that they'd been breached, it would be over. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan emerged from his space and tossed the Golden Dragon Gang's development plan to Wang Ba. Follow this exactly. Also, I'll have custom bulletproof gear made for all of you. Yes, boss. Wang Ba skimmed the document, his eyes lighting up. Really? The plan was absolutely brilliant. It covered everything: martial arts training, firearms drills, and even internal reforms. If executed properly, the Golden Dragon Gang would rise to new heights. Wang Ba excitedly declared, Boss, rest assured, I'll carry this out to the letter. As for you two, Lin Chuan's gaze shifted to Cheng Da and Cheng Er. Wang Ba, assuming Lin Chuan was dissatisfied with their abilities, quickly interjected, Boss, don't worry. I'll kick these two useless idiots out of the gang immediately. He glared coldly at them. Get lost. With a loud thud, they dropped to their knees. Cheng Er wept, snot and tears streaming down his face. Boss, second master, please give us another chance. We'll prove ourselves from now on. And boss, please show mercy, spare us. To demonstrate their sincerity, Cheng Da and Cheng Er even kowtowed, their foreheads thumping against the floor. Lin Chuan, they really had wild imaginations. When had he ever said he wanted them gone? Enough, get up. I never planned to kick you out, Lin Chuan said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Thank you, boss. Cheng Da and Cheng Er exhaled in relief. From now on, you two will stay by my side, Lin Chuan ordered. Yes, the brothers answered without hesitation, their faces alight with joy. The boss's combat skills were extraordinary. Sticking close to him meant they'd learn a lot. Boss, Wang Ba frowned. These two are too dim and their fighting skills are mediocre. It might not be wise to keep them around. Should I assign some sharper men to protect you instead? Cheng Da, Cheng Er, Lin Chuan waved it off. It's fine. They just need some training. What he valued was their loyalty. He needed people he could trust not to betray him. After settling matters with the Golden Dragon gang, Lin Shu, and checked the time, it was already past 7. He reached for his phone to call Su Hua, but his pocket was empty. "Boss, what are you looking for?" Chang asked, noticing his urgency. "Have you seen my phone?" Lin Xuan frowned. Chang scratched his nose. "I think it fell where I grabbed you earlier." Lin Xuan's expression darkened. If his phone was unreachable, Hua would be frantic with worry. He needed to contact her immediately. "Give me your phone," he demanded. Taking Chang phone, he dialed Su Hua's number, but her phone was dead, the call going straight to voicemail. Next, he tried John King. Meanwhile, near the Strait of Heibu, Su Shang was tangled in bed with two beauties when a series of explosions erupted over the sea. The blast lit up the night sky, their shockwaves rattling the windows of his villa. "Brother Shang, was that an explosion?" one of the women asked, peering toward the sea. "I wonder what blew up." Su Shang's mood instantly soured. He yanked on his pants and stormed outside. "What the hell was that?" he barked at a subordinate. "What exploded?" He remembered his shipment of arms was supposed to arrive near the Strait of Heibu around this time. "Could it be no?" "Impossible." Su Shang shook his head. He'd taken every precaution: tight security, heavy defenses. There was no way it could have been destroyed. "Investigate immediately. Find out what just blew up," he snapped. Before the subordinate could leave, another rushed in, panting. "Bad news, young master." "What now?" "Spit it out." Su Shang growled. "Our arms shipment, it's gone." "Blown up." Su Shang's face twisted in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Our shipment exploded." "Yes," the man bowed his head. "Both ships completely engulfed in flames." "How is this possible?" Su Shang grabbed the man's collar. "Are you lying to me? I had top-tier security. How could this happen?" That shipment was worth 2 billion, most of his savings. He'd gambled everything on this deal, and now it was ashes. The subordinate kept his head down, not daring to speak. "Who did this?" Su Shang seethed through clenched teeth. When he found out, he'd skin them alive. "I don't know," the man stammered. What Su Shang would never guess was that Su Hua had done this all because she suspected he'd kidnapped Lin Shu, and Hua's wrath, unleashed for her man. A disaster born of pure misunderstanding. Originally, Su Hua had only planned to hijack the cargo, but Night Rose reported that the shipment was too large, they could only seize a fraction. So Su Hua gave the order, burn it all. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Yundu City, Su Hua's men were still scrambling to locate Lin Chuan. Some pored over surveillance footage, tracking a suspicious vehicle, but the car had fake plates, and many roads lacked cameras. Pinpointing its destination would take time. Su Hua's aura was glacial. John King, watching her murderous expression, clasped her hands in prayer. "Ling Xuan, wherever you are, please come back soon. If this goes on, even I won't be able to calm her down. You might end up locked in a dungeon." The lies Su Hua told one after another. Calls flooded John King's phone. "Secretary Jiang, there's no trace of young Master Lin." "Secretary Jiang, we pulled the surveillance footage and spotted the black car, but it disappeared into a side alley. We'll need at least half a day to comb through more footage to find it again." Secretary Jiang. John King listened to the reports from her subordinates, her expression grave as she approached Su Hua. "Any sign of Okshuan?" Su Hua asked, her voice low. "Not yet." John King shook her head. With Su Hua's influence, it was only a matter of time before they found Lin Chu, but time was of the essence. Every minute delayed meant greater danger for him. That was why Su Hua was so frantic. "Keep searching." Su Hua clenched her fists, her voice icy. "Mobilize Night Rose, the Shadow Guard, everyone. I want him found." Lin Chuan couldn't afford to come to harm. Su Hua's face was pale. She had finally found her light. She refused to lose him again. "Yes, Madam Su." Jiang King bowed respectfully. This was the first time Su Hua had deployed such an overwhelming force. Truly, no one held a place in Su Hua's heart like Lin Chuan. Just as Jiang King was about to make the calls, an unknown number flashed on her screen. She answered. "Who is this?" "Secretary Jiang." Lin Chuan's voice came through urgently. "Is Hua Bao there?" "Her phone's off, I can't reach her." It was young Master Lin. Finally, a sign of him. Jiang King exhaled in relief. "Young Master Lin, Madam Su is right here. I'll hand the phone to her, hold on." She strode towards Su Hua and extended the phone. "Madam Su," she said respectfully, "it's young Master Lin. He seems to be fine." The moment she confirmed Lin Chuan's safety, the storm of fury in Su Hua's eyes vanished instantly. The two bodyguards assigned to Lin Chu and also let out quiet sighs of relief. At least their lives were spared. Su Hua took the phone and pressed it to her ear. "Okshuan," she said, feigning nonchalance. "Hua Bao, did you try calling me earlier? I lost my phone and was worried you'd panic." "Yours was off," so I had to call Secretary Jiang, Lin Shu, and explained. Su Hua replied smoothly, no, I didn't call. I've been working. Jiang King, Madam Su, really? The one who just turned everything upside down and blew up Su Sheng's arms depot, was that not you? That's good, Lin Chuan sighed in relief. At least she hadn't tried to reach him. If she had, she'd have been frantic when he didn't answer. Hua Bao, I am in a small town dozens of kilometers from Yun City for some business. I'll head back to Night Garden now. He had no intention of telling Su Hua about the Golden Dragon Gang. Building an underground force was too dangerous. If she knew, she'd stop him. In their past life, she had avenged him. This time, he wanted to forge his own power to protect her. By the way, have you eaten dinner? Lin Chuan asked, knowing she often forgot meals when buried in work. Su Hua almost admitted she hadn't, but remembering Lin Chuan's constant reminders to eat on time, she swallowed the words and said, yes, I have. Jiang King looked up at the ceiling. Honestly, every lie Su Hua had ever told was for Lin Chuan's sake. And Hua Bao, don't work too late. Get some rest early, Lin Chuan added before hanging up. Su Hua set the phone down and ordered flatly, tell Night Garden to prepare dinner immediately. I'll eat as soon as I return. At least she'd finish before Lin Chuan got back. Then her gaze shifted to the two bodyguards. They stiffened under her stare, not daring to lift their heads. That looked pure death. Secretary Jiang, Su Hua said coolly, these two were originally tied up by Akshu and locked in Sky Vale Group, correct? That's right, Jiang King confirmed. Then return them exactly as they were. Make sure Akshuan doesn't notice anything amiss. Understood, Madam Su. Jiang King grasped Su Hua's intent Lin Shu and had restrained them to keep his activities hidden. Su Hua was maintaining the illusion she knew nothing, covering for her earlier lie. The bodyguards exhaled heavily. At least there was no punishment. They expected to lose a layer of skin, if not their lives. Also, charge Akshuan's phone, delete my call log, then drain the batteries so it powers off again, Su Hua added, meticulous. Lin Chuan was sure. She couldn't afford even the smallest slip. Madam Su, should we investigate what young Master Lin was doing tonight? Jiang King ventured. No, Su Hua wanted to know, but his elaborate ruse meant he didn't want her involved. If she went to investigate and Lin Chuan found out, it might create a rift between them. This hard-won relationship, she couldn't allow any mishaps to threaten it. As long as Lin Chuan doesn't leave me and doesn't put himself in danger, I'll let him do whatever he wants, Su Hua said indulgently. Test. Jiang King sighed in admiration. President Su truly spoiled young Master Lin. At Tanmu Group, under the office lights, Xiao Xingfen was still reviewing the proposal for Honor of Kings on his computer, along with some of the hero characters already designed. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Xiao Xingfen kept muttering under his breath, I have a feeling this game is going to blow up. He had initially thought being assigned to Tanmu Group by President Su was a waste of his talent. But now, totally worth it. Being part of creating this game was practically an honor. General Manager Xiao Xingfen couldn't help but pull aside Lei Hui, who had just finished overtime, and asked, can I ask who came up with the concept for this game? The boss did. What? Lei Hui replied, puzzled. You're saying Lin Chuan designed this? Xiao Xingfen's face twisted in disbelief. A freeloader like Lin Chuan created such a high-quality competitive game? General Manager, you're joking, right? It really was the boss, Lei Hui nodded. For any project, the boss usually hands us the proposal himself, and we just execute it. All the project plans are his own work, including Honor of Kings Xiao Xingfen studied Lei Hui's expression, searching for any hint of deception, but found none. His brows furrowed deeply. Today had been a shock to his system. Lin Chuan had cleared that mountain of documents in just half an hour, and now he was the mastermind behind this game. Xiao Xiao, our boss, is absolutely legendary, a ridiculously versatile genius. Once he starts coming to the office more often, you'll see for yourself, Lei Hui chuckled. I'm heading home to spend time with my daughter. You should wrap up soon too. With a pat on Xiao Xingfen's shoulder, Lei Hui left. Xiao Xingfen stood frozen in place for a long time. No way. Impossible, he muttered to himself. There's no way Lin Chuan is that capable. Maybe President Su secretly arranged for a tech team to draft those project proposals for him. And those documents he revised today? Pure luck, he just happened to know how to handle them. So he looked impressive. Xiao Xingfen desperately tried to convince himself. The waiting wife stoned Xiao Xingfen was utterly amazed by this game. In this world, gaming technology was still quite backward. There had never been a game with such high interactivity, autonomy, and competitiveness. Xiao Xingfen became completely absorbed, reluctant to leave. He returned to his office and continued developing the game. Meanwhile, Jiang King brought the two bodyguards back to Tamu Group. As Lei Hui was leaving the company, he ran into Jiang King at the entrance. "Secretary John," Lei Hui said, bewildered. "What's this about? Hadn't she taken them away earlier? Why were they now tied up and escorted back?" Jiang King replied, "President Su instructed us to return them to that office, making young Master Lin believe they were never taken away. Also, don't let him know I was here." "Got it." Lei Hui nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, President Lei," Jiang King said with a slight bow. After taking the two bodyguards back to the office, Lei Hui followed Lin Xuan's method and tied their feet again. He then called his daughter. "Sweetheart, Daddy still has work to do at the company. Be good at home and listen to your cousin, okay?" After hanging up, Lei Hui dragged a chair to the door of Lin Xuan's office and sat down. He intended to wait for Lin Xuan to return and ask about his relationship with President Su. He absolutely wasn't just there for gossip. Absolutely not. He was merely ensuring Jiang King didn't take the bodyguards away to use them against the boss. If it turned out the boss had no connection with President Su or Secretary John, he'd have to report everything that happened today. Lei Hui had assumed he'd uncover some juicy details about Lin Xuan and Su Hua that very night. But Lin Xuan never showed up. Instead, he sent a message. ***, you can let them go now. *** Lei Hui. He waited nearly an hour for this. Just this? *10% and after returning to Yayuan, Su Hua sat at the dining table but only picked at her dinner, her appetite gone. She then took a bath and changed into a pure white lace nightgown. Outwardly, she crossed her legs elegantly, reclining on the sofa as she flipped through The Art of War but her mind was already wandering far away. Every so often, her gaze drifted to the clock on the wall. Butler Wang noticed Su Hua's glances and chuckled, shaking his head. If young Master Lin didn't return soon, the young miss would practically turn into a longing stone. People said relationships grew dull over time, but this young couple seemed inseparable, never tiring of each other, only growing closer. All that was left was for them to marry and have children. Then his life would truly be complete. Butler Wang's eyes brimmed with warmth. Another 20 minutes passed. Finally, footsteps echoed from outside. Su Hua knew Lin Xuan's steps well. She recognized them instantly. Pretending not to notice, she kept her eyes on the book. "Hua Bao," Lin Xuan called out. Only then did Su Hua act as though she just realized he was back. Xuan, you're back." She closed the magazine and stood as if she hadn't been anxiously waiting moments ago. Her eyes, as always, softened with affection as she subtly checked Lin Xuan for any signs of injury. Relief washed over her when she saw none. "Young Master Lin," Butler Wang smiled. "You've finally returned. Without you here, the young miss barely ate." "Xuan, I just didn't have much appetite," Su Hua admitted casually. She walked to Lin Xuan and stood on her tiptoes and whispered by his ear with a playful smile. "The food tastes best when Xuan feeds me, especially like last time in the office, when you fed me, with your mouth right in front of Assistant Xiao." Lin Xuan, why were such inappropriate images flashing through his mind? He must be overthinking it. Hua Bao couldn't possibly mean that. How much did Hua Bao eat tonight? Lin Xuan frowned at Butler Wang. "Just one oyster and a few greens," Butler Wang answered truthfully. "That's not enough." Lin Xuan's brow furrowed deeper. "Hua Bao, I'm hungry too. Keep me company while I eat." He took Su Hua's delicate hand and led her back to the dining table, resuming his role as her feeder. Perhaps influenced by Su Hua's earlier words, Lin Xuan's mind wandered as he watched her lips part around an oyster. Damn it. What was he thinking? Flustered, he averted his gaze, but Su Hua noticed. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. "What's Xuan looking at?" "Huh? Nothing." Lin Xuan dodged. "Xuan must be hungry too. Let me feed you," Su Hua said softly. Feed? Like a kind of feed? Lin Xuan tensed. But Su Hua simply picked up an oyster and brought it to his lips. Lin Xuan exhaled. Just a normal feeding, then. He wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. "After dinner, by the way, Hua Bao, I brought 2 people back. I'd like to send them to the Shadow Guards for training. Is that all right?" Lin Xuan asked. Chang Da and Chang Er's skills were limited, and Su Hua's Shadow Guards had their own rigorous methods. They'd be perfect for refining the two. "If Xuan wants my help, there's a price," Su Hua murmured, her eyes glinting with mischief. She signaled Butler Wang, who promptly ushered the servants out of the dining room. Lin Shu and remembered the last 2 times he'd asked for Su Hua's help. She demanded he pleasure her with his body. Before he could dwell on it, the stunning woman settled onto his lap, her soft arms looping around his neck. Does Xuan know what to do? Su Hua's lips brushed the corner of his mouth, their breaths mingling. Whenever Su Hua searched for Lin Xuan, dark thoughts crept in. Lock him away. Then no one can take him, endanger him, or steal him from me. The urge clawed at her relentlessly. Only after his call to Jiang King did it ease slightly. But it wasn't enough. It discovered great tonic only when she was inseparable from her beloved Xu, and could she fully suppress the maddening urge in her mind to lock him away. Lin Xuan was her medicine. Xuan! Su Hua's slender, pale fingers trailed down Lin Xuan's chest, sliding beneath the fabric of his clothes. Lin Xuan's body tensed. Now, Su Hua could easily ignite a fire within him. Her hand finally settled around his wrist. If Xuan still doesn't know what to do, I'll teach you, she whispered softly into his ear. Though their clothes remained on, they were thoroughly disheveled. Su Hua's face was flushed with a seductive glow, her eyes shimmering with an irresistible allure. Butler Wang had already cleared the entire villa of staff. On the living room sofa, the stunning woman draped her soft arms over Lin Xuan's shoulders, arching her swan-like neck in a graceful curve. Lin Xuan kissed her, feeling intoxicated, utterly bewitched by the enchantress beneath him. Xuan, I'm yours alone, your Hua Bao, Su Hua coaxed, luring him deeper into surrender. That night, Su Hua was uncharacteristically wild, overwhelming even Lin Xuan, who had been holding his own against her lately. Truly, not a drop was left. When it was all over, in the upstairs bedroom, on the expansive black bed, both had changed into fresh pajamas. Su Hua lay against Lin Xuan's chest, her fingertips slightly tracing the contours of his brows. This version of Xuan was perfect. The happiness she had longed for in the past had finally become reality. Xuan, we'll stay like this forever, won't we? Su Hua murmured. The next morning, when Lin Xuan awoke, the woman was already gone. He lay sprawled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Damn it, he'd lost again? Last night, Hua Bao had unleashed some kind of dragoness mode, completely insane. But damn, it had been good. His phone rang. It was Wang Ba. Boss, I sent men to grab Lin Lai last night, but he'd already flown abroad, apparently on some academic exchange with his professor. Boss, we could take him out overseas, no problem, but bringing him back to the country would be tricky. Should I just finish him off there? Wang Ba's voice brimmed with eagerness. If the boss gave the word, he'd book a flight to the U.S. immediately. No need, Lin Xuan replied. Just keep eyes on him. The moment he returns, grab him. Torturing someone was far more satisfying when done personally. Still, he was in a foul mood and needed to vent. Lin Lai would do. Tit, that bastard actually had the nerve to plot castrating him. Lin Xuan would never guess it was his own wife who'd orchestrated it. Lin Lai, twisted as he was, simply wanted to inflict the same torment. Lin Xuan sent Lin Lai a message. 10 days ago, you placed an order on the dark web 8 million to turn Lin Xuan into a eunuch and torture him for a while, right? Lin Lai's heart raced when he saw it. You caught him? If they had, he'd soon witnessed Lin Xuan's ruin, his reputation destroyed, abandoned by Su Hua. The thought alone was exhilarating. No, he got away. Too many guards around him. We lost 5 men. Lin Lai paled. Fell! Exclamation, too many guards, it had to be Su Hua's doing. Furious, he stabbed at his phone. What kind of operation are you running? You guaranteed success. Now that Lin Xuan was alerted, catching him again would be near impossible. Lin Xuan's reply came swiftly. You're questioning me. I should be questioning you. You said he was just some ordinary college student, no powerful connections. You owe us 15 million for our losses. Wire it to this account, 6,118,890, no payment. Then brace yourself. My gang doesn't play nice. Lin Lai glared at his screen. Not only had they botched the job, they were extorting him. Wait, the dark web protected buyer anonymity. How had they found him? Blood boiling, Lin Lai immediately contacted the dark web, demanding they punish the Black Tiger gang. The dark web didn't tolerate breaches. If the gang had hacked their data, they were finished. But the dark web played dumb. They knew nothing. Lin Lai's complaint made it clear the Black Tiger gang was behind this, but the dark web dared not act. The gang had a hacker god among them. Pissing off that talent risked the entire dark web collapsing, a death sentence. Best to stay out of it. Lin Lai's complaint was ignored. With that handled, Lin Xuan, dark circles under his eyes, drifted downstairs for breakfast. Butler Wang spotted him and cheerfully brought out a long-missed bowl of revitalizing tonic. Lin Chuan accepted it without hesitation. Butler Wang, it's been a month since you last made this. Why today? Lin Chuan asked curiously. Master Lin, truthfully, I've brewed it daily except when Miss was away. But since you always woke first, I assumed you didn't need it, Butler Wang replied with a smile. Just look at those eye bags. The young master's vitality had clearly been drained. Last night must have been intense. Lin Chuan nodded emphatically. Butler Wang was truly a top-tier butler. He raised the bowl and gulped it down. Halfway through, Su Hua walked in. Lin Chuan's heart skipped. He set the bowl down casually. Hua Bao, I thought you were at work. Nothing urgent, so I came back, Su Hua said smoothly. Meanwhile, the overworked John King. Nothing urgent boss. Xuan after breakfast, I'll drive you to school. Go. Su Hua caught a whiff of herbs and frowned, stepping closer. What's this? Her gaze landed on the half-finished tonic. She came to Tsinghua University. I feel a bit stuffy in my nose today, probably from internal heat. I asked the butler to brew me some medicine. Lin Chuan casually made up an excuse. He had only one thought: he absolutely couldn't let Hugh Bao find out that this bowl of herbal soup was meant to enhance a man's certain performance. Otherwise, where would his dignity as a man go? Is that so? Su Hua's eyes sparkled with amusement. She recognized a few of the herbs in the soup. She had drunk it herself before and knew exactly what it was for. If it's good for Akshu and health, then drink more, Su Hua said, her crimson lips curling into a smile. The more of this soup he drank, the more stamina and enthusiasm he'd have, which meant they could spend even more time in bed together. Lin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Hua Bao bought it. Su Hua escorted Lin Chuan to school. The driver focused on the road, but behind the partition, the atmosphere was anything but proper. Su Hua pinned Lin Chuan against the backseat and kissed him possessively. Last night's taste of Akshuan had been too intoxicating. Even while working today, his image kept flashing through her mind. So she abandoned her tasks and returned to Night Garden just to personally drive him to school. And now, she finally got what she wanted. The temperature in the backseat rose steadily. Their clothes became disheveled. The driver pulled into Tsinghua University, parked the car, and waited patiently. He was already used to Lin Chuan and Su Hua's antics in the car. Completely unfazed, the car remained parked for over 5 minutes, drawing curious glances from passing students. Inside, Su Hua left a conspicuous love bite on Lin Chuan's neck. She admired her handiwork with satisfaction, her lips curving. Akshuan, you can go to class now, Su Hua whispered in his ear. All right. Lin Chuan hastily